When other people awaken their class, they usually have to keep a low profile and grind up slowly at first. But this man had only just awakened, and he was already able to kill terrifying boss monsters. Even crazier, his starting stats shot straight up to 200. All because his level had been permanently locked at 0. But because of that, he also gained 2 skills. One made it so that every time he learned a skill, all his attributes would undergo a nirvana rebirth. The other was Omni Insight, which let him analyze an enemy's skills and gain abilities that countered them. It all started one day, when countless eerie black stone tablets fell from the sky. Right after that, a barrier slowly spread across the heavens. Monsters called calamity beasts broke through the barrier and invaded the human world. They were not only incredibly powerful, but also endless in number. And their ruler, the Demon King, was known as Linga, the Demon of Destruction. They unleashed non-stop slaughter on humanity. Once ordinary people were targeted by them, the only thing waiting for them was death. Kale, Kale. A girl's voice pulled Kale back to reality. She asked why he had been zoning out this whole time. Kale wanted to say it was nothing, but tears unknowingly slipped down his face. The boy beside him in black-rimmed glasses thought Kale was just sleepy, since he would normally already be dozing off by this hour. But today the whole school had suddenly been called together for an assembly. Because ever since the calamity beasts appeared, humans had gradually developed a power system capable of fighting them, and that system was known as the Transcenders. The boy with glasses was named Timu. He told Kale that the person speaking on stage was Ignis, the supreme commander of the Northern Continent. He seriously could not understand how Kale, someone from the Northern Continent, didn't recognize him. In fact, Kale had heard the name Ignis a long time ago, but in his mind, Ignis was supposed to be a hunched old man with a long beard. He never expected the real person to be some strange man dressed in bizarre clothes. Timu went on to tell Kale that Ignis was not only the strongest transcender, but that even Tajal, the man known as the Universal Light, had once been his student. Actually, Ignis had come here this time to tell everyone that, according to their research, as long as an ordinary person who had not awakened yet touched the stone tablet, there was a certain chance they could become a transcender. So he planned to let everyone in the school take the test. The moment he finished speaking, Ignis summoned out a massive stone tablet. The students, who had never seen anything like this before, were completely stunned. Tima shouted excitedly from the side, "Kale, did you hear that? We finally have a chance to become transcenders." After that, the students lined up one by one to take the test. But to everyone's surprise, the athletic prodigy who had broken the school record in his first year showed no sign of awakening at all. Could it be that awakening had nothing to do with athletic talent? Then one student after another stepped forward and touched the stone tablet. But even after more than a dozen students had tried, not a single one awakened. And right at that moment, the stone tablet suddenly changed. It was Rex, the school bully. He had actually awakened as a lightning-type elementalist. At that moment, Ignis's daughter Betty said, "Father, one finally appeared. The base stats of ordinary people at level 0 are all 5. Even after awakening, his total stats are only 12, but it's still better than nothing." The bully Rex immediately started showing off on stage. He was even wondering whether that old man had nothing to say to him. After all, he was the first transcender here. Before he could even say a word, Kale shoved him aside. Rex roared, "You brat, how dare you touch me with your filthy hands? Are you trying to die?" At that moment, the crowd below the stage was completely confused. Who was that guy? Did he just cut the line? Looks like it's Kale from Class 5. But he's done for now, because Rex just awakened, and now he's got his eyes on him. Even Betty on stage could sense the overwhelming emotion coming from Kale. Kale was different from the others, because deep in his heart, endless hatred toward the calamity beasts had already been carved in. The instant Kale's fingers touched the stone tablet, a furious Buddha statue slowly rose behind him. Right after that, a gigantic lotus suddenly bloomed across the sky. The scene was so shocking that some of the students were scared so badly they dropped to their knees. That's way too insane. It's even flashier than Rex's awakening. Timu and the pink-haired girl who had been with Kale earlier both cried out in shock. "Kale, was that you?" Ignis and his daughter on stage were stunned too. Could this be the phenomenon that only appeared when the rarest class of all, Anomaly, was born? It made them start wondering just how powerful Kale would be. But Rex, standing off to the side, was completely humiliated and enraged by what he was seeing. At that moment, Kale, sitting cross-legged inside the giant lotus, was also a little dazed. "Where am I? Have I already awakened?" System prompt. Kale, human, level, permanently fixed at 0. Class, anomaly, talent, nirvana. Whenever a skill is learned, a certain amount of attribute points will be gained, all debuffs will be removed, and full recovery will be achieved. Obtain Z-rank skill Omni Insight, which can learn counter skills by analyzing enemy skills. Current all attributes are 0. The moment he saw that, Kale instantly deflated. What kind of joke is this? Why are all my base stats 0? Then the system prompted him again. Learned Z-rank skill Omni Insight. Top tier talent Nirvana activated. All attributes increased to 200. Only then did Kale finally realize what was going on. As long as he used Omni Insight to learn an enemy's counter skill, Nirvana would boost his stats. Even if he could never level up, he could still keep getting stronger through this special method. But he was still confused. What level did more than 200 total attribute points actually compare to? Still, one thing was certain. At this moment, he had truly become a transcender. In front of the stone tablet, the giant lotus surrounding Kale suddenly bloomed open, and the burst of light forced every student below the stage to shut their eyes. Looking at Kale's imposing figure, Rex was furious. That bastard had actually stolen the spotlight that should have been his. And after seeing those stats, even Betty could barely believe this was what a rookie transcender was supposed to look like. As unbelievable as it was, there was no doubt that Kale was destined to become the strongest transcender. Because the data right in front of them showed, Kale, level 0, class anomaly, 200 in every attribute, for a total of 800 points. Everyone cried out in shock. No one had expected such a monstrous talent to come from their school. This was absolutely the kind of achievement that would be recorded in school history. Seeing his classmates cheering in excitement, the rage in Rex's heart only grew more violent. He could not accept that Kale had stolen the glory that should have been his. As a loser, you should stay a loser for the rest of your life. As he said that, he raised the lightning in his hand, pushed through the crowd below the stage, and charged straight at Kale in front of the stone tablet. Rex actually wanted to use the skill he had just learned to kill Kale on the spot. As the lightning rushed closer, system prompt, detected C-rank skill Silver Serpentine. Omni Insight activated. The current analysis rate is 27%. Right after that, the value jumped to 69%. At the exact moment the lightning struck, Kale's figure vanished in an instant. The crowd cried out again, where did Kale go? How did he just disappear? The moment those words were spoken, even Rex started frantically looking around. The next second, Rex realized his body could not move. In that instant, it hit him. Could he be behind me? At the same time, Kale, standing behind him, suddenly said, "You should be glad you were born human. If you were a calamity beast, I would have killed you 100 times already." Rex was so terrified that his legs gave out, and he dropped to the ground on the spot. Maybe because it was only a C-rank skill, Omni Insight analyzed it at an insanely fast speed. After the analysis reached 100%, Kale obtained the C-rank skill Lightning Heart. It turned out that every time a skill analysis was completed, Kale would be pulled into a separate dimensional space. System prompt, Thunder Serpent analysis complete. Obtain skill Lightning Heart. By actively using this skill, C-rank and lower lightning energy can be absorbed, and agility is temporarily increased by 50%. Each time one instance of C-rank lightning energy is absorbed, agility permanently increases by 5%. System prompt, Lightning Heart learned. All attributes increased by 10, all negative effects removed, and full recovery achieved. When Kale reappeared before Rex covered in lightning, everyone was stunned once again. Why is Kyle's whole body covered in lightning? That glow is even brighter than Dashi's. And on top of that, Kale's stats had increased again. Just then, rain suddenly began pouring from the clear sky. When everyone looked up, they realized something was falling from the heavens. It was a gigantic stone tablet wrapped in purple energy. Betty cried out in shock. How can a stone tablet appear here at a time like this? Then Ignis shouted, "Assembly dismissed. Everyone follow the emergency drill and evacuate the school immediately." Betty panicked. Shouldn't we run too? Fighting isn't exactly our specialty. But Ignis said, if even we run, everyone else will panic even more. And look, that boy is braver than we are. Following where her father was pointing, Betty saw it too. While everyone else was running away, Kale was moving against the crowd. Timu and the pink-haired girl who had been with Kale earlier were just about to drag him away and escape with him. Because in Timu's eyes, Kale had only just become a transcender. He should not be involved in this fight at all. He only needed to leave the calamity beasts to the other transcenders. But Kale said with absolute determination that they should trust him. And the moment he said that, the pink-haired girl's face instantly turned red. After that, she dragged Timu and ran out of the school. At that moment, as Kale looked at the gigantic stone tablet, his eyes actually showed almost ecstatic excitement. I never thought the first enemy I'd face after becoming a transcender would be the same kind that killed my parents. Looks like even heaven is on my side. As soon as he said that, tears slid down his face again. A level 8 Blackbone soldier, its entire body burning with blue flames, slowly emerged from the stone tablet. The moment Kale saw that terrifying figure, he immediately thought of the new skill he had just learned. With the speed boost from Lightning Heart, he leaped straight in front of the Blackbone soldier. This time, he absolutely would not let anyone die to these disgusting pieces of trash ever again. The violent power of lightning slammed directly into the Blackbone soldier's abdomen. With a single blast, the Blackbone soldier was sent flying backward on the spot. No one expected Kale to be this strong. With just one hit, he blasted that monster straight into the school building. But he had clearly only just awakened, while his opponent was a level 8 calamity beast. Even Ignis had not expected Kale's strength and speed to be on a completely different level from transcenders of the same rank. But even so, he still did not think Kale could defeat that Blackbone soldier, because those monsters had two extremely troublesome abilities. The first was a talent that strengthened their defense, and the second was Bone Fire, which could burn away anything it touched. Seeing this, Timu and the pink-haired girl immediately shouted Kale's name in panic. When Rex saw it, he burst out laughing. "Trash, you don't even know your own limits. Let it kill you." System prompt, detected skill Bone Fire, Omni Insight activated. The task panel that appeared in front of Kale's eyes instantly made him realize that every time he was hit by an enemy skill, Omni Insight's analysis speed would increase even more. Even Betty could not help worrying for Kale, because even a level 10 Transcender would have no chance of surviving if they took that attack head-on. At that moment, surrounded by deep blue Bone Fire, Kale murmured in a low voice, "So this is the pain you felt back then when your body was burning." Mum. That face from his memory slowly surfaced in Kale's mind. Kale raised the hand that had been burned down to white bone and pointed it straight at the Blackbone soldier. Analysis complete. You're done. The crowd, who had already thought all hope was lost, suddenly saw a blue lotus bloom again like a miracle. And Kale, standing inside the lotus, was also curious what kind of skill he would get this time. System prompt, Bone Fire analysis complete. Obtained Glacial Body. After activating the skill, a certain amount of mana will be consumed to continuously coat the body in ice, which can block fire-type skill damage of B rank and below. Passive effect, when blocking B rank and below fire attribute skills, defense increases by 10%. System prompt, Glacial Body learned. All attributes increased by 20, all debuffs removed, and all wounds fully healed. Although Kale's full force attack earlier still failed to break through the monster's defense, with his current attack power, it should be enough now. Right after that, the blue lotus suddenly began to contract. Everyone stared in disbelief. My god, he's actually still alive. How did he survive that? This is basically a miracle. Ignis and Betty were just as shocked. Could it be that Kale had top-tier healing abilities? But he had clearly used a lightning skill earlier. Anomaly was already the most mysterious class, and yet Kale was clearly beyond even their understanding. Even if his limbs were severed, or even if his brain was destroyed, he could still recover completely, which made Kale wonder just where the limit of his regenerative power really was. With a furious roar, the Blackbone soldier unleashed Bone Fire at Kale once again. At the exact moment the blue flames were about to reach him, Kale activated the skill he had just obtained, Glacial Body. This time, the Blackbone soldier's flames could no longer harm Kale at all, because a layer of black ice had already covered his entire body. That black ice looked like a suit of forged armor, completely sealing the scorching flames away from him. At that moment, Kale leaped into the air once more with the power of Lightning Heart. In the next second, a black greatsword infused with two different powers instantly extended from his hand. With a single slash, the level 8 Blackbone soldier, whose defense had seemed so overwhelming just a moment ago, was cut cleanly into two halves. The speed of that exchange was so insane that no one there could even keep up with what they had just seen. They could not understand how Kale had gotten behind the Calamity Beast in an instant. It was practically teleportation. As for Kale, as he looked at the glacial body fading from his own body, he could not help praising the skill. It could become solid armor to protect him, and it could also be shaped freely into any kind of weapon. It was basically a god-tier ability that handled both offense and defense. Just as Kale was lost in thought, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Kale. Timu excitedly threw an arm around his neck and shouted, "You brat, you scared me to death just now." Kale then asked, "Where's Yuna?" The Yuna Kale mentioned was the pink-haired girl from earlier. Only then did Timo suddenly react. Wait, why didn't Yuna come over with us? She looked like she was about to cry just now. But when Kale turned to look through the crowd, he could not find her anywhere. Could she be angry? At that moment, Ignis said to Betty beside him, "Betty, stay here and help handle the aftermath. And pass a message to the principal for me. Tell him I'm taking that boy away." Timo comforted Kale. "You already won, so there's no way Yuna would be mad. She was probably just scared of getting left too far behind by you, so she ran to the stone tablet first." And just then, a voice interrupted the two of them. "You're Kale, right?" Ignis slowly walked up in front of Kale. When the other students saw that, they immediately started whispering among themselves. Ignis is actually taking the initiative to talk to him? Don't tell me he wants to take Kale as his disciple? No way, right? The only student Ignis ever had was Tejal, the strongest man in history. So no matter how talented Kale is, there's no way that could happen. Seeing this, Timu tactfully said he would go look for Yuna first. Ignis spoke again. "You are very special. Because deep in your heart, you seem to be filled with anger and hatred. So I want to know why." Hearing that, Kale held nothing back and calmly told him his story. 10 years ago, my parents were killed by calamity beasts while protecting me. And I almost died there too. I only survived because a transcender saved me in the end. But right in front of my eyes, my mother was burned alive by the Blackbone Soldier's bone fire. After watching my parents die one after another, the only thing left in my heart was hatred. All of this was caused by it, the source of all evil. From that day on, I made a vow. In this life, I will kill every calamity beast in the world. After hearing that, Ignis continued, "If your heart is filled with hatred, then why do you still cry?" Kale said that from the moment he watched his mother die with his own eyes, his tears had already dried up, but his right eye still shed tears uncontrollably. Then Ignis asked Kale once again if he was willing to become his disciple. If Kale agreed, he would bring him into the Salvation Alliance and give him the power to gain a crushing advantage against the calamity beasts. And the so-called Salvation Alliance was an organization jointly established by the governments of the 5 major continents. It gathered powerful transcenders from all over the world and used more efficient, more scientific methods to fight the calamity beasts, while its members were known as saviors. On top of that, saviors enjoyed access to exclusive training grounds, powerful weapons, and generous salaries. Even an apprentice savior could receive 10,000 gold coins a month. Of course, those benefits were never free. They had to be earned by standing on the very front lines and protecting the people. In truth, Kale did not care at all about the salary or the resources Ignis mentioned. But if it meant he could stand on the front lines and truly fight the calamity beasts, then without question, he would choose to become a savior. Next, Ignis told Kale that every February, the Salvation Alliance held an exam called the Salvation Alliance National Championship. More than 10,000 people took part, and only the top 100 were qualified to become apprentice saviors. Hearing that, Kale only asked one question: what's the highest score in history? Even though that number did not have much practical reference value, Ignis still told him the record Tajal had once set, 15,000 points. And as long as Kale could reach 30% of that, he would pass. If he could reach 50%, that would already be enough to take first place. Tajal, wasn't that the strongest transcender Timu had mentioned before, the one called the Universal Light? Ignis continued, Tajal is a very special existence. Comparing yourself to him will only make people despair. But if you truly believe in yourself, then with your talent, you absolutely have a chance to stand at the same height as him. But what Ignis did not expect was that Kale's goal went far beyond that. Those words suddenly made Ignis remember a conversation he had once had with Tajal. Back then, Ignis had said to him, "You're becoming more and more famous now, and countless young people are desperately chasing after your footsteps." But Tajal replied, "If all they do is follow, we'll never win the war against the calamity beasts. One day, someone will appear who surpasses me. That person will rise like a new morning sun and replace the sun that has already set." And at that moment, Kale's words made Ignis realize that maybe the boy standing before him was exactly that newborn son Tajal had always been waiting for. After that, Ignis brought Kale to the front of a strange building, and when Kale saw it, he asked what it was. Ignis told him that the stone tablets falling from the sky were passages connecting this world to the world of the calamity beasts. If they only killed the calamity beasts without dealing with the stone tablets, then new calamity beasts would just keep pouring out endlessly. And the building in front of them was a facility specifically built to isolate those indestructible stone tablets. Transcenders regularly cleared out the calamity beasts that appeared from the tablets, and in this way, they could not only keep the scale of the calamity beast threat under control, but also use the place as a training facility. Of course, they usually called this kind of facility a gate, since the level and number of calamity beasts inside could not be controlled. The inside was often extremely dangerous. Especially this gate in front of them, where the imprisoned calamity beasts were unusually powerful. Because it had the highest death rate among beginner gates, it was also known as the Rookie Graveyard. And back then, Tajal cleared this place in 3 minutes and 14 seconds. So if Kale wanted to surpass Tajal, he would have to bring his time below 3 minutes. And as long as Kale could clear this place within 3 minutes, Ignis would officially accept him as a disciple. Next, Kale arrived at the registration desk for the gate, and the girl there asked him how many challengers there were this time. But Kale calmly said he was alone. The moment he said that, the whole area instantly fell silent. The girl thought Kale was joking, so she replied seriously, "That joke isn't funny at all. If you're just here to look around or flirt, that kind of trick won't work. This place is dangerous. In some situations, people can lose their lives here." What she said also made the people around them think Kale had simply treated this place like some kind of dating spot. But Kale looked at her and said calmly, "You've got the wrong idea. I'm not interested in you at all. I came here for one reason only, to challenge the gate." The girl held her forehead helplessly and said, "You really don't need to force yourself just to save face. I can give you my contact info, so please just hurry up and go home." Seeing that he clearly could not explain it any more plainly, Kale's expression instantly darkened. "Don't make me say it twice. I'm here to challenge the gate." Only then did the registration girl realize she had genuinely misunderstood him, and she quickly handed Kale a wristband. But the people around them still thought Kale was out of his mind. He was clearly only a level 0 rookie, yet he wanted to challenge a level 10 gate. That was no different from throwing his life away. Because for a transcender, talent was ultimately just an extra factor. The thing that mattered most was always level. If your level was too low, then even top-tier talent meant nothing. At that moment, Kale slowly walked up to the entrance of the gate. The wristband on his hand had already been registered with his personal information, so he only needed to scan it once to enter. As Kale reached out his hand, the broadcast above the gate rang out. "Transcender Kale, entry permission approved." Because he had promised Ignis earlier that he would finish the challenge within 3 minutes, Kale planned to go all out this time. The moment the gate opened, he immediately rushed inside. But before long, he discovered that the space inside was far larger than he had imagined. Right after that, he sensed the presence of calamity beasts. A level 4 wood spirit suddenly launched an attack at Kale. With one clean strike, Kale split the wood spirit in half with his axe. Looking at the axe blade formed from glacial body in his hand, Kale could not help praising it. When you're dealing with tree monsters, an axe really is the perfect tool. I just wonder what these monsters feel when they watch their own kind get chopped in half. At that moment, Betty, who had just rushed over from the school, could not help asking her father, "There were obviously so many gates suitable for beginners, so why did you have to bring him to this one?" But her father Ignis calmly replied, "Because that boy said he wanted to surpass Tajal. That's why I brought him to the very first gate Tajal ever challenged." But Betty still believed that unless someone had gone beyond the limits of humanity, surpassing Mr. Tajal was absolutely impossible. She had once seen Tajal kill a level 97 calamity beast in an instant with her own eyes. Even now, she still could not forget that look in his eyes back then. Detached, lonely, and transcendent. They were practically the eyes of a god. At that moment, Ignis suddenly said, "That boy has potential no less than Tajal's. Right now, he's still just an unpolished gem. And if Tajal is a god who saves humanity, then Kale is the exact opposite, a demon consumed by hatred." By then, Kale had already dealt with that group of wood spirits with ease. Enemies at this level were not even enough to trigger his Omni Insight. Right after that, another terrifying figure appeared behind him. He turned and brought his axe down in a savage slash. Looking at the wood spirit lying on the ground, already smashed into a bloody mess, he could not help wondering if level 10 calamity beasts were really only this threatening. System prompt: detected B rank skill, Verdant Revival. Omni Insight activated. In the next second, the wood spirit, which had already been reduced to pulp, started regenerating at an astonishing speed. Even Kale had not expected that even after half its head had been chopped off, it could still grow back. So sure enough, things were not going to be as easy as he had imagined. Just as the wood spirit's vines were about to coil around Kale, he activated Glacial Body and shattered all of them in one go. Kale instantly realized that if he wanted to kill the wood spirit for good, he had to deal overwhelming damage in an extremely short amount of time and leave it no chance to regenerate. As the analysis rate kept climbing, Kale's movements also became faster and faster. The axe in his hand came down in one clean motion and split the wood spirit in two on the spot. "If even this won't kill you, then I'll chop you into pieces so small you'll never grow back again." Right after that, Kale unleashed a storm of slashes onto the wood spirit's body, which had already been split in half. In an instant, the wood spirit's body was shredded into countless tiny splinters. Looking at the fragments scattered all over the ground, Kale thought this should finally be over. But keeping Glacial Body active for that long had already pushed his mana close to empty. And in the very next second, those shattered pieces started growing wildly all over again. Kale never expected that even after being cut that badly, it still had not died. But every time the wood spirit regenerated, Omni Insight's analysis speed rose even more. Kale could have cancelled Glacial Body completely, lowered his mana consumption, and then relied on Lightning Heart to keep dodging until the analysis finished. But there was barely any time left on the 3-minute limit now. So at this point, he could only activate both Lightning Heart and Glacial Body at the same time, maximize his attack efficiency, and force the enemy to keep regenerating, which would make Omni Insight analyze even faster. Even though continuing to use Omni Insight with his mana at 0 would very likely get him killed on the spot. He felt that if he really died here, then that only meant his strength had never amounted to more than this. Kale drove the axe forged from Glacial Body forward with both hands and slashed at the wood spirit once again. But to his surprise, the axe shattered the moment it collided. A fierce sense of frustration surged through him, and he could not help muttering, "Damn it. It looked like his mana had finally run dry. But at that exact moment, Kale's analysis rate reached 100%. Just like he had predicted earlier, activating Omni Insight did not require mana, so in the end, he still won this fight. As the blue lotus bloomed once more, the system prompted, Verdant Revival Analysis complete. Obtain Skill Lotus Burst. After activation, it deals explosive damage to enemies within a 5-meter area, with the power depending on how much mana is consumed. Passive effect, each time Lotus Burst kills a creature level 1 or higher, the skill's range increases by 1%. Right after that, the system prompted again that due to Nirvana's effect, all debuffs had been removed and all injuries had fully healed. Looking at the wood spirit in front of him with its terrifying regeneration, Kale suddenly brought both hands together. In an instant, a crimson lotus bloomed around his body. Under that terrifying power, the wood spirit was burned down to ashes on the spot. Seeing that, Kale could not help marveling at how ridiculous Lotus Burst power was. With only 1/3 of his mana consumed, it had already reached this level. It looked like clearing out weaker enemies would be much easier from now on. After the smoke and dust completely settled, Kale noticed a shining stone lying on the ground. At that moment, the woman in charge of registration was anxiously preparing to call for help, because it had already been nearly 3 minutes since Kale entered the gate, and she still had not seen him come out. And at that exact moment, a prompt suddenly appeared on the screen beside the gate. A new record has been set. Betty's face was full of disbelief. He actually cleared it, and in under 3 minutes too. Then Kale slowly walked out of the gate. Everyone was completely stunned. Look, he actually came out alive. Is that green liquid Calamity Beast blood? He was a full minute faster than Tejal. That was a level 10 Calamity Beast. How did he even do that? And that rookie is still level 0? There's no way this is real. Kale simply raised his head and looked at Ignis as he asked. So now I can officially receive your guidance, teacher, right? Ignis said with a satisfied smile. You did very well. Just as expected of my student. Only then did everyone finally realize that the person standing before them was already Ignis's student. No wonder he had been able to break Tejal's record. At that moment, the girl in charge of gate registration also handed Kale the reward for breaking the record, and she apologized for the things she had said to him earlier. Hearing that, Kale did not mind at all. For a level 0 rookie, challenging a gate like that would look reckless to anyone. You tried to stop me earlier because you were worried about me. So if anything, I should be thanking you. The moment he said that, the girl's face instantly turned red. At that moment, Betty turned back and called out to Kale, Kale, if you don't hurry up, we're leaving you behind. And don't get cocky just because you became Father's disciple. Ignis also added from the side, a gate at this level is still too easy for you. How about raising the difficulty a bit? With your current ability, you should already be able to challenge higher tier gates. You need to understand that level has never been the only thing that determines a Calamity Beast's strength. What really matters is species. Those species that act only on instinct and have no intelligence are relatively easier to handle. But some species have intelligence equal to humans, or even greater. Those are far more troublesome than ordinary Calamity Beasts. In essence, Transcenders and Calamity Beasts can almost be seen as the same kind of life form. But from what we currently know, only humans possess classes. In other words, differences in attributes come from species itself. So-called high-tier gates not only contain stronger Calamity Beasts, but also intelligent ones, and their difficulty is on a completely different level from what you've faced so far. Since most of the high-tier gates on the northern continent are concentrated in North District 4, that will be your next destination. Only then did Kale finally understand that all the Calamity Beasts he had defeated before had been mindless. In other words, they could not even feel pain. So he turned and asked Betty, if the Calamity Beast I run into has intelligence, then it should be able to feel pain too, right? Although Betty had no idea what kind of thought process this man had, she was still startled by the dangerous aura coming off him. After that, Kale opened the reward he had received for breaking the record. Looking at the gray crystal inside the box, he could not help frowning. Why does this thing look exactly like the one I saw before? Hearing Kale's question, Ignis immediately asked, You've seen a Karma Stone before? Kale answered, Yeah, after I defeated a Calamity Beast earlier, something like this dropped inside that gate too. It was just green, not the same color as this one. When Kale took out the green stone, Betty immediately showed a shocked expression. A mid-grade Karma Stone? How could something like that appear this early? As the name suggests, a Karma Stone was basically an experience stone. Whether it was a Calamity Beast or a Transcender, after death, their corpse would release an intangible substance called karma. You could also think of it as experience points, and once that experience was absorbed, the level would increase. Simply put, a Karma Stone was a stone that stored karma inside it. As long as someone used a Karma Stone, they could absorb the karma within, and that was also one of the ways to raise their level. But strangely enough, a mid-grade Karma Stone should never have appeared at this stage. However, Ignis said this was probably feedback from karma itself. Those words left both Kale and Betty confused. So Ignis explained it to them. Normally, the loser's karma is absorbed by the victor. But after Kale defeated 2 calamity beasts, he still never leveled up. In that case, the karma that should have been absorbed could not just disappear into nothing. The karma from the Blackbone soldier Kale defeated earlier at school could not dissipate, so in the end it was absorbed by the other transcenders who were there. But the inside of a gate is a closed environment. Since Kale was the only transcender inside, and he could not absorb karma, there was no other vessel for that karma to go into, so it condensed into physical form and eventually became a karma stone. In other words, an experience stone. Hearing that, Betty immediately asked Kale, "Can it really be that you have absolutely no way to level up? Then how did your attributes increase?" But before she could finish, Ignis directly cut her off. "Betty, did you forget what I told you before? A transcender's talent must never be revealed to anyone." The pressure coming off her father instantly scared Betty into lowering her head and apologizing. After that, Ignis looked at Kale again and continued, "As for that experience stone, whether you keep it or sell it is entirely up to you. But now I have to attend a Supreme Command meeting of the 5 continents, so I'll be leaving for a while. During that time, Betty will be responsible for looking after you. But before I go, there are several things you need to remember. First, our relationship must stay secret. Second, absolutely do not tell anyone your talent. Third, before I return, clear at least 6 high-tier gates. Fourth, if you believe something is right, then do it with everything you've got. No matter what happens, I'll be behind you." Kale solemnly agreed to his master's instructions. At that moment, inside the Flame Rock training grounds in North District 4, 2 trainees were angrily shouting at several men in suits and sunglasses. "We were obviously here first, so why won't you let us in?" But the other side coldly replied that the venue had already been reserved by young Master Leslie, so they should obediently go home today. But the 2 still refused to accept it and continued. "So what? Just because he has money, that makes him special? That guy isn't even here yet. And we were clearly first, right? If you still won't let us in, then we'll report you to the Transcender Guild." But before he could even finish speaking, the one talking was sent flying by a single punch from a giant muscular man. When the other person saw this, he did not hesitate at all and immediately attacked the muscle-bound man. However, when the hit landed on him, it was like punching solid steel and had absolutely no effect. He had never imagined that his B-rank skill, Spine of Earth, would be completely useless. Even though the muscular man was totally unharmed, his expression was still terrifyingly dark. He stretched out both hands and lifted the other man completely off the ground. Then he smashed his own head viciously into the man's face, and the opponent was instantly left covered in blood by that iron-headed monster. The people around them immediately started whispering. Those were level 7 or level 8 transcenders, and they got taken down instantly without even being able to fight back. That guy's Hank, right? He seems to be one of Leslie's 4 pillars, a level 12 metal elementalist. While gripping the other man by the throat, Hank coldly warned everyone there. "If anyone dares enter this gate without Lord Leslie's permission, I will punish them without mercy. Just like these 2 pieces of trash." After saying that, Hank casually threw the person in his hand away. And at that moment, Kale, who had just arrived, raised one hand and steadily caught the body flying toward him. That scene instantly caused an uproar among the crowd. "Kid, didn't you hear what he just said? Don't go sticking your nose into other people's business. You're just level 0 and you still dare step up? Are you tired of living?" That muscular man, Hank, also glared viciously at Kale and said, "Without Lord Leslie's permission, nobody is entering this gate. Newbie, if you don't want to end up like them, then hurry up and get the hell out of here." Betty was furious over this kind of private gate occupation and was already preparing to contact the administrator of North District 4. But Kale knew very well that the fastest way to clear the gate right now was to beat the man in front of him first. So Kale said to Betty, "No need to make it that complicated. I'll deal with him myself. Master said before that if I believe something is right, then I should do it with all my strength." Seeing Kale step forward without the slightest intention of backing down, Hank could not figure out what this guy in front of him even was. What was going on with that class and level? And why was he completely unafraid of facing him? Even though Hank inexplicably felt a trace of pressure from Kale, in his eyes, he still had the absolute advantage as a level 12 transcender. A gap in attributes was not something that could be closed so easily. But the moment Hank came back to his senses, he saw Kale already charging straight at him. With a loud bang, a single punch slammed hard into his face. Everyone was instantly stunned out of their minds. What is wrong with that level 0 guy? Even I'm level 8 and I couldn't see that speed at all. But Kale's punch had done absolutely nothing. Because in that moment, Hank had blocked the attack with metallization. Hank raised the arms that had already turned to metal and sneered, "Your speed really is impressive, but your strength seems a little lacking." At the exact moment Hank's 2 hands came crashing down. Kale had already retreated at top speed. At that moment, the system prompted, detected C-rank skill metallization. Omni Insight activated. A skill that could trigger Omni Insight? Kale immediately reminded himself that it looked like he needed to get a little more serious. Even if ordinary attacks could not break through the defense of the parts covered in metallization, he could still target the parts of the body that had not transformed yet. In the next second, Kale whipped out a kick, but even that was forcibly blocked by the opponent's metal arm. Still, that did not affect Kale's judgment in the slightest. In the very next instant, he used Lightning Heart to boost his speed once again. Before the rest of Hank's body had time to fully turn to metal, Kale instantly closed the distance and appeared right in front of him. Right after that, Kale's fists rained down on Hank's body like a storm. At the same time, Omni Insight's analysis rate began climbing rapidly. Everyone was completely dumbfounded by what they were seeing. What is up with that guy? How can he use skills from other classes too? And that speed is just ridiculous. The situation in front of him made it impossible for Hank to finish full-body metallization in time. He could not understand how a level 0 rookie could possibly be this fast. If this kept going, sooner or later he was going to get beaten down alive. That non-stop barrage of attacks was pounding him so hard he could barely catch his breath. A ruthless thought flashed through his mind, and he finally decided to use the method he had never fully mastered before. With a furious roar, the tattered clothes hanging off his body exploded apart from the pressure of his power. Now fully wrapped in metal, he revealed a savage grin at Kale. Thanks to you pushing me this far, I finally managed complete full-body metallization for the first time. Today, you'll be my very first test subject. You should know that any body part covered by metallization gains a 50% defense boost, and my talent increases my defense by another 50% as long as I stay still. In other words, my defense has now reached a full 500. At first, I only planned to cut you in half, but since you helped me develop this skill, I'm not going to let you die so easily. Seeing that, Kale suddenly laughed. If I'm guessing right, a full-body metallization state like that must burn through a huge amount of mana. Since you specialize in defense, your mana reserve probably isn't that high. Hank clearly had not expected a level 0 nobody to have such sharp judgment, and could only force himself to reply coldly, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" But Kale simply said flatly, "Relax. I'm not going to use some boring strategy like slowly draining all your mana before taking you down." System prompt, analysis rate has reached 100%. The moment Betty saw that blue lotus bloom again, she instantly understood that Kale was about to get stronger once more. As for everyone else, they all looked confused. A lotus? Is that really a skill a level 0 can use? But it doesn't even look offensive. Is he seriously planning to beat Hank with that? System prompt, metallization analysis complete. Obtain skill true piercing sphere. Active effect, fires a perfect sphere along a fixed trajectory. The sphere travels at a speed of 1 meter per second, pierces through all enemies in its path, and ignores their defense. Passive effect, every time the sphere defeats an enemy whose defense is higher than the user's own, its flight speed increases by 100%. Even Kale had not expected the skill he learned this time to be this absurd, actually capable of ignoring defense entirely. But the problem was that its flight speed was way too slow. Forget transcenders, even ordinary people could probably dodge it easily. In other words, the timing of when he used it would be unbelievably important. But right now, he did not need to worry about timing at all, because the idiot standing across from him had no intention of dodging. So with this one hit, Kale was going to personally shatter the defense Hank was so proud of. Right after that, as the blue lotus bloomed open, Kale raised one hand and pointed forward, and an energy sphere slowly condensed at his fingertip. Looking at Hank in front of him, he calmly said, "If you dodge now, it still might not be too late." Only then did the others finally realize that Kale's class was actually anomaly. I heard that's the most mysterious of the 4 major classes. But even so, can a skill from someone who isn't even level 1 really break through a level 12 metallization defense? Still, judging from his expression, this move probably isn't simple. But what no one expected was that true piercing sphere moved absurdly slowly. Everyone was instantly disappointed. No way, that's it? A tiny little ball crawling forward like a snail is supposed to be some powerful skill? When Hank saw this, he could not help bursting into laughter. You don't seriously think a trash little ball like this can force me to move and lose my talent bonus, do you? You're way too naive. If this is your trump card, then the way you die next is going to be ugly. However, the moment true piercing sphere actually touched his body, he let out a horrific scream. The arm the sphere touched disappeared on the spot. Looking at Hank collapsed on the ground and screaming endlessly, Kale just said calmly, "I already told you to dodge. But you should be glad you're human. If you were a calamity beast, I would have aimed for your neck." Then he turned to Hank's subordinates and coldly said, "What are you idiots still standing there for? Hurry up and take him to the hospital. And get the hell out of my sight." Those words scared the group so badly their faces went pale, and they hurriedly picked Hank up and fled in total disgrace. That insane reversal instantly fired everyone else up. That kid actually won. Nice one. Then two people immediately rushed out of the crowd, both trying to invite Kale to join their team before the other one could. Neither side would back down, and the two of them started arguing right there on the spot. But while they kept bickering, Kale had already started thinking about the passive effect of True Piercing Sphere. After arguing for a long time, the two of them finally turned to Kale together and asked which side he planned to join. But to everyone's surprise, Kale calmly said that he planned to go in alone. The moment those words came out, everyone around him froze. A level 0 rookie wants to solo an elite gate above level 15? Even if he did just beat Hank, isn't that way too arrogant? Betty, standing nearby, also frowned and said, "Every single calamity beast in that gate has defense on the same level as Hank's. Even though I know you have a move that can pierce defense, I'm still worried. Can your mana really handle that kind of drain?" Hearing that, Kale just told Betty not to worry. But the moment he said that, Betty's face turned red. "I only asked because father told me to, that's all. Don't get the wrong idea. I still have to go deal with the injured." Before leaving, she specifically reminded Kale that although the calamity beasts in this gate had no intelligence, they moved in packs, so he absolutely had to watch his mana consumption. After that, Kale raised his wristband and opened the gate. Looking at the swarms of calamity beasts in front of him, Kale's expression turned a little more serious. Their numbers really were even more absurd than he had imagined. As expected of an elite gate, the levels and attributes of the calamity beasts inside were already on a completely different level from before. Looking at the calamity beasts charging straight toward him, Kale only had one thought right now: to use them to stack the passive effect of True Piercing Sphere. A pitch-black orb slowly emerged from inside a purple lotus, at the exact moment that Calamity Beast was about to rush in front of Kale. True Piercing Sphere punched a bloody hole straight through its body. System prompt: True Piercing Sphere flight speed increased by 100%. Everything happened exactly as Kale expected. Although the surrounding Calamity Beasts had no intelligence, once they realized one of their own had been killed, they all let out furious roars. But instead of being alarmed, Kale grew even more excited, because these things were slow and almost never dodged. They were basically the perfect targets for stacking the passive effect of True Piercing Sphere. After that, the system prompts started going off non-stop, and True Piercing Sphere's flight speed kept rising. But based on the amount of mana Kale had left, he could use this skill at most 2 more times. But right at that moment, 2 more Calamity Beasts charged at him at the same time, while the leader of the pack still had not shown itself. So Kale decided to use one True Piercing Sphere to take out both enemies in front of him at once. At the exact moment the 2 monsters were about to pounce on him, Kale suddenly leaped upward, using the momentum to make them crash violently into each other. Taking that opening, he immediately prepared to fire the True Piercing Sphere in his hand. A tiny sphere instantly pierced through the 2 Calamity Beasts whose defenses were absurdly high. After that, Kale checked the information panel for True Piercing Sphere. At this point, the skill's flight speed was already fast enough to catch enemies that were running. But just as Kale was thinking that, a giant boulder suddenly came crashing down from above him. With a massive boom, the ground was smashed to pieces on the spot. What appeared before him was a granite golem so huge it was almost ridiculous. Although Kale barely avoided the hit with the speed boost from Lightning Hard, when he looked at the granite golem's enormous body, a trace of surprise still flashed through his eyes. With the amount of mana he had left now, he could only fire one more True Piercing Sphere at most. Would that really be enough to kill a monster on this level? Right after that, Kale decided to test its head first. Maybe if he hit a vital point, he could bring it down in one strike. In the blink of an eye, a tiny True Piercing Sphere pierced straight through the granite golem's skull. But the problem was that the monster's body was simply too massive, while True Piercing Sphere itself was far too small, so that hit failed to deal any decisive damage at all. In the next second, the granite golem slammed a punch down at Kale's position. He knew very well that he no longer had time to dodge completely, so he decisively activated Glacial Body and took the hit head-on. But even so, that punch still sent him flying back several meters. Only then did Kale realize that this absurdly huge monster in front of him was even more troublesome than he had imagined. System prompt: detected B-rank skill Granite Assimilation. Omni Insight activated. At that moment, Kale finally understood. So this monster had only become that huge because of a skill. If that was the case, then this fight had actually just gotten a lot easier. Meanwhile, elsewhere in North District 4, a burly man in a suit showed a hint of surprise after getting a phone call. He immediately turned and reported it to the man sitting in front of him. He had just received word that someone had actually beaten Hank and then forced their way into the gate. Hearing that, the man on the sofa crushed the red wine glass in his hand on the spot. What the hell is Hank doing? Doesn't he always brag that nobody under level 30 can break his defense? Or are you telling me the one who beat him was a level 30 transcender? But the burly man in the suit continued. Lately, the number of falling giant stones has risen dramatically. So almost every transcender above level 30 is out handling those incidents right now. It's basically impossible for any of them to have time to show up here. And the main challengers at the Flame Rock training grounds are mostly beginners around level 10. But before he could finish, the man directly shut him down. He said coldly, "There is no way a level 10 transcender could beat Hank." Hearing that, the burly man in the suit immediately said he would verify the details right away. But the man waved a hand and stopped him. "No need. I'll go see for myself. I want to know exactly who dares ignore my orders and even hurt one of my men. I'll make him regret crossing the Leslie family." Meanwhile, inside the Flame Rock training grounds, Kale's Omni-Insight analysis rate had already reached 100%. But this time, after Omni-Insight finished analyzing, it did not give him a new skill. Instead, it directly upgraded True Piercing Sphere to level 2. And this upgrade changed the skill's effect. Its active effect became the ability to spend extra mana to adjust the size of the sphere. As for the passive effect, the original 100% flight speed increase after a kill was directly raised to 200%. That instantly made Kale eager to test the upgraded effect. In the next second, he poured every bit of the mana he had just recovered into True Piercing Sphere without holding back. In an instant, that originally tiny energy sphere swelled to an enormous size. With a single boom, the giant granite golem was blasted into a storm of rubble on the spot. Even Kale himself froze for a second at the sight. He even started wondering if he had overdone it a little. Because he had never expected that a sphere powered by all his mana would grow to such an outrageous size. At that moment, True Piercing Sphere's flight speed had already risen to 7 meters per second. If he cleared this gate 2 more times, then its launch speed would probably get close to the speed of a car. Even Kale had to marvel at how terrifying the passive effect of the skill was. Right after that, he thought about Lotus Burst Passive 2, the one that increased the range of the skill. If that was the case, then did that also mean the effective flight distance of True Piercing Sphere would increase along with it? If Lotus Burst's passive kept stacking, then maybe one day he really could kill Calamity Beasts directly from several thousand meters away, or even tens of thousands. As Kale completed the clear, the record outside the gate refreshed once again. The people waiting outside were too shocked to even speak. 3 minutes and 1 second? How is that even possible? That level 0 guy is actually this strong? Even Betty could not hide her shock after seeing Kale break Tagel's record yet again. But as Kale stepped out of the gate, his eyes landed on a butterfly beside Betty, and his face filled with confusion. Betty then explained that it was her spirit, Jade Butterfly. Seeing that, Kale reached out and gently touched the butterfly. It was his first time seeing a spirit, so of course he found it a little fascinating. Then Kale asked Betty what classes transcenders actually had. Betty was clearly surprised by the question. She did not expect Kale to know so little about something that basic. She told Kale that transcender classes were broadly divided into 4 categories, and he had already seen 3 of them. The first type was elementalists, who controlled the 7 major elements. This was also one of the most common classes, and one of the classes with the highest baseline combat power. For example, Rex from school earlier had awakened as a lightning element elementalist, and Hank, whom they met afterward, was a metal element elementalist. The second type was spirit masters, who could summon spirits to fight for them. And from the moment a spirit was born, it would stay by its master's side at all times. At this point, Betty asked Kale if he had any other questions so far. Hearing that, Kale directly asked why her own level was actually lower than her spirit's. Betty explained, sounding a little annoyed, that spirits also absorbed experience and leveled up, so it was not strange at all for them to be a higher level than their masters. Those words immediately made Kale think of something else. In that case, when fighting a spirit master, wouldn't it be more efficient to just attack the user directly? Seeing that Betty did not answer that, Kale instead asked what the remaining 2 classes were. After a moment of silence, Betty continued, saying that the third class was the one with the least available information and also the most mysterious category right now. That was Kale's class, Anomaly. What made this class the most mysterious was that every anomaly had different abilities, just like Kale's Blue Lotus. Other anomalies had equally bizarre powers. Some could change the size of their bodies at will. Some could create nearly infinite clones, and some could even stretch and contract their bodies like rubber. Among ordinary classes, skill ranks were usually divided into 4 grades from C to S, but Anomaly was different. What they possessed were Z-rank skills, powers that existed outside the current system. The reason anomalies were considered special beings was exactly because of these unique, exclusive skills. If an enemy ever figured out that kind of ability, then an anomaly's greatest weapon would basically be exposed. That was exactly why Ignis had scolded Betty earlier when she asked Kale about it. But even so, Kale still counted as strange even among anomalies. Because from Betty's point of view, Kale could already use at least 3 skills, and 2 of them were abilities that should have belonged only to elementalists. But Kale clearly did not want to keep discussing the details of his own abilities with Betty. So he deliberately changed the subject and asked what the last class was, and why he had not seen it even once so far. But Betty had obviously seen right through him, so she simply said that once he saw it with his own eyes, he would naturally understand. Seeing that she refused to explain, Kale raised a hand and pointed into the distance, saying he still wanted to farm the gate a few more times. But Betty told him that gates had cooldown periods, and this one in particular had an especially long cooldown. At the earliest, it would still take 2 days before he could enter it again. Hearing that, Kale instantly understood. No wonder that Leslie Guy had been monopolizing this gate the whole time. But since he could not keep stacking true piercing spheres passive here, he might as well go improve Lotus Burst first. So Kale asked Betty whether there was any gate with an especially large number of calamity beasts. Hearing that question, Betty thought for a moment, and then actually came up with one place: Locust Swarm Tide. The calamity beasts there were not especially high level, but their numbers were absolutely terrifying. Conservatively speaking, there would be at least 100 locust-type calamity beasts. A lot of transcenders would lose their nerve the moment they saw numbers like that. So what exactly are you planning to do without an area of effect skill? Hearing that, Kale just smiled and said of course he was going. But Betty still replied with a worried look, someone like you without an AoE skill is definitely going to suffer badly the moment you go in. When the people around them heard that, they were instantly shocked too. That guy was actually going to Locust Swarm Tide? If Leslie found out what happened to Hank, he would definitely come in person, so everyone had better keep their distance. And when Leslie arrived at the Flame Rock training grounds, he discovered that the place was already completely empty. From when that happened until now, it's only been 30 minutes. Don't tell me that guy already cleared this gate? The bald burly man beside him also felt that was absurd, but the facts seemed to say otherwise, so he asked Leslie what they should do next. Leslie said coldly, as long as that guy used a skill, he's bound to have left traces of mana behind. After saying that, he ordered the bald strongman to contact Bloodhound for tracking. He was determined to make the person who dared toy with him pay the price. Meanwhile, in some dark corner, a man was filled with regret, regretting why he had accepted this assassination mission in the first place. He had never imagined that someone that strong would be by Leslie's side. If he had not mastered Earth escape techniques, he probably would have died in their hands long ago. But now that he had already escaped all the way here, he should be safe, right? Yet just as he was thinking that, a hound suddenly sprang out from behind him and lunged at him at terrifying speed. The hound bit down on everything below his neck in a single snap. Right after that, a man slowly walked out as well and coldly told him to say his final words. That person could not understand how they had found him at all. But the man only said indifferently that his nose was very sharp, because he had smelled death on them. Seeing that, the man instantly started begging in terror, hoping to be spared. But the man shook his head. Can't do that. Mr. Leslie would be angry. Besides, the Grim Reaper hasn't had meat in a long time. The moment he finished speaking, he gave the hound an order. As soon as that command fell, the hound began tearing the man apart like it had gone mad. Afterward, the hound's level also increased because of it. Right after that, he received a phone call, so he calmly informed the person on the other end that his side had already been handled. What he did not expect was that the news from the other side was that Hank had been seriously injured by someone. The moment he learned that new prey had appeared, he immediately called for his spirit and went after the trail. Meanwhile, Kale had just arrived at the entrance to the gate known as Locust Swarm Tide. Looking at the scene in front of him, he could not help feeling confused. Could that many locust-type calamity beasts really be hiding in this endless wheat field? Hearing that, Betty told him that when calamity beasts invaded this world, they often prioritized environments they preferred for survival, so judging the type of calamity beast by the environment was one of the basic skills every transcender needed to master. Right after that, Betty continued a little frustrated, saying that because the danger level of this gate was simply too high, the access platform had been dismantled at the suggestion of certain people. But even so, Kale still did not quite understand why it had to be dismantled to this extent. Betty explained that in an ordinary gate, if you could not win, you could at least choose to retreat. But here, that was simply impossible, because the number of calamity beasts was way too high, and they were extremely aggressive. With even the slightest mistake, you would be completely surrounded by swarms of locusts. And then they would eat you alive until nothing was left. Hearing that, Kale became even more certain that the number of calamity beasts here had to be massive. Just thinking about it gave him a faint sense of excitement. Seeing the look on his face, Betty thought he was in a hurry to go get himself killed. But Kale simply said calmly that he was not so weak he would get eaten to death by a bunch of bugs. After saying that, he walked straight into the gate without looking back, under Betty's worried gaze. Betty's eyes were full of worry, and all she could do was quietly say that she had already warned him about everything she could, and if anything really happened, then it could only be counted as Kale's own choice. But in the very next second, Betty suddenly remembered the special trait of the locust-type calamity beasts here. They would keep regenerating endlessly as long as the leader did not die. Yet before she could rush in and warn Kale, an unusual disturbance suddenly came from behind her.
A man was walking toward her step by step with a wolf at his side.
The man wore a strange smile, and his tone was especially flippant. "Miss, I'm looking for someone right now." At that moment, Kale, who had just entered the inside of the gate, also discovered that the place was even more desolate than he had imagined. He clapped his hands on purpose to make noise, wanting to lure all those annoying pests out. To his surprise, the levels of these creatures were absurdly low, but that happened to perfectly satisfy the passive growth condition of Lotus Burst. Looking at the dense swarm of locusts filling his field of vision, Kale could not help sighing at just how ridiculous the numbers were. In the next second, he prepared to activate Lotus Burst. Kale could not help feeling that calamity beasts with absurd numbers that like to bunch together were practically made for him to farm passive stacks. At the exact moment that swarm of locust-type calamity beasts was about to pounce on Kale, Kale directly detonated Lotus Burst. Along with a thunderous explosion, the system kept prompting over and over that Lotus Burst's passive effect was rising continuously, and the range of all skills was expanding. Even Kale himself had not expected that a single explosion would raise the range boost all the way to 110%. Against cannon fodder on this level, he suddenly felt that using just 10% of his mana output should already be enough. So after a rough estimate, based on his current remaining mana and his combat recovery speed, he figured he could probably release around 10 more Lotus Bursts like this. Even if each one only killed 100 of them, he would still be able to raise the range of all his skills to 1000%. If only this gate had no cooldown, it really would have been perfect. But right then, Kale suddenly sensed that something was wrong. After that last wave of attacks, the system had not shown a challenge completion prompt. System prompt: detected C-rank skill Mother's Edict. Omni Insight activated. That also caught Kale a little off guard. He had not expected a special existence like a survivor to actually be hiding in a place like this. And in the next second, the densely packed locust swarm charged at him once again. So Mother's Edict was the boss skill here? Only then did Kale realize that he really had been a little careless just now. He had originally thought this place was nothing but a bunch of fodder mobs. But the problem was that even now, he still had not found a single trace of the boss. So he first used Glacial Body to cover himself in a layer of armor, and then activated Lotus Burst once again. The result was exactly the same as before. Lotus Burst's range bonus increased by another 110%. Kale had not expected that even after blasting over 200 small monsters to death, the boss hiding in the dark still refused to show itself. And somewhere underground, an evil locust was continuously hatching new offspring among densely packed insect eggs. Then those newly born locust-type calamity beasts kept crawling up through the cracked ground. At this point, Kale could still release Lotus Burst 9 more times. So no matter how many times these locust-type calamity beasts respawned, he planned to keep blowing them apart until not a single one was left. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. By the 9th time, the range bonus Kale had stacked through Lotus Burst had already reached 990%. But the things in front of him still seemed endless, continuing to pour out of the ground like mad. Although he could choose to temporarily withdraw from the gate and come back after Omni Insight finished its analysis, that kind of move, in Kale's eyes, was something only third-rate trash would do. So in the next second, Kale raised his hand again and released another Lotus Burst. After this blast completely wiped out the locust swarm, his mana was finally drained dry, yet the number of those monsters still showed no sign of dropping at all. And it was at that moment that Kale suddenly noticed something. From the very first wave onward, every single calamity beast here had only been level 1, and their bodies were tiny, like they had only just hatched. At that moment, he finally understood. That thing's true ability was probably infinite reproduction. As long as he did not find and kill the leader's real body, everything he was doing was completely pointless. Although Kale's mana had now been fully exhausted, Omni Insight's analysis was finally complete as well. System prompt: Mother's Edict analysis complete. Obtains skill mana radar. Active effect: continuously consumes mana to sense mana flow within a 100-meter radius. Affected by Lotus Burst passive bonus, the current sensing range has expanded to 1,100 meters. When an enemy unit is detected, restores 10% of the user's mana. That instantly brought a smile to Kale's face. He had not expected that what he gained this time would actually be a detection skill. With Lotus Burst's passive boosting it, the range of this ability had already shot past 1,000 meters, and every time it detected an enemy, it also restored his mana. Getting a skill like this at a moment like this was almost too perfect. For a second, Kale even felt like leaving the boss alive and just continuing to farm the smaller monsters sounded pretty tempting. But he also did not want to keep Betty waiting outside too long, so in the end, he decided to finish clearing the gate first. So he raised a hand, lightly touched his forehead, and activated Mana Radar. As the sensing range continued to spread, he finally locked onto that thing's location. So you were hiding here. Kale raised his hand and pointed directly toward where it was hiding. In an instant, purple and black energy rapidly gathered in front of him. And under the boost from Lotus Burst's passive, True Piercing Sphere's flight distance had now increased to 20 meters. The moment the energy sphere pierced through the ground, a locust boss the size of half a human body suddenly burst out from underground. But in an instant, Kale had already flashed behind it. Checkmate. In the next second, Kale smashed the locust boss into pieces with a single blow. After losing their leader, the remaining locust swarm instantly fell into total chaos. But they did not need to panic for long, because Kale was about to personally send them to meet their mother. After one more explosion, the range bonus on all of Kale's skills was finally stacked up to 1,210%. This trip into the gate had given him ridiculously huge rewards. He had even already decided that once this gate's cooldown was over, he would definitely come back and stack Lotus Burst's passive into the 5-digit range. Then the gate entrance displayed a new prompt, new record achieved, time used, 17 minutes and 7 seconds. Even Kale himself had not expected that this run would take that long. Although he knew that after he got back, Betty would most likely still put on that cold expression. He also knew very well that deep down, Betty was both kind and thoughtful, she was just bad at showing it. But what Kale never expected was that the moment he stepped out of the teleport gate connected to the dungeon, the scene waiting for him would be this. A man was clutching Betty tightly by the throat and coldly said to Kale, "You're the one young master Leslie has been looking for, right? The one who can enter this gate alone and come back out without a scratch?" Then he went on, saying that he had originally only wanted to force information about her companions out of this woman. But even after being pushed this far, she still had not said a single word. She had more backbone than most men. Hearing that, Kale's gaze instantly turned cold, and he said in a deep voice that the man should take that filthy hand off Betty. If he did it now, Kale could still spare him. But the man laughed wildly like he had just heard a joke. He simply could not understand what gave a mere level 0 nobody the nerve to say something like that. Yet in the very next second, Kale had already rushed in front of him in an instant. Shocked by Kale's outrageous speed, the man quietly called out, "Seeker." In the next moment, a huge hound suddenly blocked Kale's path. System prompt, detected B-rank spirit death-seeking black hound. Omni Insight activated. At that moment, Kale finally understood. So this hunting dog was actually a spirit. In other words, the class of the man in front of him was Spirit Master. The man was also startled by the speed Kale had just shown, and he finally understood why even Hank had gone down here. That guy probably had not even had time to activate full metallization. But even so, he still had Seeker, and he also had Betty as a hostage. As the hand around Betty's throat tightened more and more, Kale's expression slowly grew darker. And in the next second, the hound called Seeker suddenly broke free from Kale's grip. Seeing that, the man instantly grinned. After all, Seeker's bite force was enough to crush any enemy with defense below 300. But what he did not expect was this. Kale blocked the bite with Glacial Body while at the same time gathering an energy sphere in his hand. In a single instant, he pierced straight through Seeker on the spot. Watching the power around Kale's body gradually fade, the man's face filled with confusion. Could this guy really be such a rookie that he did not even know something that basic? Spirits could naturally revive, and Seeker also possessed the B-rank skill Death Seeker, which greatly shortened its resurrection time. But Kale had already activated Mana Radar, and without even turning his head, he kicked the hound flying away. In truth, the only thing Kale was thinking about at that moment was this: if the Blue Lotus appeared the moment the analysis finished, the other side would definitely start suspecting something. At this point, the man was even more shocked. Kale's speed and strength were already monstrously absurd, and now he even had a detection skill. That meant there was no longer any chance of landing a sneak attack. The hand around Betty's throat tightened further and further as he coldly warned Kale that if he dared resist again, this woman's life was over. Faced with that situation, Kale was still thinking about how to stop the Lotus from appearing. Right after that, the system prompted that Omni Insight's analysis was complete, and he had obtained Spirit Devourer. Its active effect was that after making contact with a B rank or lower spirit, he could devour it and make it his own. His current devour limit was 2. Even Kale had not expected that his own will really could cancel the appearance of the Blue Lotus. But he quickly discovered that the price of skipping the Blue Lotus was losing the ability to remove debuffs and restore himself to full condition. Still, he had already recovered once inside the gate earlier, so his current condition was still close to full. Then Kale condensed a small lotus in his hand. With a single palm strike, he pressed it onto the man's spirit, Seeker. Using the instant that small lotus shattered, Kale kicked it flying away in one blow. The man simply could not understand how the spirit he had fed so much experience to could be this useless. He nervously shouted at Kale, "If you resist again, I'll snap this woman's neck immediately." Betty, already badly injured, trembled as she told Kale not to worry about her. But Kale slowly raised both hands, telling the man not to hurt Betty anymore. The man let out a cold snort. "If you'd behaved like this from the beginning, this woman wouldn't have had to suffer so much." Seeing that, Kale asked why he was targeting him when they had no grudge against each other. Although Chase knew Kale was trying to pry information out of him, he figured the guy would be meeting young Master Leslie soon enough anyway, so he answered. Young Master Leslie had been furious that Kale entered a gate in North District 4 without permission, so he had ordered Chase to come capture him. Kale had not expected it to be Leslie again. Then he said he would personally go meet him and settle this once and for all. Looking at Kale, Chase said, "You'll be seeing him very soon, except it'll be after your body's been torn to pieces. And if you still care about this woman's life, then this time don't use that strange ice of yours to protect yourself." Then he gave Seeker an order, planning to have it tear Kale's legs to shreds on the spot. But at that moment, Kale suddenly said, "Seeker, go prove yourself." The hound Seeker instantly bit off Chase's left hand, the one holding Betty. And Kale, using lightning heart, caught Betty's falling body in his arms. For a moment, Chase was shocked beyond belief. He simply could not understand why his own spirit had attacked its master. But Kale looked at Seeker, with a lotus mark now appearing above its head, and calmly said in approval, "Well done. From now on, I'm going to repay the pain Betty suffered 1,000-fold onto you." This scene terrified Chase so badly that he immediately blurted out that he had only been following young Master Leslie's orders and had no other choice. He even offered to act as bait and help Kale lure Leslie out. Just as Kale was thinking that the proposal actually did not sound too bad, a flash of viciousness suddenly crossed Chase's face, which had been full of fear just a second ago. Then he fired a hidden arrow on the spot. The arrow sliced a bloody line across Kale's cheek, but Kale simply gave a cold order with a blank expression. "Seeker, make him suffer the same pain Betty suffered." That instantly made Chase regret what he had just done, and he hurriedly tried to explain in terror that his hand had only slipped, begging Kale to give him one more chance. Looking at the spirit that had once belonged to him, he kept pleading, insisting that he was its real master. But before he could finish speaking, Seeker pounced on him once again. And at that exact moment, Kale suddenly spoke toward the empty surroundings. "You've been watching me ever since I came out of the gate, haven't you? So how much longer are you planning to hide? Why not come out already?" After Kale said that, a figure slowly stepped out of the wheat field not far away. Killing intent surged in Kale's eyes as he coldly demanded to know whether this man was an accomplice of the guy from before. The man hurriedly denied it, saying that he was not Kale's enemy. Hearing that, Kale turned and started walking in another direction, saying he had no time to waste on him, and telling Seeker to catch up after it was done eating. The man had not expected that even a hound that powerful would obey Kale's orders, and he immediately thought to himself that maybe this person really could save him. So he quickly followed at Kale's side, gave a brief introduction of himself, praised Kale's fight just now as incredible, and then cautiously asked whether Kale was the mysterious person who had defeated Hank earlier. Then he asked Kale for a favor, saying he was willing to pay. If Kale agreed, he could even offer a mana stone or a weapon. But seeing that Kale paid him absolutely no attention, he immediately began wondering to himself, wasn't it supposed to be that as long as you paid enough, people would help? Had that old man lied to him? Then he remembered a few more words from the old man. In the desert, a cup of water could be worth more than treasure. Giving a blade to someone seeking revenge, or medicine to someone who was injured, that was what it really meant to help at the right time. The moment he thought of that, he instantly understood. Then he shouted loudly toward Kale ahead of him. "You came here on foot, right? You can't move fast while carrying an injured person, and the nearest hospital is still dozens of kilometers away. If you keep going at this pace, that woman is definitely going to die. And just so happens, I have a way to save her." Kale was clearly caught by those words, and he turned to ask, "Is that true?" The man answered, "I can't heal her completely, but I can definitely keep her alive." After that, he wrapped Betty's body with the bandages in his hands and explained that this was a rare piece of equipment made from bandages once worn by the Shadow Clan and the skin of the Wood Spirit Clan. When Kale asked in confusion what equipment was, the man smiled and said, "Judging by your level, you probably only awakened recently, so it's not strange that you don't know. Since modern weapons are completely useless against calamity beasts, some craftsmen started using stone tablets and special body parts from calamity beasts to create equipment specifically for fighting them. and equipment is divided into 4 grades based on material and performance: common, rare, epic, and legendary. Among them, common equipment isn't much different from ordinary weapons, except that it can actually harm calamity beasts and transcenders. Rare equipment can boost certain attributes of the user. Epic equipment not only boosts stats, but also comes with special effects. And as for the final category, legendary equipment is the ultimate goal of every craftsman. Every single piece is one of a kind, and each comes with massive stat boosts and powerful effects. Even though craftsmen themselves may not always have great combat strength, they're respected by all transcenders precisely because they can forge equipment, and because there are so few of them. Afterward, he told Kale that across all 5 continents, there were currently only 10 craftsmen capable of forging legendary equipment, and his father was one of them. In fact, his father had personally forged 3 legendary pieces. He was honored throughout the world as the king of craftsmen of the northern continent, because he had grown up surrounded by the equipment his father forged. He had always dreamed that one day he too would become a transcender, and then, carrying equipment forged by his father himself, he would go fight the calamity beasts. But when he finally awakened and asked his father for a piece of equipment, his father rejected him on the spot. His father said that only saviors were qualified to use his equipment. Even though the man begged over and over, his father only gave him one condition in the end: if he passed this year's savior preliminaries, then he would personally forge a piece of equipment for him. Originally, with such an amazing father, it should have meant plenty of people would want to team up with him. But his father said that only passing the preliminaries through his own ability would count. However, based on the information he had gathered, most of the capable contestants had already been bought off by Leslie, while the ones left were either lone wolves who hated teaming up or people who already had fixed teams. So after hearing 2 days ago that someone had defeated Hank, one of Leslie's 4 heavenly kings, he started searching everywhere for clues, and in the end he finally found Kale. Although Kale did not mind teaming up with him at this point, the most important thing right now was still getting Betty to the hospital first. So Kale picked up Betty, whose whole body was wrapped in bandages, while that guy chose this exact moment to start seriously thinking about a team name. That scene suddenly made Kale think of Yuna and Timu. By now, they should have awakened too, but he had no idea whether they would be joining this year's preliminaries. And at that moment, somewhere else, Timo suddenly sneezed. Yuna asked if Timo had caught a cold, but he said it was probably because someone was talking about him behind his back, and 9 times out of 10, it was Kale. The moment Kale was mentioned, Yuna thought about how a long time had already passed since that last incident, and she could not help wondering how Kale had been doing lately. Hearing that, Timu laughed at her and said she was really strange. Since she was so worried about Kale, why had she not gone to see him herself after the calamity beasts were defeated last time? The moment those words came out, the shy Yuna immediately fired a skill at him. Snapping back to reality, Timu instantly shouted, "Yuna, that sneak attack was way too dirty, wasn't it?" But Yuna replied in a perfectly serious tone, "This is practical combat training right now. If you got hit, that only means you were careless. Teacher, wouldn't you agree?" The burly half-mechanized man standing beside them spoke up. "The Salvation Alliance National Tournament preliminaries start the day after tomorrow. This is not the time for you two to be fooling around." Hearing that, both of them were instantly fired up with fighting spirit. Elsewhere, the man slowly picked up the experience stone from the box. While asking the suited man beside him, "Where did Bloodhound go? He's rarely late." The suited man replied in a low voice that maybe something unexpected had happened. In the next second, the man crushed the experience stone in his hand, feeling only that his subordinates were becoming more and more useless one after another. Hearing that, the suited man cautiously asked whether he should send more people over. But the man waved him off and said to leave it alone, because the preliminaries were the most important thing right now. If he lost again this time, the old man would lock him back in that damned confinement room. Then he asked the suited man how the matter he had assigned earlier was going. The suited man answered that among the 3,113 contestants on the northern continent this time, he had already successfully convinced 887 to cooperate, and every single one of them was above level 5. Seeing that, the man praised him with satisfaction, saying he had done an excellent job and truly was the person he trusted most. After that, he crushed the last experience stone as well. In the next instant, Leslie's level rose to 12. On the hospital rooftop, Kale spoke apologetically to the figure who had just teleported in front of him. "I'm sorry, Master. Betty got hurt this badly because I dragged her into this." But Ignis did not blame Kale. He only asked calmly what Kale planned to do next. If Kale wanted, Ignis could handle the matter himself. Hearing that, Kale refused Ignis's help without the slightest hesitation, saying that he would settle this personally. Ignis seemed somewhat pleased by Kale's resolve, and only told him to report the full details afterward once everything was dealt with. After returning to the hospital room, Abelia's eyes were full of shock and disbelief. He had never imagined that the commander of the northern continent was actually Kale's master. No wonder Kale had shown almost no reaction earlier when Abelia mentioned his father. At that moment, Kale told his master that he would be participating in the Salvation Alliance tournament preliminaries together with Abelia. Betty, lying in the hospital bed, also thanked Abelia, saying that thanks to his rare divine artifact, combined with Jade Butterfly's healing, she had now fully recovered. Hearing that, Ignis looked at Abelia behind him and said, "You possess that rare divine artifact forged by Aethan, the tree spirit bandages. That means you are his son, correct?" Abelia had not expected that Ignis would not only recognize the artifact, but even know his father. That instantly made him feel like he also had to do something worthy of his father's name. So he straightened his chest and proudly declared, "That's right, I am Aiden's father." The moment those words came out, everyone in the room fell silent. At that point, Kale could not help reminding him that he might have gotten the relationship backward. Only then did Abelia grab his head in embarrassment and say, "Sorry, Aiden is my father." Ignis gave 2 dry coughs, forcefully cutting off that painfully awkward moment, and said that no matter what, it was Abelia who had saved his daughter. So after the preliminaries were over, he would have Kale accompany him to visit Aiden in person. Then Ignis told Kale and the others, who still needed to prepare for the tournament, to head back first, saying that tomorrow he would personally come with Betty to watch. In truth, during this period, Ignis had already come to understand Kale's past. He knew very well that whenever Kale faced the calamity beasts, he carried a strong self-destructive streak, and that streak came directly from the trauma left behind by his childhood. And that impulse only weakened a little when Kale wanted to protect someone else. That was exactly why Ignis had arranged for Betty to stay by Kale's side. And this time, Ignis had also discovered that the earlier school attack had not been an accident at all, but part of a long-planned operation. At the same time, similar incidents had happened on other continents too, all caused by traitors colluding with the calamity beasts. So in Ignis's eyes, humanity's future was now almost completely shrouded in darkness. And Kale would inevitably become the light that pierced through all of it. The next day, at the Northern District 4 venue for the Salvation Alliance National Tournament preliminaries, the number of participants this time had actually jumped from just over 3,000 to 5,000. In the end, it was all because they had heard Ignis would be coming to watch, so even those who had not planned to participate changed their minds at the last minute. This infuriated Leslie. He had never expected that old man to create so many new variables for him again. On the other side, Timu looked around and noticed that nearly everyone was wearing red ribbons, and he could not help asking Yuna whether they should get one too. Right after that, Draco, the host of the Salvation Alliance preliminaries, officially announced the rules of the tournament. The preliminaries venue would be divided into 2 areas, the outer field and the inner field. In the first phase, all contestants would start at the same time from the 4 basic directions of the outer field, and the standard for competition would be who could reach the inner field the fastest. Once they entered the inner field, each person's ranking would be recorded on their wristband, and only the top 300 would qualify for the second phase. In addition, each person could carry at most 2 divine artifacts, and free team formation was allowed. After the first phase ended, the exact rankings and the rules for the second phase would then be announced. At that moment, a large crowd had already gathered around Leslie. It turned out that before the tournament even began, he had already bought all these people off to block the progress of the other contestants. Abelia had originally wanted to discuss tactics with Kale first, figure out a way into the inner field, and then wait for Leslie to lower his guard before ambushing him. But before he could even finish speaking, Abelia froze on the spot. Because at that moment, Kale had already walked straight to a position directly in front of Leslie. The 2 people standing in front of Leslie were still confused, wondering who this guy was and why he was not even wearing a red ribbon on his hand. And just then, the host officially announced that the first phase had begun. Looking at the crowd below, he said, "More and more young people want to join the Salvation Alliance. That's definitely something encouraging." But the person beside him immediately disagreed. If the quality can't keep up with the quantity, then it's meaningless in the end. Back in our era, there were quite a few participants above level 15. In truth, when he participated that year, there had only been 2 people above level 15. One was Tajal, and the other was himself. So he was thinking that if this year did not produce a newcomer like the ones from their generation, then it would be far too boring. Draco beside him told him to stop being ridiculous, saying that geniuses like that only appeared once in a century, not like potatoes you could just dig out of the dirt. After that, the burly man turned and asked, "Ignis, I heard that over here on the northern continent, there's a student who defeated a level 8 Blackbone soldier right after awakening and even became your disciple. Is that true?" Those words instantly made even Draco beside him find it hard to believe. Hearing that, Ignis simply nodded and admitted it without hesitation. That immediately piqued the man's interest, and he continued, "Then is your disciple among the contestants below?" Draco secretly thought that if this was Ignis's second disciple after Tajal, then he had to possess an extremely rare talent. He stared at the crowd on the screen and started wondering which one it was. First, he looked at Timu, a level 10 metal elementalist with only an ordinary level 2 talent. Probably not him. Next, he looked at Yuna, a healing-type water elementalist with a level 1 talent. She did not seem likely either. Finally, he concluded that it had to be the girl standing in front of him, the level 16 wood elementalist, Flori. But seeing that Ignis still had not said anything, he could not help feeling confused. Could it be that none of them were right? Flori clearly had the highest level. Meanwhile, in the arena, Leslie pointed at Kale with a mocking expression and said, "Level 0? Did you all see that? There's actually a level 0 idiot who dared come to this tournament. Did he walk into the wrong place or what?" In response, Kale simply raised his arm with a completely indifferent expression. Only then did Leslie notice that the crossbow on Kale's arm belonged to Bloodhound Chase. That made his heart skip a beat, and he started wondering who this guy in front of him really was. Hearing this, Kale only looked at him and said, "Weren't you the one looking for me?" Only then did Leslie suddenly realize, "So you're the trash who took down Hank. Huh, I get it now. Someone sent you here on purpose to provoke me, didn't they?" He raised a hand toward Kale and ordered the people beside him to beat this arrogant level 0 piece of trash to death. After saying that, Leslie rushed toward the inner field without even looking back. The only reason he did that was because he simply did not want to waste time on someone at Kale's level. Outside the field, the burly man from earlier thought to himself that if Kale begged for mercy right now, then against 3 level 6s and 2 level 7s, he might still have a chance to stay alive. Abilia was nervous too at this point, because in his eyes, no matter how strong Kale was, facing that many people at once was just too much. At most, he himself could only hold off one of them. Which meant he could only use that thing. He subconsciously reached toward the pocket at his waist. At that moment, a tall red-haired man stepped in front of Kale and mocked, "I thought taking this job meant I'd run into some troublesome opponent. Never thought it'd just be a level 0 nobody." Hearing that, Kale gave him only one reply, "Get lost." Those words made the other man freeze for a second. Then he burst out laughing. And Fred, the man on the high platform, found himself feeling a bit impressed by how fearless Kale was even while facing stronger enemies. As for the red-haired man standing in front of Kale, he stretched out a hand and sneered that he really wanted to crack Kale's skull open and see what was inside. But before he could even finish speaking, Kale backhanded him with a slap. "Didn't I already tell you? Get lost." That scene made Fred above the arena show a look of complete disbelief. He had never imagined that a level 0 nobody could instantly one-shot an opponent far above his own level. The others nearby were just as shocked. Honda is level 7. What the hell is going on with this rookie? Another person, however, forced himself to stay calm and said there was no need to panic, that what just happened was probably only because of a sneak attack, before immediately raising a hand and condensing a fireball. This was the B-rank skill full power incineration cannon. Facing the flames blasting straight toward them, Abilia did not even have time to use his artifact. The fat man at the side even asked whether using something like this on a level 0 guy was making too big a deal out of it. But the man only said coldly that people dying in the preliminaries was normal to begin with. So if anyone was to blame, it was only because that guy was level 0 and still came here to die. But after the flames kept burning for a while, they quickly realized something was wrong. In front of Kale, a mass of pitch-black ice with a metallic sheen was slowly condensing. Seeing that, Abilia behind him could not help crying out in shock, "That's insane. He can even block flames over such a huge area." But at that moment, Kale simply told Abilia to stand farther away from him. System prompt, used Black Ice Wall to block a B-rank fire-type skill. Defense increased by 10%. Looking at the system window that popped up in front of him, Kale suddenly had a thought. If Glacial Body's passive effect took repeated hits from the same skill from the same target, would it keep triggering? Kale coming out completely unharmed also left the man who launched the flames utterly shocked. There was clearly no water elementalist here. So how could this guy possibly be using an ice-type skill? Hearing the man's words, Kale only said flatly that he should fire the same attack one more time, and that this time, Kale would not deliberately block it. To the other man, those words sounded like a direct insult to his strength. In the next second, anger flared up inside him, and he poured out even more power. In an instant, the B-rank skill full power incineration cannon blasted out once again. Kale looked at the flames, now even stronger than before, yet his body did not move at all, because no matter how strong they became, they were still ultimately a fire attribute attack. In the next moment, the raging flames completely swallowed Kale. This time, the intensity of the flames was already enough to rival the attack power of a level 8 user. However, that full power output also nearly drained the man's mana dry in one go. But the moment he recovered from that wave of weakness, the scene in front of him turned his face pale. Because Kale was still completely unharmed, and as the glacial body covering him slowly faded, Kale finally came to a conclusion. If the attack came from the same target and was exactly the same skill, then glacial body's passive effect would not trigger more than once. That sight scared the bandaged man so badly that he collapsed straight to the ground. But the fat man beside him sneered while driving his flames forward. "Your ice skill really is strong, but I've already found your weakness." Then he activated the B-rank skill 100 flame bullets. Facing the 6 or 7 flaming orbs screaming toward him, Kale's expression did not change in the slightest. In the next second, with a loud boom, another violent explosion erupted around Kale. As the fat man frantically kept launching fireballs, he was calculating in his head that no matter how strong Kale's skill was, level 0 was still level 0, and his mana had to have a limit. As long as Kale's mana was drained dry and he could no longer form another ice wall, victory would be decided. But in the very next instant, Kale's hands had already clamped tightly around his arms. That made the fat man freeze on the spot. At this point, Kale's whole body was already covered by glacial body. But even after taking so many fire attacks in a row, glacial body's passive had still only triggered once. While Kale was still thinking through that mechanic, the fat man was already impatiently trying to boast about how strong he was. But no matter how hard he struggled, he could not make Kale move even an inch. In the next second, Kale yanked hard on his arms, then drove a vicious kick straight into his chin. The fat man was knocked unconscious instantly by that terrifying force. After the man dropped, Kale slowly turned his head and looked at the two behind him. "So there are 2 lightning elementalists left? Perfect. I'll use the 2 of you to stack Lightning Heart's passive a little more." The moment those 2 saw Kale turn toward them, they immediately tried to run, but there was no way Kale was going to let them escape. Yet in the very next second, they actually tried to drag Kale down with them and activated the C-rank skill Silver Serpentine at the same time. But what followed was nothing more than the system giving Kale 2 notifications that his agility had increased. Watching that scene, Fred was deeply shaken. A level 0 nobody was dealing with transcenders several levels above him as casually as if he were playing with children. He could not help starting to wonder who Kale really was. And as Kale felt his attributes increase, he also realized at that moment that Lightning Heart's passive basically worked the same way as glacial bodies. At that point, Abelia, after dealing with the last person, also spoke up. "They're all down." In truth, he had originally thought this would be a tough fight, but he had never imagined Kale would be this strong. The bandaged man, still collapsed on the ground in terror, cried out, "Who the hell are you? There's no way a level 0 should have strength like this." The moment Abelia heard that, he immediately declared, "Since you asked so sincerely, then out of my great mercy, I'll tell you. We are the team destined to become the strongest on the northern continent, AA." But before he could even finish, Kale directly dragged him away. Hearing that name, the bandaged man froze on the spot. That name was unbelievably lame. Meanwhile, Leslie, racing at top speed toward the inner field, listened to the commotion erupting behind him wave after wave and figured Kale should have already been beaten half to death by now. But even so, he still could not understand why that crossbow had ended up in Kale's hands. That was clearly Chase's. On the northern continent, other than saviors, no one should have been able to catch Chase in theory. But while he was still thinking about that, a figure suddenly flashed past him. The man looked full of contempt, thinking that those muscleheads who relied only on brute force could never hope to catch someone like him, a speed specialist. Unfortunately, he did not get to look cool for even 3 seconds before being struck on the spot by a bolt of lightning. His face filled with shock. He could not understand why he had still been hit even while sprinting at full speed. Who did it? In the next second, with a smack, a red combat boot stomped viciously onto the back of his head. Leslie coldly said, "Trash like you dares run ahead of me?" The moment he finished speaking, he turned and ordered the people behind him, "I need to save my stamina for the second phase. Don't let trash like this waste my time." Above the arena, Ignis watched the scene and turned to ask Draco beside him, "Is this the son of Leslie Schwanjing, the administrator of North District 4? In truth, even Draco was a little curious what kind of upbringing could have turned someone this arrogant. But that behavior did not violate the rules, so they had no way to interfere. And now that Leslie had human tools clearing the way for him, his stamina was practically untouched. So in Draco's view, Leslie would absolutely pass the second phase with ease. Looking at the inner field not far ahead, Leslie even started feeling that things were going a little too smoothly. But at that exact moment, someone behind him suddenly called his name. Leslie. That made him spin around instantly. The people behind him with red bandages tied around their hands all hurriedly explained that it was not them who had called out, and they even took the initiative to step aside. Kale and Abelia were walking toward him step by step through the crowd. Leslie's eyes instantly filled with shock. He simply could not understand why those level 6 and level 7 guys had failed to stop even Kale. For a moment, it even made him suspect that Kale might have bribed them instead. And at that moment, Kale said to Abelia beside him that until he finished dealing with this, Abelia should stay here and not move around. In truth, even if Kale had not said that, Abelia would not have dared run around anyway. Every enemy they met on the way had practically been flattened by Kale in an instant. If Kale had not been there, Abelia probably would have been eliminated halfway here already. Mistakenly believing Kale had bought everyone off, Leslie turned around and said coldly that he was very busy and had no time to waste on Kale, though he could at least find him some playmates. After saying that, he ordered everyone else to attack together. Because this crowd had never seen Kale fight, they were still mocking him. He's just a level 0 brat, and he dares call Lord Leslie by name? He's got guts. Then let us teach you some manners. Abelia counted the people in front of them and instantly panicked. There are more than 100 of them. What are we supposed to do now? Faced with Abelia's panic, Kale only calmly told him to hold on to his head tightly first. In the very next instant, a bolt of lightning flashed through the crowd. Leslie, standing at the very front, suddenly felt like someone had violently grabbed him by the collar. In the next second, Kale directly threw Abelia into the inner field while forcibly yanking Leslie back. The totally bewildered Abelia and the Leslie who had been dragged back by force instantly created a ridiculous contrast. Then Kale faced those hundreds of people and slowly said, "Was what I said earlier still not clear enough? Until I finish settling this, no one is leaving." Inside the inner field, Yuna and Timu had just arrived, both of them already panting hard. If they had not chosen to work together just now, they probably would have been eliminated before even reaching this place. But what they never expected was that someone had already gotten there ahead of them. And even crazier, the current first-place contestant, Flory, was actually level 16. Then they could not help thinking that with Kale's personality, he would most likely choose to go solo. But if Kale had also run into obstacles on the way like they had, then what would have happened? Before those thoughts even settled, they suddenly saw a figure fly straight into the inner field. Yuna followed the direction Timu was pointing, only to discover someone rolling across the ground in a miserable heap. At the same time, the arena broadcast announced that Abelia had successfully entered the inner field and was currently ranked 6th. But the moment this battered guy climbed back up, he immediately started screaming Kale's name at the top of his lungs. That one line instantly grabbed Yuna and Timo's attention. The two of them almost reacted at the same time. That guy just yelled Kale. It has to be him. There's no way there's another person with the same name in this competition. At that moment, outside the arena, Kale had actually chosen to stand alone and block the path of hundreds of people. Even Draco on the judge's platform could not help showing a look of surprise. Kale was only one final step away from the inner field, so why was he so stubborn about stopping Leslie? Betty, meanwhile, looked worried sick. Then Draco told Fred to keep an eye on things and step in if Kale truly got into danger. But at that moment, Fred was still caught up in the insane burst of speed Kale had shown earlier. He could not help wondering whether, if it had been him at Kale's age, he could really have reached that level. Outside the arena, Leslie was already furious beyond words. He demanded to know why Kale kept getting in his way again and again. "Since you're this blind to your own limits, then I'll make sure you suffer for it." Looking at the 100+ transcenders in front of him, all above level 5, Kale quietly weighed things in his head. For him, clearing this preliminary round was actually not the most important thing at all. Right now, there was only one thing that mattered: getting revenge for Betty. At Leslie's command, that group of transcenders all activated their skills and attacked Kale at the same time. The first one to rush in front of him was a fire-type user. Looking at the blazing flames coming straight at him, Kale merely raised a hand and clenched, instantly locking onto the man's palm. While the man's face was still full of shock, Kale violently yanked him forward with one hand and smashed out a brutal strike with the other. One hit was enough to drop the first opponent instantly. That scene stunned everyone else. They simply could not understand how their companion had been one-shot by a mere level 0 with a single punch. Another person hurriedly shouted for everyone not to panic. After all, they had overwhelming numbers on their side, so how could they possibly lose to a newly awakened piece of trash? And at the exact instant Kale knocked down the first enemy, he activated Lotus Burst without the slightest hesitation. The moment the Lotus exploded open, a horrifying shockwave swept across the entire area in an instant. Even the aftershock from that explosion made the people inside the inner field stare in alarm. Was that really a skill? The power of that attack was just absurd. Even Flory, who was ranked first, instinctively raised her head and looked in Kale's direction. Even Draco, acting as referee, could not help blurting out whether an explosion on that scale could really be something a level 0 possessed. At that moment, Betty suddenly understood. So Kale had already mastered an area attack. No wonder he had looked so confident earlier when facing Locust Swarm Tide. She even started wondering how many trump cards Kale was still hiding. In the arena, Kale had actually used only 30% of his mana for that Lotus Burst just now. After all, his opponents were human, so he had to control the force and could not really blow them to pieces. Under Leslie's stunned gaze, Kale slowly said, "Now, you're the only one left." Leslie shouted in a trembling voice, "You were already at the edge of the inner field. Why didn't you just go in? Why do you have to keep hounding me like this?" As he walked toward him, Kale coldly replied, "Hounding you? You targeted me first, and you hurt my friend. So today, whatever she suffered, I'm paying it back to you 100-fold. Realizing he had no way out, Leslie directly mobilized all the lightning power in his body and roared, "I'm the son of the administrator of North District 4. How dare you treat me like this?" Then he activated the B-rank skill Violet Lightning Cannon. In the next second, Omni Insight activated the moment it detected the skill. After dodging the attack, Kale flashed straight in front of Leslie and drove a heavy punch into his abdomen. Leslie dropped to his knees on the spot, his eyes full of disbelief. He could not understand how Kale, who was clearly only level 0, could possibly be this strong. He glared at Kale and forced out the question of how he had done it. But at this critical moment, a burly man from outside the field suddenly charged toward Kale's position. Even though he knew this violated the rules, he clearly no longer cared. Seeing that, Leslie forced his trembling body back to his feet and viciously said that Kale had better get ready to be torn to pieces. At that moment, Ignis, seated on the judge's platform, immediately told Fred beside him to move. After hearing Leslie's words, Kale activated Mana Radar at the same time. He quickly sensed an aura rushing toward him from behind, and not just one. With a loud crash, Kale slowly turned his head and looked over. Fred was sitting firmly on top of the burly man who had just charged at Kale at full speed, while casually raising one hand to signal for the match to continue. Seeing that, Kale slowly walked over to Leslie, who had already collapsed to the ground in fear. "Looks like your backup isn't coming." In a trembling voice, Leslie threatened, "My father is the administrative officer of North District 4, and my brother is also a member of the Salvation Alliance. Have you even thought about what'll happen if you touch me now?" With a bang, before he could finish speaking, Kale slammed his head hard into the ground. Then Kale raised his head and looked toward the judge's platform. Betty, who knew perfectly well that Kale had gone this far because of her, instantly felt her cheeks heat up. That left Draco beside her completely confused about why Kale had suddenly looked in their direction. And just then, Kale's Omni Insight analysis progress suddenly stopped at 99%. As he was wondering why, a voice suddenly called from behind him. "Kale." The familiar voice made him turn around instantly. It was Yuna. Looking at Kale, a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes, and she quickly told him to get into the inner field. Because if he kept standing in the rain like that, he really would catch a cold. Hearing her words, Kale stepped into the inner field and casually said that it had been a while. But just then, two people suddenly rushed out from the side, grabbed Kale tightly, and shouted his name at the same time. Timu, who had just reacted, immediately glared at Abelia with pure hostility. "Who the hell are you? And why are you hugging Kale while crying your eyes out too?" Seeing this, Abelia immediately said, "You mean me? My name is Abelia. From now on, I'll be Kale's teammate." The moment those words came out, Timu instantly glared at Kale and demanded to know why he had gone and found someone else as a teammate, even calling him a traitor. Hearing that, Abelia instantly got fired up and shot back that there was no way Kale could be a traitor, then asked Timu whether their old team had even had a name. Timu replied with complete confidence that who even bothered thinking about that kind of thing? He was not a little kid, and did they seriously have a team name or something? Abelia puffed out her chest proudly and said, "Of course we do. Our team name is AA." The moment those words came out, Timu laughed so hard he almost choked. That name was way too embarrassing. At that moment, Draco on the judge's platform announced that the number of people who had successfully entered the inner field had reached 500. Anyone who failed to enter would be disqualified immediately, and the second phase would begin shortly. The rules of the second phase were that everyone had to fight calamity beasts alone in the inner field for 1 hour. Those words instantly fired everyone up. So it was finally time for phase 2? Solo combat. That was actually kind of interesting. Even Fred off to the side was looking forward to this moment, because he also wanted to see who among everyone here was truly the strongest. After that, everyone who had entered the inner field officially stepped into the second phase of the competition. Looking at the massive building in front of them, Tima could not help asking in confusion, "So this is the place for phase 2? Seeing it, Abelia broke out in goosebumps all over. "This place is way too creepy." Then Timu turned and asked Kale whether his level was really fixed at 0. If that was true, then how had his attributes increased? Abelia was just as curious about that question, but Kale only said lightly that his teacher had already warned him this was not something he could tell other people. Yuna immediately said a little angrily from the side, Kale, you don't need to pay attention to them. You should know that an anomaly's skills are state-level secrets. After that, Draco slowly walked over with the others and asked everyone present, are you all ready? That voice made Abelia jolt all over. Immediately afterward, the people beside them started talking at once. Wasn't that Draco? He handled the national tournament every year, and the one beside him seemed to be Fred. And that masked person, could that actually be the legendary Ignis? That lineup was basically a gathering of legends. At that moment, Draco slowly said, next, I'll explain the rules of the second phase, so listen carefully. In the second phase, different kinds of calamity beasts will appear inside the trial grounds, and you'll receive points based on the difficulty of killing them. And after killing a calamity beast, there will be a 1-minute rest period, after which the system will forcibly move you into the next difficulty. Hearing that, the burly strong man currently ranked 3rd immediately declared that he wanted to challenge nightmare difficulty right away. And at that moment, Kale suddenly asked a question. When everyone saw that the one speaking was actually a level 0 guy, their faces instantly filled with confusion. They simply could not understand how he had gotten through the first phase. Did someone carry him in? Or had he just realized the second phase was solo combat and started chippening out? Hearing Kale speak, Draco calmly said that if he had a question, now was the time to ask it. So Kale directly asked, is Nightmare the highest difficulty here? The moment those words came out, Fred, standing next to Draco, burst out laughing on the spot like he had just found something genuinely amusing. The others, seeing that, immediately started mocking too. That level 0 guy was way too arrogant, wasn't he? He really sounded like he was planning to challenge Nightmare tier calamity beasts. They even suspected a guy like that might not be able to clear even beginner difficulty. He was nothing but a loudmouth. At that moment, Draco suddenly said, in theory, the difficulty of calamity beasts has no upper limit. Once you actually try defeating Nightmare tier calamity beasts, you'll understand for yourself. Timu quickly told Kale to stop thinking about pointless stuff like that. Nightmare difficulty was a tier only people at least level 10, maybe even higher, were qualified to challenge. If they could clear it safely, that alone would already count as incredible luck. Then Draco continued, the points earned in the preliminaries can be carried directly into the national tournament. In other words, whether you can join the Salvation Alliance in the future will depend to a large extent on today's performance. Those words instantly made Timu incredibly excited. The points here actually counted toward the championship too? But Abelia's heart suddenly sank, and he thought to himself that now it looked like he really had no choice but to use that thing. As for Kale, there was only one thing on his mind at that moment. Tagel's record was 1.15 million. Since that was the case, then this time, he had to use this chance to completely surpass that record. After that, Draco officially announced the start of Phase 2. Looking at the wide field ahead, Kale felt that this place did not seem all that different from an ordinary gate. Right after that, a pack of level 1 rage hounds suddenly charged out of the darkness. Seeing that, Kale immediately understood that fighting creatures like this would do nothing to improve his attributes, so he decided to end it fast. At that moment, inside the judge's monitoring room, Draco could not understand why Fred kept focusing all his attention on Kale. In response, Fred only said flatly that Kale was simply too interesting. Looking at Fred's expression, Draco found himself even more confused. Meanwhile, in the arena, Kale used nothing more than a sliding dual-blade slash to wipe out that entire group of level 1 calamity beasts in a single move. That scene instantly shocked Draco in front of the screen. 1 second? Even if they're only level 1 calamity beasts, it should still take at least several minutes to deal with them. Seeing that, Fred only smiled and said, didn't I tell you already? He's a very interesting guy. After that, Kale's next opponent was the level 8 calamity beast Blazing Lizard. Although Draco was a little surprised by the strength Kale had shown earlier, he still felt that against a calamity beast 8 levels above him, Kale would probably be dragged into a hard fight this time. But Fred believed that to Kale, this level 8 Blazing Lizard posed no real threat at all. Just then, Ignis suddenly spoke up and asked how the other contestants were doing at the moment. In truth, the reason he did that was to get the two of them to shift their attention away from Kale a little. Hearing that, Draco also said that he really had been staring too hard just now, and switched to multi-screen mode. After watching for a while, he said that most of the contestants were still stuck fighting beginner-level monsters. Only Flory was barely keeping up with Kale's pace. At that moment, Betty suddenly noticed something and cried out, "This is bad, Kale. He's been swallowed by the calamity beast's flames." The moment those words came out, Draco immediately moved to call the medical team. Could it be that Kale used too much stamina on the rage hounds just now, so this time he failed to dodge? But Fred calmly said, "Wait, watch a little longer." In the arena, Kale's entire body was actually covered in a layer of icy armor. Then he struck without warning. Blazing Lizard's neck snapped instantly. The arena broadcast announced, "Clear time, 5 seconds." Score awarded, 500 points. That scene shocked Draco even more. Completely unharmed, he simply could not understand what that layer of icy armor on Kale's body was. Meanwhile, Fred was secretly wondering why Kale had deliberately chosen to tank the enemy's flame attack when he clearly could have ended the fight instantly. The reason Kale did that, in truth, was to make the most of every single chance to keep increasing his attributes. Precisely because he had tanked that C-rank fire-type skill head-on, Kale's defense had now risen to 434. And in order to grow stronger as fast as possible, he even skipped the 1-minute rest period completely. As for the third difficulty, what it mainly tested was the challenger's speed and combat instinct. Because when charging electric attacked, it would conduct current through its toes while unleashing a dual strike of physical force and lightning. If an ordinary person took that attack head-on, then either their defense would be too low and their body would be pierced clean through by that sharp horn, or their lightning resistance would be too weak and they would be paralyzed so badly they could not move at all. So to defeat charging electric, one needed enough speed and had to seize the exact opening when it entered its fatigued state. But Kale's next move shocked Draco to the core. Because at that moment, Kale in the arena actually walked straight up to charging electric and even reached out to touch the horn on its head. Then he casually tapped that razor-sharp horn and said, "This horn is perfect for testing the defense I just raised." That charging electric looked like it had actually understood Kale's provocation, and immediately flew into a rage. With a loud bang, it sent Kale flying on the spot with a direct hit. Seeing Kale's body thrown into the air, Betty immediately cried out in worry. But Fred stayed calm and kept watching, because every move Kale made was already far beyond anything he had expected. And because of that, the result also went far beyond anything they had imagined. Inside the arena, after finishing his test, Kale finally confirmed that attacks from calamity beasts below level 10 could no longer hurt him at all. In that case, it was time to end this. With Lightning Heart's passive stacked to 10 layers, Kale's speed had already become nearly absurd. In a single instant, he pierced straight through charging electric skull. That scene made even Fred in front of the screen unable to hide his excitement, saying that Kale's total time from start to finish had not even reached 15 seconds, and he had also keenly noticed that Kale had not even used his true full strength yet. But even so, Draco knew very well that what Kale would face next was a truly terrifying existence. It possessed extreme speed and claws and fangs sharp enough to rip through anything, able to tear enemies apart in an instant. And from that giant mouth, it could also spit chains that devoured everything in front of it. Beneath the exoskeleton covering its entire body like armor, what hid underneath was the strongest and most ferocious monster in this entire preliminary round, and also the final target every contestant would eventually have to face. The Nightmare-class Calamity Beast, Iron Prison Titan. Yet in the face of such a terrifying monster, Kale merely raised one hand and pointed. In the next second, true piercing sphere pierced straight through its skull. System prompt, Iron Prison Titan killed. True piercing sphere flight speed increased by 200%. That scene left both men in front of the screen stunned speechless. That was the Nightmare-class Calamity Beast Iron Prison Titan, and Kale had just one-shot it in only a few seconds. Meanwhile, everyone else was still stuck in the first few stages. Although a small number had already started fighting Blazing Lizard, and some contestants had even managed to kill it. The moment they heard the broadcast announce that someone had already cleared Nightmare difficulty, they were hit with wave after wave of shock. But what felt even more unbelievable was that Kale still did not choose to rest and instead planned to go straight into the next stage. This left Draco deeply puzzled. He simply could not understand what that black energy sphere Kale had used earlier really was, to be able to punch through Iron Prison Titan's armor like it was nothing. But Fred told him to keep raising the difficulty, because he really wanted to see just how far Kale could go. Then Kale entered Nightmare difficulty, second stage. Seeing this, Kale could not help laughing, because he had originally thought they might come up with some new trick, but it turned out they had simply increased the number. In the next moment, the two Iron Prison Titans let out earth-shaking roars at Kale at the same time. Kale, meanwhile, planned to use this chance to take one of them out first. He activated True Piercing Sphere and instantly killed one of them. Seeing this, Draco in front of the monitor was stunned. He had never imagined that Kale's sphere skill, with such overwhelming penetration, would look almost completely limitless. Fred, however, seemed to have already figured something out and calmly said that the skill was indeed powerful, but it also had a fatal weakness. Immediately afterward, the remaining Iron Prison Titan in the arena suddenly charged straight at Kale. Its terrifying speed even caught Kale slightly off guard, because this was the fastest Calamity Beast he had encountered so far. In truth, although Iron Prison Titan had an enormous body and was often mistaken for a slow-moving Calamity Beast, it had an extremely special racial trait. It gave up magical ability in exchange for a massive increase in its other attributes. So although its body was unbelievably huge, it was actually a speed-based Calamity Beast. And Fred knew very well that while Kale's black sphere skill had absurd destructive power, its actual flight speed was not that fast. The reason Kale had been able to instantly kill Iron Prison Titan before was only because he had taken advantage of its habit of roaring before battle and launched a surprise attack during that opening. That alone made Fred secretly admire Kale's battle instincts. But if Kale had no way to keep increasing the black sphere's flight speed, then breaking through the next stage would probably be extremely difficult. With a loud bang, Kale was smashed hard into the wall of the trial ground by Iron Prison Titan's terrifying strength. Although Kale was inwardly amazed by how agile Iron Prison Titan really was, to the point that it could even dodge true piercing spear, that still did not stop him from pushing forward, because all he needed was to fire from a distance the other side could not avoid. So Kale directly activated Lightning Heart. With that powerful agility boost, Kale instantly rushed right in front of Iron Prison Titan. Looking at Kale's high-speed approach, Iron Prison Titan immediately swung that heavy armored fist. That single blow even cracked the surrounding ground into countless fissures. And in that exact instant, Kale caught the opening when Iron Prison Titan's guard relaxed, and flashed directly behind it. With a bang, Iron Prison Titan's skull was pierced straight through by True Piercing Sphere on the spot. System prompt: Iron Prison Titan killed. True Piercing Sphere flight speed increased by 20%. The trial ground broadcast also announced that Kale had used 12 seconds and earned 10,000 points. Although with his current score, first place in the tournament was practically already guaranteed. His goal had never been first place, but surpassing Taejul, so he did not want to waste even a single second. So he went straight into the third stage. This time, what appeared before him were 3 Iron Prison Titans. Taking advantage of the instant they instinctively let out their roars, Kale once again activated True Piercing Sphere and once again took down one of them first. Seeing its companion fall, another Iron Prison Titan immediately swung its giant palm and grabbed viciously toward Kale. Kale used Lightning Heart to dodge that strike, and with his increased agility, he closed the distance while circling behind it. Immediately afterward, another True Piercing Sphere completely pierced through its skull, and the skill's passive effect rose to 1,700%. Then the third Iron Prison Titan came at him head-on. It suddenly opened its huge mouth full of fangs and bit toward Kale in midair. As that row of sharp teeth snapped shut, Kale was swallowed whole. But at that exact moment, Kale activated Lotus Burst. Immediately afterward, a blazing torrent of flame erupted wildly from Iron Prison Titan's mouth, and in the blink of an eye, blew its entire body to pieces. And that attack finally drained Kale's mana to the bottom. But even so, he still chose to skip the rest time and head straight into the next stage, because as long as monsters kept appearing, Mana Radar's passive effect would continue restoring his mana. As Nightmare Difficulty Stage 4 began, 4 Iron Prison Titans appeared before Kale once again. Immediately after, the system prompted, detected 4 enemy units, restored 40% of your mana. And every time Kale used True Piercing Sphere to kill one, not only did the skill's flight speed keep increasing, even its accuracy improved along with it. If it kept stacking at this rate, Kale would only need to raise True Piercing Sphere's flight speed a few more times before he could kill them directly without even needing to close the distance himself. Although Mana Radar did have a mana recovery effect, from this point on, Kale also knew very clearly that he could not afford to waste even a single attack opportunity anymore, not even one True Piercing Sphere. And it was right then that one Iron Prison Titan suddenly spat an iron chain from its mouth and tightly wrapped it around Kale's arm. By the time Kale realized what it was trying to do, that Iron Prison Titan had already exploded with force and violently yanked the chain, forcibly pulling Kale's attack off its original path. At the same time, one of the Iron Prison Titans stretched out a giant palm and grabbed Kale's body in a single grasp. Under that terrifying grip strength, Kale could not exert even the slightest bit of force. Then the giant claw suddenly tightened, and in an instant, crushed Kale's bones. After that, it gave him a casual fling, smashing Kale hard into the stone wall. That sight immediately made Draco anxiously urge Fred beside him to go save Kale right away. But Fred, looking at Kale's figure, suddenly froze for a moment, because in that instant, he seemed to see his former self in Kale. Snapping back to his senses, Fred almost rushed out without hesitation, but Ignis's voice stopped him. Wait, Kale hasn't given up yet. But no sooner had he said that than the other 3, including Betty, all spoke at once. Now is not the time to worry about whether he's given up or not. If you don't save him now, he'll die. He's already been driven into a dead end. Yet Ignis still said calmly, I can tell Kale still has one last trump card he hasn't used. That left Draco confused. He could not understand how Ignis would know that. Ignis calmly told him it was because of Kale's eyes. Those were not the eyes of someone who had accepted death. And everything unfolded exactly as his master had predicted. To personally cut down the source of that evil, Kale had to burn through everything he had, tempering himself in battle and growing stronger without end. So Kale activated Omni Insight. And this was exactly the Omni Insight analysis he had nearly completed earlier from Leslie's skill during their fight. The reason it had stopped at 99% was not because it had failed, but because Kale had deliberately interrupted the analysis, just so he could save this trump card for a true life or death moment like this. As the analysis progress finally hit 100%, Kale's lightning heart was officially upgraded to level 2. The moment Betty saw the blue lotus appear around Kale, she got so excited she nearly stood up. Seeing Betty react like that, Fred immediately realized that she clearly knew something. And this upgraded level 2 lightning heart, on top of its original effects, had now improved to the point where it could absorb the energy of B-rank lightning attacks at 10% power or below, and the agility boost from each passive stack had also risen to 10%. At that moment, Kale activated Nirvana after obtaining the new skill effect. All attributes increased by 20, all current negative statuses were removed, and the injuries across his whole body were instantly healed. And at that exact moment, an Iron Prison Titan threw a punch toward the Blue Lotus shielding Kale. But that seemingly ferocious strike was blocked with ease by Kale. This scene shocked Draco to the extreme. Just seconds ago, Kale had been covered in injuries and on the edge of death, yet now, in only a few short moments, he had fully recovered. This ability was several times stronger than even healers who specialized in recovery. Combined with everything Kale had shown before, it had already gone far beyond Draco's understanding. Immediately afterward, one Iron Prison Titan after another fell at Kale's feet. With Kale's current strength, even if more Iron Prison Titans appeared, it no longer meant anything. Because no matter how many came, there would only be one result. They would be crushed one after another by him. As Stage 5 was cleared, Stage 6 was cleared too. Everyone present was already so shocked they could not even close their mouths. Because the scene inside the trial ground now looked like a real hellscape, to the point that they had started to wonder which one was the actual monster. And Kale, meanwhile, simply sat on a throne piled high with Iron Prison Titan corpses, slightly out of breath as he lifted his head and asked why the next stage still had not appeared. Then Draco pressed the broadcast button. Speaking slowly into the microphone beside him, he told Kale that it was over, because Kale had already defeated every Iron Prison Titan they had prepared. In response, Kale asked whether they had not said earlier that the difficulty had no upper limit. By this point, Kale had long since lost count of exactly how many calamity beasts he had killed, or how many points he had earned. But since this place had already hit its limit, then the gap between him and Tejal probably was not that big anymore. That was what Kale was thinking. And this time, he had also conveniently achieved another goal. That was successfully raising the speed of True Piercing Sphere to a level even faster than an ordinary car. And just as Kale was about to turn and leave, a violent surge of energy suddenly erupted behind him. Kale almost spun around instantly. Only then did he realize it was not an enemy attack at all, but that he had actually forgotten about this. Because Kale could not level up, all the energy produced after killing calamity beasts would be directly converted into experience stones. At that, Draco was shocked again. Wasn't that a blue experience stone? That alone had to be worth at least 10,000 experience. Hearing that, Ignis, standing behind him, explained that precisely because Kale could not absorb experience, all the experience dropped in the trial ground was automatically converted into experience stones instead. After getting the experience stone, Kale had no reason to stay there any longer, so he chose to leave immediately. Under the gaze of the two men, Kale slowly stepped out through the gate connected to the second phase of the preliminaries. Seeing this, Draco immediately walked up to him and said that he greatly admired Kale's potential, wanted to take him away, and would personally arrange a mentor truly worthy of him. But Kale directly refused the offer, saying that he already had a teacher guiding him. Yet Draco still refused to give up, insisting that an ordinary person could never teach a genius like Kale, and that only by following him could Kale gain stronger connections and better resources. Fred had wanted to speak up and stop him, but Draco bluntly declared that he would never accept letting some nobody ruin Kale's talent. Only then did Kale notice that Fred beside Draco was the very person who had stopped the man trying to save Leslie earlier, so he thanked him. But Fred only said flatly, "Since you're Ignis's disciple, I had no reason not to help." That made Draco beside them immediately realize what was going on. He once again showed a stunned expression. So Kale was actually Ignis's disciple. As it happened, Ignis behind them admitted it without hesitation. Then his master walked up to Kale, praised him first, and added that if Kale was injured, Betty could heal him. Hearing that, Kale simply said that he had not really suffered any serious injuries, he was just a little tired, and he would recover after some rest. Only then did Draco finally understand everything. If Kale really was Ignis's student, then it made sense that he could accomplish this much. After all, Ignis's other student had once cleared out every calamity beast in the second phase too. Hearing that, Kale immediately asked, "Then did Tejal also clear stage 6? Faced with Kale's question, Draco answered, "No, because back then, the highest stage only went up to stage 5. It was precisely because Tajal completely cleared stage 5 that we later specially added stage 6. But now it seems that still isn't nearly enough. Maybe next time we should just extend it to stage 8. After that, Draco told Kale to go watch from the side first, because the other contestants had only just made it to charging electric. Just one charging electric had already exhausted Timu to the point of collapse, and he could barely even lift his arms anymore. As for Yuna, because she lacked high damage skills, she could only try to drown it with water spheres. But doing that had nearly drained all her mana too, leaving her with no strength to deal with the next difficulty. Kale had originally thought the two of them would be able to go farther, but in the end they still stopped at hard difficulty. However, when he saw that after the two of them failed the challenge, they still had not been teleported out, he immediately asked Draco beside him. Draco told Kale that unless a contestant was seriously injured or there were special circumstances, they were not allowed to leave the trial ground early, and Kale was clearly a special exception. And at that moment, Fred suddenly spoke up, saying that another contestant had reached nightmare difficulty. He also added that with the rare equipment on that person, they should at least be able to kill one Iron Prison Titan. Meanwhile, for Crimson, a spirit master, to make it this far was already proof of remarkable courage. In only an instant, Crimson's spirit transformed into an unbelievably massive black beast. After that black beast roared at the sky for a while, it actually chose to clash head-on with Iron Prison Titan. Even Kale in the monitoring room was stunned by this scene, because he had never expected spirits to be able to change form. Then Kale turned and asked Betty beside him, and Betty said that this was also her first time seeing a spirit capable of shapeshifting. Even so, Kale had not expected spirits to be able to become this strong. That immediately made him think of Grim Reaper, the spirit he had taken from Chase. It seemed that from now on, all the experience stones he got would have to go into feeding it. After a while, Kale thought to himself that since Yuna and Timu had already been eliminated, there was probably no need for him to keep watching. But in the very next second, his eyes locked onto a scene on the screen. The person in the image was Abelia, yet Kale could not understand what exactly was going on with the armor on his body. In truth, the equipment Abelia was wearing at that moment was something he had secretly taken out while his old man was away. But this epic-grade equipment had one deadly flaw. It would continuously devour the wearer's consciousness. Once this equipment was put on, every minute, its attack power and agility would increase by 20%. But the price was that if it stayed on for more than 15 minutes, the wearer would suffer an extremely severe backlash. So Abelia had to finish the fight within 15 minutes. Knowing full well that Kale had already cleared nightmare difficulty long ago, Abelia, in order not to drag his teammate down, was fighting with almost everything he had, trying to clear the challenge as fast as possible. Not long afterward, Draco's voice came over the broadcast, announcing that the second phase had ended. The top 10 on the scoreboard would advance to the main event of the national tournament, and on top of that, the top 2 would also receive special rewards. At that moment, the burly man collapsed in the trial ground, secretly calculated in his heart that aside from Flory, probably no one else had a higher score than he did. That special reward was most likely going to be his. After that, Draco prepared to announce the final top 10 rankings. As everyone looked at the list appearing on the screen, their faces filled with disbelief. The first place score had actually broken 100,000. An Iron Prison Titan was worth at most only 5,000 points, so just how many had he killed? With a score that absurd, forget the regional tournament, even taking first in the whole nation seemed almost effortless. That overconfident burly man from earlier only then suddenly realized that he had actually fallen to third place, while the name in first was someone he had never even heard of, Kale. Who exactly was this guy? Even Flory, who had stayed calm the whole time, now for once felt the urge to face Kale head-on. Yuna also had never expected that the gap between herself and Kale had already grown this huge. It seemed she really was not suited for battle after all. Seeing this, Draco was so delighted he could barely hide his smile. He said that the regional preliminaries in every district had now concluded, and Kale had actually taken first place with a terrifying lead of a full 65,000 points over second. Hearing that, Betty turned to look at her father. Although she could not see his expression, she could still sense that her father was probably smiling from ear to ear, because a brand new sun had begun to rise in dazzling brilliance. In the training ground, Abelia was lying on the floor, staring at Kale's score of over 100,000 and sighing in sincere admiration. He had known all along that Kale would definitely take first place, and at that moment, Kale quietly walked over and stopped in front of him. He gave him a few words of praise. Then, as Draco announced that the 21st The Salvation Alliance National Tournament preliminaries had officially ended, Kale casually hoisted the still sprawled Abelia onto his back. Meanwhile, at the preliminaries venue on the southern continent, The crowd looked at the scene in front of them in confusion, completely unable to understand why they had rushed there early in the morning just to watch an old man meditate. No sooner had those words been spoken than the person beside him hurriedly told him to watch his mouth, because the old man before them was the supreme commander of the southern continent. He was also the prophet who possessed the power to see the future, Bhagwan. Bhagwan's status among humanity was equal to that of Ignis, the supreme commander of the northern continent. And the reason he held such prestige was precisely because every prophecy he had ever made had, to this day, come true with 100% accuracy. And at that exact moment, the seated Bhagwan seemed to be suddenly startled awake by something. After letting out a deep breath, he slowly delivered a shocking message. The northern continent would soon face danger. And not just any danger, but a massive calamity beast descent event, one that would even include some calamity beasts above level 100. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly interrupted Kale's thoughts. The food was ready. Behind him, Timu, standing together with Yuna, told Kale that he had already made a bunch of his favorite dishes. After heading back inside, Kale looked at the table full of fragrant home-cooked food and could not help sighing that it had really been a long time since he had eaten something made by Timu. Then Kale noticed that one person was missing from the table, so he asked where Abelia had gone. Was he still asleep? Betty then told Kale that she had already treated Abelia's injuries earlier, but Abelia seemed to have overdrawn himself too badly, so his body was still in a dormant state. Hearing that, Timo could not help lamenting that the nightmare-class monster none of them together could deal with had actually been beaten by a guy who was only level 7. But when he noticed the look of total shock on Yuna's face beside him, he could not help asking what was wrong. Had she been moved by how good his cooking was? But Yuna merely raised a hand and gestured for him to look behind him. That instantly left Timo confused. Was there something behind him or what? In the next second, the shadow behind him slowly opened its mouth and spat out 2 words. Food. That alone scared Timo so badly that he dropped straight to the floor. It turned out the shadow was Abelia, starving like a hungry ghost. Seeing that, Timo immediately got furious and started yelling at him. Hearing that, Abelia directly slapped the bowl in his hand onto the table. He loudly declared that the food was just too good. Faced with that praise, Timu proudly nodded in satisfaction and said not bad. He had already recovered to normal. Was this the power of his cooking? Immediately after, Abelia quickly added that since Timu was this talented at cooking, why not just become a chef? At that, Ignis suddenly asked, all of you want to become saviors, right? Then let me ask you something. For each of you, what is the thing you fear most? Faced with Ignis's question, Timu immediately fell into thought. If he had to name his greatest fear, it was probably ending up in a future completely opposite from the one he wanted. His dream was to become a savior, make enough money, and then, while he was still young, travel the world and try every kind of food. So the opposite future was probably growing old. Because once he got older, he would not have the energy to travel anymore, and even his sense of taste might start to fade. By then, he might not even be able to enjoy good food anymore. Just thinking about that was enough to make his scalp tingle. Then Ignis turned to Yuna beside him and asked, what about you? Yuna softly said that she had been born into a family of doctors and had grown up around hospitals since childhood. So she had seen far too many people tortured by illness. And those scenes had long since become shadows from her childhood that she could never shake. So even something as simple as a cold or a fever scared her badly. Only then did Kale finally understand why Yuna had suddenly run off that day. It was only because he had sneezed. Then Ignis continued, a transcender's lifespan is about twice that of an ordinary person, and you exist in a state that is almost untouched by illness. So in a sense, you can now formally say goodbye to these fears. The moment he finished speaking, he turned his gaze toward Abelia. After thinking for a moment, Abelia said that what he used to fear most was not even making it through the preliminaries. But now, what he feared most was not being able to fight alongside Kale. After saying that, he turned to Kale and asked, then what about you, Kale? What do you fear most? Faced with Abelia's question, the others all showed curious expressions too. Hearing it, Kale slowly said, actually, ever since my parents died, I've always felt this deep sense of unease, like I didn't know how I was supposed to keep living. Helplessness, anger, sadness, despair, my whole body always felt filled with those emotions. Until the day Yuna and Timo showed up in front of me. They asked me why I was crying alone in a place like that, and whether I wanted to go play with them. Because of them, for the first time, I felt the cold darkness in my heart slowly starting to light up little by little from their warmth. Later, I also met Master, Betty, and Abelia. That kind of care, that feeling of family. I really hadn't felt it for a very, very long time. Sometimes, I even can't help wishing this moment could last forever. So the thing I fear most is having to live alone again. Listening to Kale's words, Betty's cheeks instantly turned red, because at that moment, Kale gave her a completely different feeling from before. That chilling aura around him seemed to have disappeared, replaced by a gentleness she had never seen from him before. In the next second, Abelia threw his arms around Kale and seriously said that he absolutely would not leave him. And just then, Master continued, "The reason I asked that was to confirm whether, after you truly become saviors, you would regret stepping onto this path when you face real danger. Because for a savior, regret is an emotion that absolutely cannot exist. I can tell you right now that the ultimate goal every savior pursues is to die without regrets." After saying that, Ignis slowly stood up and told everyone to finish eating and head back early to rest. The next morning, Yuna and Timu said goodbye to Kale and prepared to return to North District 6. After seeing the two of them off, Master also prepared to leave together with Kale and Abelia. But just then, Betty suddenly came running over in a panic. Seeing how obviously flustered she was, Master asked, "What happened?" After calming her breathing a little, Betty said that she had just received a top-secret report from the southern continent. Hearing that, Master asked what the report said. Betty hesitated for a moment and then said that the classification level of this intelligence was extremely high and could only be reported to saviors above level 50 or continent-level commanders. As soon as she finished speaking, Master told her not to worry about any of that and just say it. Only then did Betty slowly say, "According to the report, Elder Bugvan, the Supreme Commander of the Southern Continent, has issued a new prophecy. Its contents are that within 3 days, the Northern Continent will suffer a large-scale calamity beast descent." After saying that, she anxiously continued, "Father, we should leave the Northern Continent as soon as possible." But Ignis calmly said, "For the calamity beasts to launch an attack on this scale, there must be a reason behind it. Their target this time is very likely me, the Supreme Commander of the Northern Continent. So if I stay here, I'll actually become the best bait." But Betty immediately argued back, saying that he was not even a combat-type transcender to begin with, and since he already knew he would be the target, that was even more reason not to stay and risk himself. Kale found himself agreeing too, saying that if manpower was short, he could stay as well. Ignis turned back and said that he had already made up his mind, so there was no need to say anything more. Besides, he now had another task he wanted Kale to carry out. That task was to protect Abelia's father, Aiden, the Northern Continent's greatest craftsman. Because if something happened even to him, then the consequences would truly be severe. So Ignis wanted Kale and Abelia to take responsibility for protecting Aiden, while he would also notify the Transcender Guild to send support. In truth, Kale also understood Ignis's real intention. Master wanted him away from the main battlefield. Then Ignis turned again to Betty behind him and said that he had 3 more tasks for her. First, immediately issue a warning to all residents of the Northern Continent that an attack was imminent, and arrange for transcenders below level 50 to help evacuate civilians. Second, notify all transcenders above level 50 on the Northern Continent to prepare at any time to engage the calamity beasts. As for the final matter, it was to call Fred over here, because he intended to confront them head-on in the area with the smallest population. On the first day of the prophecy, stone tablets fell from the skies above every region of the Northern Continent like rain. And by then, Betty had already arranged everything exactly according to her father's instructions. After saying that, her father told her to go get some rest first. But at that moment, Betty hesitated. Seeing the look on her face, Ignis said, "You're worried about Kale, aren't you?" Hearing that, Betty also gave a small nod and admitted that her father was right. In response, Ignis explained that the reason he had deliberately sent Kale away this time was because this descent would very likely include calamity beasts above level 100. If Kale were allowed to face monsters of that level head-on, the abilities on his body would inevitably be fully exposed. And once that happened, those calamity beasts would absolutely spare no effort to kill Kale first. And the other reason was that Master had realized that even now, Kale still seemed to lack enough attack power. So he had thought of the rumored divine artifact in Aiden's possession, the one said to be able to increase attack power. If Kale could really obtain that divine artifact, then perhaps a perfect transcender, one who possessed nearly every capability, would truly be born. At this moment, in North District 2, Kale and Abelia were rushing at full speed toward Aiden's residence. Given the current situation, calamity beasts could appear at any moment, so they had to reach Abelia's father as quickly as possible. But in the very next second, Abelia suddenly pointed into the distance and let out a startled cry. Kale followed his gaze. Only then did he discover that a stone tablet was falling from the sky, and its landing point was right in the middle of the city. Under the current circumstances, the warning had only just been sent out not long ago, so the civilians were very likely still in the middle of evacuating. If calamity beasts really descended right now, it would definitely cause massive casualties. But they were also carrying a mission on their shoulders, and if they turned back to save people at a time like this, it would inevitably slow down their current task. Just as Kale was still thinking, Abelia, without almost any hesitation at all, directly said that they should save the people first, because barrier-type calamity beasts were at least above level 20, and if no high-level transcendent stepped in, then a huge number of people would definitely die. Seeing that, Kale did not hesitate any longer either, and immediately told Abelia that the plan had changed. They would now prioritize dealing with the calamity beasts inside the city first. At this moment in the city, 3 level 15 transcenders and 1 level 16 transcender were desperately fighting a level 21 flame golem. One of them originally intended to block Flame Golem's attack with a C-rank rock shield, but Flame Golem shattered his defense and blasted him away with nothing more than a single punch. That sight instantly threw the others into complete panic. The one who had just been sent flying was already the strongest among them when it came to defense. In the next moment, one of them immediately prepared to run. He felt that if they kept fighting like this, they would only be throwing their lives away for nothing. But before he could even take more than a few steps, that Flame Golem had already appeared behind him. In extreme fear, he directly unleashed his B-rank skill water cannon. When he saw that the flames on Flame Golem's body actually seemed to go out from the attack, he even thought for a moment that his strike had really worked. Afraid the others would steal the credit, he deliberately told them not to interfere and said that he alone would handle this calamity beast. But in the very next second, blazing flames erupted once again from the surface of Flame Golem's body. At that critical instant, Kale directly used Glacial Body to block the attack for them. And Abelia, standing behind Kale, immediately shouted for them to fall back first and leave this thing to the two of them. Hearing that, Kale turned and told Abelia to go evacuate the civilians around them first. As for Kale himself, while blocking Flame Golem's attacks, he recalled what his teacher had told him before setting out. Ignis knew very well that although Kale's true piercing sphere was unbelievably powerful, its flight speed was still too slow when facing truly powerful calamity beasts. If the first attack missed, then the calamity beast would definitely become more alert, and landing a second hit would become extremely difficult. That was why Ignis had told Kale not to use true piercing sphere carelessly in future battles, but instead to treat it like a trump card to turn the tide at a crucial moment. And the current environment was clearly not suitable for using true piercing sphere. So Kale decided to rely purely on raw power and overwhelm it head-on. At the instant he blasted Flame Golem flying with one punch, he immediately activated Lightning Heart and used the speed boost to leap onto Flame Golem's head in an instant. Then with another kick, he sent it flying again. And seeing that thing still trying to struggle, Kale raised his leg and drove a heavy kick straight into its head. With a loud boom, even the surrounding ground caved in under the force of Kale's strike. Seeing that, the people around could not help crying out in shock. Look at that transcender, he looked only around 18. This had to be a joke. That was a level 21 Flame Golem, yet it was being beaten so badly it could not even fight back. By the time the smoke and dust cleared, Kale's figure had already disappeared, leaving everyone around standing there in blank confusion. Then someone nearby spoke up, saying that he thought he had just seen Kale leave with another blonde-haired man the moment he finished dealing with the calamity beast. At this moment, Kale was racing at top speed toward the mission location while thinking to himself that against calamity beasts at this level, he still could not kill them instantly, and that was definitely not a good sign. It seemed he now had to find a way to raise his attack power to another level as soon as possible. Then Kale turned to Abelia beside him. Seeing that, Abelia said while panting, that he had actually already thought of a way to increase Kale's attack power. That method was simply to go talk to his father directly. After all, his father's warehouse was packed with all kinds of equipment, and if his father found out that Kale was Ignis's disciple, then he would definitely be willing to bring out something for Kale to use. The moment he heard that, Kale did not waste another word and directly picked Abelia up in his arms. The reason was simple. Up until now he had been deliberately slowing down because he was worried Abelia could not keep up. But that calamity beast from earlier had already cost them too much time. Now they had no choice but to move even faster, so Kale could only carry Abelia and keep going. After night fell, Kale and Abelia finally arrived at Abelia's father's residence. Looking at the wooden cabin in front of him, Kale could not help asking Abelia why, when the town was clearly much safer, his father insisted on living all the way out here in such a remote forest. Hearing that, Abelia explained that his father thought the town was too noisy and simply could not calm his mind there. Abelia also reminded Kale not to be fooled by how shabby the place looked from the outside. The defensive system here was no joke at all. The whole area was filled with traps personally set by his old man. Hearing that, Kale suddenly understood. No wonder he had been sensing faint traces of mana fluctuations around the area earlier. Then Abelia walked ahead and told Kale not to worry, that as long as he followed him, they absolutely would not trigger any traps. In truth, even without Abelia leading the way, Kale could have relied on mana radar to avoid every mechanism. But before he had even taken 2 steps, Abelia, getting a little too full of himself, completely forgot that what he was stepping on was a trap. In the next second, an iron golem burst straight out from beneath the ground. The moment it appeared, that iron golem attacked Abelia without the slightest hesitation. Seeing that, Kale reacted almost instantly and stepped directly in front of Abelia. With a loud bang, the iron golem sent Kale flying several meters with a single punch. Even Kale had not expected that the attack power of a mere trap would actually surpass his own, and right now he still could not use true piercing sphere to destroy it directly. In a hurry, Kale could only immediately ask Abelia whether this thing had any weakness at all. Hearing that, Abelia quickly answered that Iron Golem's weak point was its chest. That was its energy core. As long as that was broken, it would no longer be able to move. Hearing that, Kale immediately activated Lightning Heart. Since he could not overpower it head-on, he would make up for it with speed. Seeing Kale rush at it from the front, Iron Golem raised its hand and slammed a punch hard into the ground. But Kale, using the speed boost from Lightning Heart, dodged every single one of its attacks. And in that instant, he seized the opening and forcibly ripped the energy stone out of its chest. After losing its power source, the Iron Golem collapsed on the spot. Kale then held the energy stone in his hand and turned to ask Abelia whether this was enough. And at that exact moment, a dark figure silently appeared behind Kale. Sensing that something was wrong, Abelia immediately raised his hand and shouted for the other party to stop, Mr. Daniel. Hearing that, Kale turned around at once. Only then did he discover that someone had, at some point, already brought a sword down toward him. Fortunately, Abelia shouted in time, so the man stopped abruptly and slowly pulled his blade back. It turned out that before this, he had thought Kale was just some thief who had wandered in by mistake. Seeing that, Kale was filled with doubt, because until the other party actually made a move, he had not sensed even the slightest trace of mana fluctuation. And what caught even more of his attention was that the sword in the man's hand actually vanished into thin air right in front of his eyes. Then Abelia hurried over to the man and said that Kale was his friend, and although his level was 0, his strength was extremely high. The moment Abelia finished speaking, Kale directly asked where Abelia's father was right now. Hearing Kale ask that, Abelia immediately asked the same thing. Daniel then said, Master is right behind me, but you'd better be careful. He doesn't seem to be in a very good mood right now. Then Abelia excitedly rushed over to his father and said, Dad, I passed the preliminaries. And it was nightmare difficulty too, 4th place in the region. That means you should keep the promise you made before, right? I get to choose one piece of equipment for myself. With a smack, the slap in Abelia's voice landed almost at the same time. The stunned Abelia looked at his father in total confusion, unable to understand why he had suddenly been slapped. Aiden, full of anger, ordered Abelia to hand over the dragon slave armor he had stolen. It turned out that the epic-grade equipment Abelia had used earlier in the Nightmare Gate really had been secretly taken from home. Of course, he did not dare admit it directly and could only stubbornly say that he had just borrowed it for a while, which was hardly something worth getting hit over. But hearing that only made Aiden even angrier. He said that if Abelia wore dragon slave armor for too long, it would cause irreversible damage. If he dared use it again without permission, Aiden absolutely would not go easy on him. At that, Abelia got so angry that he directly threw the thing from his pocket onto the ground and said that from now on, he would never touch his father's equipment again. Then Aiden's gaze fell on Kale. Kale then explained the purpose of this mission in full. In truth, Aiden had already heard a little about the prophecy before. What he had never expected, however, was that someone as absurdly picky as Ignace would actually take in a young man like Kale, who looked so unremarkable on the surface. But the moment he finished saying that, Aiden suddenly seemed to notice something. Wait, your level is permanently fixed at 0? After Kale confirmed it himself, Aiden immediately pressed further and asked whether Kale had used some powerful divine artifact to deliberately fake his own attributes. Hearing that, Kale directly shook his head and said no. Those words instead seemed to make Aiden suddenly understand something. No wonder Ignace had specifically contacted him earlier and named that item in particular. Then Aiden said that Kale's master really was an exceptionally shrewd man. In almost everything he did, he expected some kind of return. But in response, Kale said, Master only told me to protect you. He never said anything about any reward. Seeing that, Aiden told Kale that in truth, Ignace had already contacted him beforehand and demanded a piece of equipment as the price for Kale protecting him. Hearing that, Kale instantly understood. In the end, everything his master had done was still for his sake. Even so, Kale seriously told Aiden that even without this divine artifact, he would still do everything he could to complete the mission. But Aiden merely waved a hand and said that equipment was the one thing he lacked the least, so giving Kale a piece did not matter. What Aiden was truly curious about, however, was why Ignace had deliberately chosen a failed creation. It had originally been a masterpiece forged to push a Transcender's attack power to the absolute limit, critical heart. Its ability was that whenever the user landed a critical hit, their attack power would directly double, and it also came with an additional effect that increased critical hit rate by 99%. But after it was completed, a crack had appeared in the equipment. Because of that, this divine artifact immediately fell into a damaged state. Now, it could only increase critical hit rate by an extra 1% whenever the user defeated an enemy whose attack power was higher than their own. Even more troublesome, that critical hit rate would reset every time the user leveled up. And because of that, this equipment was practically useless to ordinary transcenders. That was why Aiden had been completely unable to understand earlier why Ignis had specifically asked him for this item. But now, Aiden finally understood Ignis's real intention. Although he did not know exactly how Kale kept growing stronger, if Kale truly could not level up, then for him this divine artifact was basically a perfect match. Because as long as Kale kept defeating calamity beasts, his critical hit rate would eventually stack all the way to 100%. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy violently erupted from that critical heart. Then that energy poured through Kale's entire body. System prompt. Kale has equipped the damaged critical heart. Current critical hit rate, 0%. Although the growth condition of this critical heart was absurdly harsh for anyone else, for Kale, it was one of the easiest requirements imaginable. Even Aiden had not expected that this piece of equipment would fit Kale so perfectly. Kale, meanwhile, sincerely thanked him, because he had been troubled for a long time by the fact that his attack power was too low and had not been improving, and he had never expected that Aiden's equipment would solve that exact problem for him. Then Aiden turned and walked back toward the cabin, saying that he was only someone responsible for making equipment, while Kale and the others were the ones truly responsible for fighting the calamity beasts. So for the sake of humanity's survival, there was no need to thank him for something like this. But in the very next instant, a powerful surge of energy suddenly descended from the sky. With a loud bang, that force exploded violently not far from the wooden cabin. This immediately made Abelia push open the window from inside the house and hurriedly ask what had happened outside. Right after that, Abelia saw a barrier. And it was a green barrier. That sight instantly filled Aiden with doubt, because logically speaking, only the supreme commanders of the 5 continents should have known his exact location. Was this just a coincidence, or something premeditated? At this moment, Daniel, who was standing in front of Kale, also immediately said in a deep voice for him to step back, because the calamity beasts were coming. But even without Daniel's warning, Kale had already sensed it, because just a moment ago, through Manhwa Radar, he had already detected something approaching this place at incredible speed. Looking up, they saw a group of calamity beasts charging toward them like mad. And leading the charge was a level 14 one-horn thrall. At the exact moment that one-horn thrall reached out to grab him, Kale suddenly caught its wrist in one motion. In the next second, he used the blade formed by Glacial Body to instantly pierce through its chest. Seeing their companion get killed, the remaining one-horn thralls all immediately let out furious roars. Kale then quickly pulled away with the help of Lightning Heart. Although he could have directly used Lotus Burst to wipe them all out in one shot, he had to take the wooden cabin behind him into account, along with Aiden and Abelia inside. Although Daniel, standing nearby, would most likely be able to withstand the shockwave from Lotus Burst, the other two might not necessarily survive it. With the combined coordination of Lightning Heart and Glacial Body, after Kale consecutively cut off the heads of 2 one-horn thralls, his gaze suddenly shifted in another direction. Because just now, through Manhwa Radar, Kale had clearly sensed an even stronger energy fluctuation. In the next moment, 10 level, 24 two-horn thralls charged out at the same time. Meanwhile, in a lifeless, terrifying, and desolate world, a man wearing a cloak was slowly reporting that they had successfully teleported an advance unit of lower-tier slaves into the human world. Then he asked who among them should lead the main force next. Hearing that, the figure seated at the head calmly said, "I have already handed full command of the main force to Ape Eater, one of the 8 demon kings. It has probably not devoured living humans for a very long time, so by now it must be unbearably hungry. Also, the eye I left behind the last time I descended into the human world seems to have noticed someone rather important. However, power at the Demon King level may be too much for that eye to handle. In that case, let one demon general take care of this matter." On the other side, Kale suddenly heard fighting break out from the wooden cabin behind him. Could it be that another calamity beast had gotten inside? But right now, Kale was being tightly pinned down by a level 24 two-horn thrall. Seeing that the situation had already become too urgent to delay, Kale had no choice but to bring out his trump card, True Piercing Sphere. With a sharp whoosh, True Piercing Sphere instantly pierced through the two-horn thrall's abdomen and shot straight into the sky. And at that exact moment, the system prompted that the critical hit rate had increased by 1%. After dealing with that two-horn thrall, Kale immediately told Daniel behind him that he was going to handle the calamity beast that had broken into the cabin first, and that he would leave things here to him for now. The moment the words fell, Kale immediately rushed toward the cabin. At this moment, Abelia had already been beaten into a miserable state by the monster in front of him, and he knew very well that without dragon slave armor, there was simply no way he could win. But now that things had already come to this, he had no choice but to resort to this desperate move. In the next second, Abelia shouted Kale's name at the top of his lungs. With a bang, Aiden swung the iron hammer in his hand and smashed it heavily into the calamity beast's head. But that blow was almost completely ineffective. Abelia had never imagined that his father, who was clearly just a non-combat type, would not show even the slightest fear in front of a calamity beast. Then the calamity beast furiously turned around. Its sharp claws thrust straight toward Aiden, yet Aiden merely crossed his arms over his chest and calmly said, "I'll leave the rest to you, Kale." And in the very next second, Kale suddenly appeared between the two of them and directly caught the calamity beast's wrist. Immediately after that, he used the blade formed by Glacial Body to instantly pierce through its chest. After killing that calamity beast, Kale immediately apologized to Aiden, saying that he had been delayed outside dealing with those small fry, so he had arrived late. Hearing that, Aiden directly asked Kale how things looked outside. Kale activated Mana Radar and scanned the outside of the house, then said that Daniel should have already wiped out all the calamity beasts outside. And the truth was exactly as Kale had said. Daniel had slaughtered every calamity beast outside. But even so, he still did not relax his guard in the slightest. Because as long as that barrier remained, calamity beasts would keep pouring out of it endlessly, and the longer this dragged on, the stronger those things would become. Then Daniel turned to Kale and said that he was preparing to destroy the barrier. However, he was worried that one or two calamity beasts might slip through while he was pushing forward, so he hoped Kale could stay behind as much as possible to protect Aiden and Abelia. But Kale directly refused, saying, "I'll go in myself and wipe out every calamity beast inside the barrier. You protect Aiden and Abelia, Daniel." Seeing Kale's eyes, sharp enough to almost burn, even Aiden froze for a second, because in those eyes, he saw not the slightest trace of fear, only an overwhelming hunger for battle. After thinking for a moment, Aiden said to Daniel, "In that case, leave destroying the barrier to Kale." Daniel said nothing more, only warning him in a grave voice, "If this is a green barrier, then there will be at least level 26 to level 50 calamity beasts inside. Are you sure you can really handle that?" In response, Kale answered without the slightest hesitation, "I'm sure." The moment his words fell, Kale immediately dashed toward the barrier at full speed. And this time, he could finally fight without holding anything back. Watching Kale's figure disappear into the night at high speed, Abelia immediately declared that since Kale had already gone, then as a member of AA, he naturally had to follow and fight too. But Aiden shut that down on the spot. Abelia had originally wanted to ask why, but his father coldly told him to stop fooling himself into thinking he was part of that team. "This is cruel, because you and Kale simply live in two completely different worlds." Seeing that Abelia still refused to give up, Aiden continued, "The meaning of a team is to support each other and cover each other's weaknesses. But to Kale, right now, you are nothing but the one holding him back. If you keep following him like this, sooner or later you'll only get him killed. And I'm not just talking about you. Because Kale is a special existence. In his generation, there is already no one left who can truly stand on the same stage as him. And did you see the look in his eyes when he faces calamity beasts? That is the look of someone completely consumed by hatred." At that moment, while rushing toward the green barrier, Kale detected 5 enemy units through Mana Radar. As the passive effect of his skill activated, his mana recovered by 50%, bringing him back to a state close to full. The moment he saw those 5 calamity beasts, Kale did not hesitate at all and directly activated Lotus Burst. With a thunderous boom, the system prompted, Lotus Burst used to defeat 5 enemies. All skill ranges increased by 5%. Current bonus is 1106%. Immediately after that, Critical Heart also displayed a prompt that the critical hit rate had increased by 1%. Because that two-horn thrall from earlier had such high defense, Kale had no choice but to spend 80% of his mana on Lotus Burst and wipe it out together with the others. The reason he did that was to stop them from getting any chance to reach Aiden and the rest. Soon after, the sound of that explosion carried all the way back to Abelia's side. Seeing that, Daniel immediately raised his greatsword and stood in front of Abelia, asking in a deep voice where that explosion had come from. Hearing that, Abelia immediately explained that it was the sound of Kale's skill, and that Kale must have run into calamity beasts in the forest just now. After hearing that, Daniel could not help thinking to himself that an explosion on that scale was absolutely not something a mere level 0 person should be able to create. It made him start to wonder whether Kale's inability to level up might actually be the result of some monstrously powerful talent with equally monstrous side effects. And right at this moment, Kale had already arrived in front of the green barrier. After all, the calamity beasts appearing here now were on a completely different level from the ones he had faced before in the trial stage. Then Kale activated Mana Radar once again. But to his surprise, the skill was completely unable to determine either the number or the strength of the calamity beasts inside the barrier. Still, thinking back on it, his teacher really had mentioned before that the color of a barrier itself could be used to judge the approximate level range of the calamity beasts inside. And those ranges were divided like this. Gray barriers corresponded to levels 1 to 25, green barriers corresponded to levels 26 to 50, blue barriers corresponded to levels 51 to 75, purple barriers corresponded to levels 76 to 100, and red barriers corresponded to levels above 100. Since the one in front of him was the green barrier, that meant the calamity beasts inside were probably level 26 to level 50. If he could wipe everything out in there right now, then the experience drop would probably be insane. After that, Kale summoned his spirit, Death-Seeking Black Hound. Ever since the last Salvation Alliance preliminary tournament ended, Kale had fed all the experience stones that were useless to him to Seeker, and this had smoothly raised its level to 16. Kale gently stroked Seeker's head and said to it, "From now on, all the experience goes to you. But before I give the order, you are absolutely not allowed to act on your own, because every single calamity beast in here has to die by my hand." At the same time, Betty said to Ignis, "Father, the Transcender guards have arrived." Right after that, someone beside her stepped forward. He was Kirajima, a level 63 wind elementalist and also a first-rank savior. He said to Ignis, "From this moment on, I'll be responsible for your safety." Hearing that, Ignis politely thanked him. Then Betty added, "Aside from Kirajima, 5 third-rank saviors and 3 second-rank saviors have also already arrived. But for some reason, Fred still hasn't shown up. Even though when I contacted him 6 hours ago, he said he was already on the way. Not only has he still not arrived, but communication with him has also been cut off. Could he have run into trouble on the road?" Seeing that, Ignis did not seem worried at all and only calmly said, "Ordinary calamity beasts could not possibly threaten him. After all, he is one of the only 6 special class saviors. However, keep trying to contact him, because the only people who can confront this descending wave of calamity beasts head-on are special class saviors." But those words immediately caught Kirajima's attention. He looked at Ignis and said, "Master Ignis, aren't you thinking a little too highly of special class saviors? No matter how strong they are, in the end they are still human. And I don't believe there's really such a huge gap between them and first-rank saviors like us. Fighting them directly might be difficult, sure, but the calamity beasts they can deal with are not necessarily beyond what we can handle." To that, Ignis merely replied calmly, "Confidence is a good thing, but if you really think you can already stand shoulder to shoulder with a special class savior, then that only proves you have never seen truly powerful calamity beasts." At that exact moment, Kirijima suddenly seemed to sense something. He abruptly turned his head and discovered that a stone monument was slowly descending in this direction. Looking at the purple barrier gradually forming in the distance, Ignis finally spoke slowly, "It's finally here." Betty, standing beside him, said in a low voice that she still had not been able to contact Fred. Hearing that, Kirajima let out a cold snort and said, "That man is completely unreliable. Let us clean up this trash instead. I'll be the one to prove that there is no real difference between first rank and special rank." Meanwhile, inside the green barrier in North District 2, Kale looked at the surrounding environment and found that compared with the outside world, it actually was not all that different. And yet, throughout this whole space, there lingered an aura that made him feel instinctively uneasy. After that, Kale activated Mana Radar once again, and the result was exactly what he had expected before. The skill truly could not sense the situation outside the barrier. From this, he concluded that the inside and outside of the barrier were actually 2 separate and independent spaces. Immediately afterward, the skill detected 5 enemy units, and Kale's mana was restored by 50% as a result. Then Kale said to Seeker beside him, "Stay here for now. If you find any calamity beasts that slip past me, just eat them." The instant lightning heart activated. A current of electricity suddenly appeared beside the distant calamity beast charging straight at Kale. In a single instant, the blade condensed in Kale's hand by glacial body had already pierced through one calamity beast's chest. Then Kale accelerated again. Under that absurd speed and that razor-sharp blade, several one-horned thralls were chopped to pieces on the spot as easily as tofu. And right at that moment, a two-horned thrall suddenly extended its claws and viciously slashed at Kale. Kale abruptly pushed off with both feet, flipped backward to evade the strike, and then instantly condensed a small true piercing sphere in his hand. With a wet piercing sound, that black sphere went straight through its chest. System prompt. Critical hit rate increased by 1%. After dealing with that two-horn thrall, Kale immediately sprinted at top speed into the distance. This was the first time he had seen one of the newly descended stone monuments from this close. Kale could not help thinking to himself that if he simply smashed this monument directly, then the barrier should disappear with it. At that very moment, the skill suddenly detected one enemy unit again, and his mana simultaneously recovered by 10%. Could it be that there was still one more thing not dealt with? In the next second, several sharp claw-like spikes suddenly shot violently toward Kale. If Kale had not just detected that mana fluctuation in advance through his skill and dodged because of it, then by now he probably would have already been skewed on the spot by those spikes. Following the direction those spikes had come from, Kale finally discovered that the thing had been hiding behind the stone monument this entire time. And clearly, this was a calamity beast completely different from the earlier ones. At this moment by the wooden cabin, Abelia was staring at the green barrier in the distance with a face full of worry. Standing beside him, Daniel tried to persuade him, saying that it was too dangerous here and that he should go inside first. But Abelia acted like he had not even heard him and only asked in a low voice, "Mr. Daniel, have I really just been holding Kale back?" Hearing that, Daniel first told him not to take it too much to heart, saying that Master Aiden had always liked speaking harshly and that he should not swallow all of it whole. But after thinking seriously about it, Abelia realized that he really did seem to have always been nothing but a burden. Seeing him like this, Daniel said, "The calamity beasts inside a green barrier are all between level 26 and level 50. Are you confident you could defeat even a single level 26 calamity beast?" Hearing that, Abelia could only honestly shake his head and say that he had no confidence at all. Daniel gently patted his shoulder and said, "If that's the case, then you have even less reason to be so discouraged. Because when I was your age, let alone going into fight, I didn't even have the courage to step into a green barrier." That made Abelia freeze in surprise. He had never imagined Daniel used to be like that too. In response, Daniel slowly said, "The difference between a gray barrier and a green barrier is far more than just a jump in levels. Because the calamity beasts inside gray barriers have no intelligence. They are nothing more than beasts that endlessly repeat slaughter and destruction. Some of them are indeed powerful, but as long as a plan is made in advance, there is always a way to deal with them. But a green barrier is completely different. Just like humans, intelligent calamity beasts can appear there. So the reason you've become Kale's burden is not because you are too weak, but because he is simply far too absurdly strong." And inside the green barrier, a humanoid calamity beast wrapped in crackling lightning was slowly stepping out from behind the stone monument. As it walked forward, it said in a low voice, "So I was discovered? It seems you possess a detection-type skill." Looking at this calamity beast, which was clearly on a completely different level from the earlier enemies, Kale not only did not feel nervous, but instead revealed an almost excited expression. "To think you saw through my skill in just a few seconds. Even more impressive, you can actually speak the human language. Looks like you're the kind of intelligent calamity beast I've heard about." Seeing Kale like this, the humanoid calamity beast assumed he was so frightened that he had started talking nonsense. It had originally thought Kale might be some formidable enemy worth looking forward to, but now it seemed he was nothing more than a level 0 piece of trash, a coward practically trembling with excitement at the mere sight of it. Hearing that, Kale only smiled and said, "I'm just too excited, that's all. Actually, I've always had a question I really wanted to ask intelligent calamity beasts like you. Since you can speak, then answer me." Hearing Kale say that, the other side actually seemed interested, sneering that if this was his dying wish, then it did not mind granting it. Then Kale stared at it and asked, "Do you feel pain?" At that, the calamity beast immediately burst into mocking laughter. "Do you really think a mere mortal like you is qualified to hurt me? How naive can you be? I'm the one who exists to inflict pain on others." The moment it finished speaking, the tentacles on its body suddenly shot violently toward Kale. Meanwhile, Kale used Lightning Heart to dodge, and in an instant flashed right in front of it. Then came a heavy punch packed with tremendous force that blasted its entire body backward. Even so, Kale did not relax because of that, because in his perception, the mana inside the opponent's body was still continuing to swell, and even the speed of those tentacles had become faster. However, when it came to speed alone, Kale still held a clear advantage. It was just that, judging from his current strength stat, it was nearly impossible for him to truly behead this calamity beast in any meaningful way. Even if he landed hits, it would still be hard to cause any substantial damage. And at this moment, that calamity beast was also slightly surprised. It truly had not expected that a mere level 0 human could burst out with this kind of speed. In the next second, it suddenly leaped into the air, and the tentacles on its body once again rained down toward Kale like a storm. Watching Kale's high-speed dodging figure, it slowly said, "That weak and pathetic attack of yours would mean nothing even if it landed 100 times. And I only need one strike to kill you completely." In an instant, Kale smashed another fierce punch into its body. And at that exact moment, one tentacle suddenly stabbed violently toward Kale. Kale immediately used Glacial Body to block the strike. But because his strength was still not enough, he was sent flying by the impact anyway. At the exact instant that tentacle was about to pierce through Kale's body, Kale once again relied on the speed boost from Lightning Heart to narrowly avoid the fatal blow. Seeing this, the Calamity Beast coldly said, "That electric current on your body is a skill used to enhance speed, isn't it? What I wonder is how much longer your mana can keep supporting it." Hearing its words, Kale quickly reached a conclusion in his mind. Those tentacles it was using to attack probably were not a skill, but actual parts of its body, and because of that, Onmi Insight had never been triggered. In the next second, Kale flashed in front of it again and slammed a punch hard into its face. But this attack still had no effect whatsoever. Not only that, Kale's own mana was also almost depleted. If this kept dragging on, then as his body weakened and his mana ran dry, his speed would sooner or later start to drop. So at this moment, Kale made a decision. He would keep increasing his attack frequency, because as long as he could successfully trigger a critical hit even once, the entire outcome of the fight would reverse in an instant. Immediately after that, Kale's fists rained down on the opponent like meteors. But even so, the attack still seemed completely ineffective. So he had no choice but to push the frequency even higher. And right at that moment, one tentacle suddenly shot in violently from the side. With a bang, it pierced straight through his chest. Looking at Kale's body skewed through, the Calamity Beast opened its mouth full of fangs and slowly said, "To throw all your strength blindly into attacking like that is laughably stupid. What's wrong? Weren't you the one who said you wanted to make me feel pain? So why is it that now you're the one who's ended up looking so miserable?" But in the next second, Kale clenched his fist again and smashed it violently toward the creature, and at that exact moment, the damaged critical heart finally prompted that the next attack had a 100% chance to trigger a critical hit effect. With a loud bang, Kale's punch slammed heavily into its abdomen. In a single instant, that Calamity Beast was sent flying several meters away by the blow. In the distance, it simply could not understand what had just happened. Why had Kale, who a moment earlier posed no threat to it at all, suddenly exploded with such terrifying power in that one instant? In truth, even Kale himself was just as shocked by that punch. And at the exact moment the blow landed, three completely different emotions surged through his heart at once: pleasure, concentration, and satisfaction. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. And because those three emotions appeared, even though blood was continuously pouring from Kale's abdomen, he could not feel any pain at all, and even vaguely felt comfortable. Then Kale slowly reached out his hand, placed it on the creature's head, and asked in a low voice, "That hit just now, did you feel pain?" At that, the Calamity Beast finally showed a look of terror. "You've clearly already surpassed level 40, so why are you disguising yourself with this fake status just to deceive me?" As it watched Kale's fingers slowly tighten, it had no idea what this human intended to do next. With a bang, Kale crushed half its face on the spot, then continued in a low voice, "Until today, every Calamity Beast I've met had no intelligence. So when they died, they couldn't even let out a proper scream. But now, I've finally truly heard the pain of a Calamity Beast. This sound is wonderful." In the next second, Kale's 5 fingers suddenly tightened again. In an instant, the Calamity Beast's head was crushed to pieces by his bare hand. Immediately after that, the system prompted that the critical hit rate had increased by 1%. As that strange feeling gradually faded, Kale finally felt the intense pain from his wound all over again. And the barrier in the distance, which had already begun turning transparent, also made Kale realize that there were probably no other Calamity Beasts left in here. That meant there was only one final thing left: destroy the stone monument. The moment Kale threw a punch, the stone monument in front of him exploded apart, even more fragile than he had expected. Although the battle here was already over, there was still one thing Kale needed to confirm before returning. He softly called out, "Seeker." In the next second, a black wolf-like beast lightly flipped out from behind him. Looking at Seeker's appearance now, Kale could not help feeling a little puzzled. Did it seem a bit bigger than before? But what had changed about it went far beyond just its size. Its level had actually risen by 3 levels in one go, and it had even gained an extra 150 unassigned attribute points. This immediately made Kale realize that its body would keep growing along with its level. In other words, as long as he kept feeding it experience, one day it would grow into a truly enormous monster. And at this point, Kale's stamina was already nearly completely exhausted. On top of the massive blood loss, his body was almost at its limit. Then Kale said to Seeker, "You should be able to track the residual mana I left behind, right? Then follow the trail I left when I came here and take me back." The moment the words fell, Seeker raised its head and let out a long howl. Meanwhile, on the other side, seeing the barrier gradually dissipating, Abelia immediately realized that Kale had succeeded. Even Daniel could not help being startled. In only 10 short minutes, Kale had destroyed a green barrier. Even if there had been no intelligent calamity beasts inside, that level of efficiency was already shocking enough. But at that very moment, he suddenly heard a roar. That instantly put him on alert. The barrier had already been destroyed, so why would there still be a calamity beast? Immediately afterward, Daniel turned around at once and told Abelia to retreat back into the house first. But after hearing that roar, Abelia froze for a moment and said that the sound somehow felt familiar. In the next second, Seeker came charging toward them at high speed. That instantly made Daniel raise his sword horizontally in front of his chest in caution. Looking at the calamity beast rushing straight at them, he was already prepared to strike it down on the spot. But that figure suddenly reminded Abelia of the one Kale had previously taken in as his spirit. So he hurriedly shouted for Daniel to stop. Only then did Daniel's sword pause slightly. So this was Kale's spirit? And at that moment, Seeker also came to a stop, when it slowly lowered Kale from its back. That sight caused even Daniel to show a look of surprise, because in his understanding, only a true spirit master could freely command a being like this. Yet Kale had a permanently fixed level, battle power far beyond others his age, and even skills from other classes. The more Daniel came into contact with him, the more he felt he simply could not see through this person. At that moment, amid Abelia's repeated calls, Kale finally slowly opened his eyes, softly called Abelia's name, and only said that he wanted to rest for a while first. But the moment those words left his mouth, Abelia burst into tears and started sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing him like that, Daniel, standing to the side, could not help saying, "Kale isn't dead, so what exactly are you crying for?" Hearing that, Abelia forcibly stopped crying and hurriedly asked, "Really? He's really not dead?" Then Daniel pointed at the wound on Kale's abdomen and said, "His breathing is still steady. I'll take him back first and give him emergency treatment." After saying that, Daniel picked Kale up. When it came to pure combat power, Daniel might already be unable to keep up with Kale now. But there were still certain things only Daniel could do. Because Daniel's class was Wind Elementalist, a versatile class capable of both offense and defense, with control over both wind and airflow. But unfortunately, almost all the talents he had awakened were healing-type skills. And because of that, he had always felt a strong resistance toward his own talents and had never been willing to use those abilities. But this time, because of Kale, he truly intended to use that power for the first time. In the next second, Daniel directly activated the C-rank skill Healing Wind. As he slowly poured that gentle healing power into Kale's body, he quietly thought to himself, "For the sake of our team, you have to recover quickly." At this time in North District 4, a purple barrier suddenly spread open near Ignis's residence. With a loud bang, Kirijima, who had been full of confidence only moments earlier, was blasted away and slammed hard into the tree stump behind Ignis. Seeing that, Betty hurriedly summoned her spirit, wanting to heal him, but Kirijima desperately told her to run at once. Because that thing's power, defense, and speed were simply not on the same level as his. Not even a special class savior could possibly defeat a monster like that. Then he struggled to say again, "Master Ignis, run." At that moment, the bull-headed calamity beast lowered its head, looked down at Ignis, and asked, dressed so strangely, "You should be Ignis, right? How lucky. I found the target right away." The moment it finished speaking, it attacked directly. Hearing that, Ignis also understood that the other party's target really was him. Then came the sound of a body hitting the ground. That made Betty cry out for her father in panic. And Kirijima, tears all over his face, said, "It's over." Yet Ignis, standing right at the center of the attack, still calmly spoke a single sentence. "You're late, Fred." Hearing that, Fred turned his head and gave a brief apology, saying that he would handle this thing. Looking at Fred, who had appeared out of nowhere, the bull-headed calamity beast coldly said, "And where did you come from? Tiny little thing, but your mouth sure is big." At that moment, Kirijima also hurriedly tried to warn him. Yet Fred merely threw a casual punch. And just like that, he blew apart the bull-headed calamity beast on the spot, despite how unstoppable it had looked only a moment ago. That scene shocked Kirijima to the core. So, this was the power of a special class savior? He had originally thought that special class saviors were still only human in the end. But what he was looking at now had long since gone beyond normal human logic. Betty, seeing this, originally wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but Fred calmly said that the real battle was only just beginning. Then the barrier that had originally covered the area around Ignis's residence slowly shifted from purple to red. And inside that red barrier, a figure burning like living flame looked at the enormous being before him and quietly said that he was curious how Lord Inshokuma would play with these humans. So he intended to stay here and watch the whole thing with his own eyes. After speaking, he turned his head and asked the white-only calamity beast beside him whether it agreed with that idea. However, another voice coldly cut in, telling him not to do anything unnecessary. Our mission is to capture that person. You know very well what will happen if we fail, don't you? Hearing that, the Red Flame Demon King asked Demon General Frostbite Wraith King why they had teleported into Lord Enshokuma's barrier instead of teleporting directly beside the target. Hearing this, Frostbite Wraith King told him, if several of us teleported there directly, the barrier near the target would immediately turn purple, which would alert the humans. Now, we only need to use the demon barrier created by Enshokuma to draw away the strong humans. That way, we can complete Lord Linga's mission without interference. Immediately afterward, Red Flame Demon King asked again, then do you know where the mission target is right now? In response, Frostbite Wraith King told him not to worry, because the eye Lord Linga left in the human world will guide us. And through that eye, Lord Linga can also directly observe everything it sees. At this very moment, that eye is in the same place as our target. At this moment, Kale was trapped inside a dream. In the dream, Kale was telling his mother that he had finally found a calamity beast that, like them, could feel pain. And he had even crushed its skull with his own hands as an offering to honor her spirit in heaven. But what Kale had never expected was that his mother wanted him to stop. She told Kale that there were things in this world even more important than revenge. She said Kale should not recklessly throw away his power for the sake of revenge, and that he had to use that power to protect the family and friends around him. But Kale answered without the slightest hesitation that this was absolutely impossible, because he would never forgive the calamity beasts that had killed his father and mother. He would kill every last one of them and make them personally feel this pain too. Those words made his mother pause for a moment. Then she softly said that it was time for her to go. Hearing that, Kale hurriedly asked where she was going, because he still had so much he wanted to say to her. But before fading away completely, his mother left one final sentence, telling Kale not to let himself keep being consumed by hatred. As his mother's figure gradually scattered, a crimson light suddenly lit up behind Kale. Immediately afterward, a hollow, icy voice rang out, crying for the dead. That really is the most typical behavior of lowly creatures. The moment he heard that sentence, Kale suddenly spun around and roared in fury. You are the demon of destruction, Linga. But Linda merely said calmly, so you've finally woken up? It seems that only when you are with that woman do you return to the form of a child. Hearing that, the anger in Kale's heart flared even more fiercely. He charged violently toward where Linda stood. But Kale's punch passed straight through Linda's body. Linda then unhurriedly told Kale not to be so impatient. He also said that before long, he would make Kale experience that same feeling of despair all over again. At that moment, the entire dream began to shatter rapidly. At the instant the dream was about to collapse completely, Kale roared that sooner or later, he would kill Linga with his own hands. When he woke up again, Kale realized that he was lying in a hospital bed. For a moment, it almost made him think that everything he had just gone through had only been a dream. But in the next second, a strange stabbing pain suddenly shot through Kale's right eye, even though it had clearly never been injured before. Only, for some reason, he still did not notice that something abnormal had already appeared in that right eye. After that, he checked his body and found that he had already fully recovered, which was probably because Abelia had used wood spirit bandages on him. Only, why had Abelia fallen asleep here? Kale had originally wanted to signal Seeker not to make any noise so he would not wake Abelia. But Seeker completely misunderstood and directly let out a low growl. In the next second, Abelia blasted a gust of wind at Kale while still mumbling in his sleep about defeating the calamity beasts. But with a breeze like that, he probably could not even ruffle the fur of a real calamity beast. The moment Abelia saw clearly that it was Kale, he instantly shouted in delight, Kale. In the next second, he stumbled forward and threw himself into Kale's arms in a tight hug. Kale, meanwhile, could only think helplessly that this guy was still exactly the same. Whenever he got excited, he just had to run up and hug people. Wiping away cold sweat, Kale asked Abelia how long he had actually been unconscious. Abelia told him that about 3 hours had already passed. Hearing that, Kale thought for a moment, 3 hours, which meant it was probably around 3 in the morning on the second day of the prophecy. Then he asked whether Aiden and Daniel were safe now. Abelia nodded firmly and said that ever since Kale had shattered the green barrier, no more calamity beasts had appeared. But after hearing that, Kale did not relax in the slightest, because the words from that dream earlier still bothered him. That feeling had been far too real to be just an ordinary dream, so those calamity beasts had to still be planning something. In the next moment, Kale sat up from the bed and quietly put his clothes back on. Looking at Kale now, Abelia happily said, "That's great. It looks like you've really recovered completely." But hearing Abelia's words, Kale gave no response. He merely walked silently to the door and pushed it open. By this time, The reinforcements his teacher had mentioned earlier should be arriving soon too, so he planned to check the situation with Daniel first. As Abelia followed him outside, he started chatting with Kale, asking what that canine spirit from earlier was actually called, and Kale answered with a question of his own. Wasn't it just called Death-Seeking Black Hound? Hearing that Kale had never seriously given it a real name at all, Abelia immediately declared with a confident look that he was actually very talented at naming things. But before he could even finish speaking, Kale shut him down without hesitation. Kale had already experienced Abelia's so-called talent firsthand, so there was no way he was letting him mess around. At that, Abelia immediately showed a look of regret. Ahead of them, Daniel, who was repairing the iron golem, heard their conversation and also spoke up, saying that he had not expected Kale to recover so quickly. With spirit bandages alone could not possibly do that, so had Abelia finally used his true ability after all? Hearing that, Kale looked at Abelia in surprise and asked, "I've never seen you use any skills before. Are you a healing-type transcender?" Abelia scratched the back of his head and said that he did know a few attack skills too, though inwardly he added that their damage was just a little low. At this time, Kale turned to Daniel again and asked whether any other saviors had arrived while he had been unconscious. Daniel glanced back at him and said no. Daniel looked a little puzzled and asked why Kale was suddenly asking that. Kale said, "My teacher told me before that he would send nearby saviors here, but now a whole day has already passed, so they should be arriving around now." To this, Daniel replied, "After all, the place we're in now is deep in the forest. Even for you, if Abelia hadn't guided you, there's no way you could have gotten here this fast." Although Kale felt that what Daniel said did make sense, for some reason, however, an extremely ominous feeling still lingered in his heart. It was as if some evil force was slowly drawing closer, little by little. And at that very moment, several figures in the distance were also rushing rapidly in this direction. One of them asked the person beside him how far they still were from the destination. In response, that person answered that there were probably only a few kilometers left and told him to hold on a little longer, because as long as they completed this mission, they would officially be promoted from apprentice saviors to level 3 saviors. It was just that no one had expected this place to be so remote. Why would the greatest craftsman on the northern continent live somewhere like this? But suddenly, one of the people behind them seemed to sense something and immediately spoke up, telling everyone to stop. The moment they heard the warning, they all slammed on the brakes and came to a halt. Then they turned and asked the woman whether she had sensed some strange aura. In a low voice, the woman said that it seemed like something was rapidly approaching them from ahead. At that moment, a voice slowly came from directly in front of them. "I didn't expect you to notice me so quickly." At that, all of them entered combat stance at the same time. Then the owner of the voice, Red Flame Demon King, appeared and looked at them as he asked, "You all seem to be in quite a hurry. Where are you planning to go? Care to tell me? Maybe the place you're heading to is the same place I'm going." Yet in only an instant, the man holding the blade turned into a crimson skeleton. At that, Red Flame Demon King merely muttered lightly, "A tiny little fireball can do this much damage. Humans really are laughably fragile." Then it turned to the White Oni Calamity Beast beside it and asked, "Your side done too?" The White Oni Calamity Beast slowly raised its fist. One of the people on the ground had already been smashed into a pool of flesh, making even Red Flame Demon King unable to help, commenting that its methods were still too brutal. At that moment, the woman who had first sensed their presence earlier asked in a trembling voice how they had appeared here when there was clearly not even a single barrier nearby. Hearing that sentence, Red Flame Demon King condensed another small fireball in its hand. "We walked a very long way before finally reaching this place." That frightened the woman in front of it so badly that she froze in terror on the spot. Just as Red Flame Demon King was about to kill her too, a voice stopped it, but Red Flame Demon King said that it had been bored for too long and now needed to find some amusement. But before the fireball in Red Flame Demon King's hand could even be launched, several sharp chunks of ice instantly froze it in place. Then the owner of the voice, Demon General Frostbite Wraith King, coldly said, "If you dare ignore my orders again next time, the consequences will not end here." Hearing that, Red Flame Demon King immediately showed fear, hurriedly saying that it understood and asking Frostbite Wraith King to release the spell. And after Frostbite Wraith King lifted the spell, he turned to look at the woman who had already been scared into tearful silence. Flames suddenly burst wildly across Red Flame Demon King's body. With an annoyed expression, it said, "The only ones we are not allowed to kill right now are the target and the owner of the magic eye, right? What's so special about this woman?" To that, Frostbite Wraith King calmly said that it was not part of the mission in the first place. He simply wanted to use the opportunity to test the new ability Lord Linga had granted him. Then, a palm wrapped in black aura aimed at the terrified woman. In an instant, that black aura drilled wildly into her body through all 7 orifices. After the black aura gradually settled, the signs of life in the woman's body also seemed to disappear completely. Seeing that, Red Flame Demon King leaned in for a closer look and said, "Didn't she just end up dead after all?" Hearing that, Frostbite Wraith King calmly replied, "She is not dead. She is merely undergoing demonization." In the next moment, the woman who had just been crying slowly opened 3 eyes. Looking at this scene, Red Flame Demon King asked in confusion, "Demonization? What is that?" Standing behind it, Frostbite Wraith King explained, "Humans who undergo demonization will submit completely to Lord Linga. In other words, this woman is now entirely on our side." Then the woman respectfully lowered herself and knelt on the ground, waiting for the Demon General's orders. Seeing this, Demon General Frostbite Wraith King said, "Infiltrate human society and remain there until the day Lord Linga descends. Before that, you are to faithfully report everything that happened here. Say that your team was attacked by calamity beasts in the forest, and that because of your companion in sacrifice, you became the only survivor." In response, the woman respectfully said that she understood. After saying this, Frostbite Wraith King ordered her to leave immediately. And after hearing those orders, the aura of demonization around the woman gradually faded as well. After a while, it was as if she had just woken from a nightmare, and she looked around in panic. In the next second, she suddenly turned and ran into the distance without looking back. Watching her like that, Red Flame Demon King said dismissively, "Making those humans obey our commands is not a bad idea. But what's the point of recruiting weaklings like this?" To that, Frostbite Wraith King slowly said, "Not just her. Including transcenders, tens of thousands of humans have already undergone demonization and become one of us. When Lord Linga completely unifies this world, they will naturally play their vitally important roles. So stop wasting time and come with me immediately. This mission is more important than any we have carried out before." And at this moment, the Iron Golem had already been fully repaired. With the addition of this Iron Golem, whose combat power was equivalent to a level 30 Transcender, they could finally make up at least a little for their lack of fighting strength. Then Kale walked into the room and asked the old man Aiden about what had happened earlier with Critical Heart. Hearing that, Aiden immediately understood. Could it be that Kale had triggered a critical hit during his earlier battle with the Calamity Beast? Thinking of that, he could not help immediately asking Kale what his current critical hit rate was. Kale answered, it was originally 3%, but after defeating that intelligent Calamity Beast, it increased to 4%. At that, Aiden could not help praising him. Landing a critical hit with only a 3% chance, your luck really is absurd. Hearing that, even Kale himself vaguely felt that his luck did sometimes seem a little too good. But what truly puzzled Kale was actually the state he had entered after the critical hit triggered. It was not just improved concentration. It had also pushed him into a strange feeling of being almost omnipotent. So Kale looked at Aiden and asked, could that also be one of Critical Heart's effects? That sentence made Aiden's whole body jolt. Then he immediately turned to Kale and asked, was it that kind of state where your 5 senses became abnormally sharp, like you could perceive everything around you? But how could you possibly stay calm in that state and not be affected at all? Hearing that, Kale thought for a moment and replied, if that's the feeling you mean, then yes. Only then did Aiden continue, what you entered is a state called flow state. The so-called flow state is when a person becomes completely immersed in something, to the point that time feels distorted and both concentration and excitement rise to their peak at once. The sudden technical term Aiden threw out left Kale a little lost. Seeing that, Aiden switched to a simpler explanation. Put simply, it means getting into the zone. For example, a painter becomes so focused on creating that he forgets to eat. An athlete moves through a match on instinct, like the body itself has gained consciousness. A student becomes so absorbed in solving problems that they completely forget time passing. Those are all examples of flow state. And once a transcender enters flow state, they gain not only ultimate concentration, but also abnormally heightened senses. At the same time, their attributes and skill effects will also rise to 120% of their original levels. These words made Kale pause slightly, and then he said that his teacher had never mentioned any of this to him before. Hearing this, Aiden immediately snapped back somewhat irritably. Do you think flow state is some common thing you see everywhere? This is a state only an extremely small number of people can achieve. For ordinary people, they might not enter it even once in their whole lives. So without exaggeration, whether or not someone can enter flow state is the dividing line between a genius and an ordinary person. Looking across all the transcenders on the 5 continents, including myself, there is not a single one who can enter flow state at will. And my first awakening of flow state was only after I had already been a transcender for 2 full years. Even compared to others, that was already considered very early. But you awakened only 1 month ago, and you already reached this level. Wait, don't tell me you weren't even listening to what I was saying just now? Hearing that, Kale suddenly snapped back to attention. He turned to Aiden and said, I can feel 3 presences with enormous magical power approaching this place. To that, Aiden said they might also be the people Ignis had sent to protect this place. But Aiden's words did not make Kale relax, because in his perception, those magical fluctuations felt more like calamity beasts than transcendence. So just in case, Kale still decided to go out and check for himself. Hopefully, all of this really was just his own misunderstanding. Then Kale directly pushed open the door. The two people outside, seeing him like this, were also a little confused and did not understand why he had suddenly become so tense. Kale said, "I just sensed magical fluctuations and thought calamity beasts had come." To that, they replied that no new barrier had appeared nearby at all. So in theory it was impossible for calamity beasts to show up. Even if they really had come, the iron golem had now been reactivated, so ordinary calamity beasts would not require them to step in personally. Before those words had even fully finished, with a heavy crash, the iron golem suddenly smashed violently into the house from beside Abelia, and a fist mark the size of a sandbag was clearly stamped into its chest. None of them had expected this at all. An iron golem comparable to a level 30 transcender had actually been taken down in one strike before it could even react. Then a voice slowly rang out. "Only 3 of them? Then this should be easy." And the one who said those words was none other than Red Flame Demon King, one of the 3 terrifying calamity beasts. They were clearly still standing in the distance. Yet Kale could already feel that the magical fluctuations from their bodies were on a completely different level from that guy inside the green barrier earlier. Especially the one standing in front, who made Kale feel like he was facing a raging sea. Then Frostbite Wraith King said to the Red Flame Demon King behind him, "I'm going to seize the target. I'll leave this place to you. And remember, do not damage the eye under any circumstances." Red Flame Demon King gave him a look that said not to worry, and with a flick of its fingers, condensed another small fireball in its hand. Hearing their conversation, Kale was instantly alarmed. Could it be that these guys' target was Aiden? In the next second, the 3 of them immediately moved to block Frostbite Wraith King. But in only a single instant, Frostbite Wraith King had already appeared behind all 3 of them. That speed instantly changed everyone's expression. They instinctively wanted to chase after it and stop it, but Frostbite Wraith King merely raised one hand lightly. In an instant, a massive wall of ice rose out of thin air, completely cutting them off on the other side. Seeing this, Daniel's face filled with shock. He swung his sword, trying to shatter the ice wall, but no matter how he attacked, he could not shake it in the slightest. And at that moment, the white Oni calamity beast had already rushed up behind Daniel. Daniel hurriedly turned around and braced the blade with both hands, barely managing to block the strike. But that terrifying force still sent him flying backward from the impact alone. Kale could not help calling Daniel's name in alarm. But at the same time, Red Flame Demon King had already walked up in front of Kale and said, "You're in no position to worry about anyone else." As soon as the words fell, an A-rank fireball blasted straight at Kale. Without even a second to hesitate, Kale immediately unfolded Glacial Body and at the same time shouted for Abelia behind him to run. With a yelp, Abelia instantly panicked and bolted toward the back. And that explosion from just now directly shattered the Glacial Body in front of Kale, even leaving his palm scorched black. System prompt, A-rank skill Red Flame Bullet detected, activating Omni Insight. Current analysis progress, 1%. Only then did Kale truly realize that the seemingly harmless little fireball from just now was actually an A-rank skill. He thought to himself that he really had relied too much on Glacial Body. If he had chosen to dodge that attack with Lightning Heart just now, the situation might have been better. And at this moment, the Red Flame Demon King on the opposite side sneered, "Foolish human, you didn't seriously think that flimsy little wall of ice could block my flames, did you?" But before the words had fully left its mouth, it suddenly seemed to remember something. Wait, had it gone a little too far just now? What if this guy just happened to be the magic eye? But in the very next second, that thought was interrupted by the glaring level floating above Kale's head. Level 0. A piece of trash with a level that low could never possibly be the magic eye, so it could burn him to ashes without the slightest hesitation. And at that moment, Kale also raised the hand that had been burned black and summoned his spirit, Death-Seeking Black Hound, behind him. Seeing this, Red Flame Demon King thought Kale was planning some laughable 2-against-1 fight with his spirit, so it mockingly said, "Even if you summon 10 more mongrel dogs like that, you still wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning." Before those words had even fully fallen, it launched another fireball at Kale. But in truth, Kale had not summoned Seeker to gang up on Red Flame Demon King. His real purpose was to have Seeker protect Aiden. After giving the order to Death-Seeking Black Hound, Kale and it split left and right to avoid the attack. Then, following Kale's command, Seeker dashed straight toward Aiden's direction. Seeing that, Red Flame Demon King could not help looking at Kale and asking, "You don't actually think that you alone can deal with me, do you?" Looking at the contempt on Red Flame Demon King's face, Kale understood that this thing was clearly underestimating him. If he kept pretending to be weak, then the other side probably would not kill him immediately. And while that really would buy more time for Omni Insight to analyze, the problem was that Kale could never bring himself to act weak in front of a calamity beast. So in the next second, Kale lifted his eyes to look at it and coldly said, "What, do you have a problem with that? Because from where I'm standing, you don't seem all that strong either." Those words instantly ignited Red Flame Demon King's fury. Grinding its teeth, it said, "I was originally planning to take my time and have some fun with you. But now I've changed my mind. I'm going to burn you to ashes right now." Looking at the even larger fireball gathering in its hand again, Kale quickly judged that although the fireball had clearly grown in size, its flight speed had not increased at all. In other words, this thing most likely relied heavily on skill-based attacks. If that was true, then as long as he could force his way into close range, this fight was still winnable. And when Red Flame Demon King saw Kale advancing instead of retreating, a flash of surprise immediately appeared in its eyes. In only an instant, Kale had already closed the gap and rushed right up in front of Red Flame Demon King. After going silent for a moment, Red Flame Demon King slowly curled the corners of its mouth into a smile. Before Kale's kick could actually land, Red Flame Demon King had already condensed a crimson energy shield first, firmly blocking the attack. Seeing this, Kale could not help freezing for a second. A flame shield? Flame surged once more from Red Flame Demon King's palm as it sneered. "You didn't seriously think I wouldn't know my own weakness, did you?" In the next instant, that violent power of flame swept brutally toward Kale's body. After Kale dodged this blow, he quickly retreated several meters back. Kale thought to himself that of course, how could he have been this careless against an intelligent calamity beast? And at this moment, Red Flame Demon King also said, "With speed like that, you're not really level 0 at all, are you? You really did fool me completely just now." Hearing that, Kale shakily forced himself back to his feet. Looking at Kale in that condition, Red Flame Demon King spoke again. "You still want to keep fighting? If you just drop dead obediently now, it'll hurt a lot less." But Kale paid no attention at all to Red Flame Demon King's words. He just had not expected that analyzing an A-rank skill would take this long. Meanwhile, inside the wooden cabin, Frostbite Wraith King's sharp claws slowly brushed across the objects in the room, while it quietly said to the person in front of it, "Aiden, I've heard you have already forged 3 unique grade divine artifacts, 16 epic grade pieces of equipment, and countless rare grade items. A person like you is more than qualified to be called the most gifted craftsman among humans." Hearing that, Aiden calmly said, "You're suddenly reciting my life story now. What, are you planning to kill me right here?" In response, Frostbite Wraith King told him, "As long as you still have value, I have no reason to kill you." Hearing this, Aiden said, "Too bad. I'm not the type to obediently take orders from anyone." After saying that, Aiden grabbed the dagger on the table and viciously stabbed it toward himself. But in the next second, a terrifying force of ice instantly froze him solid. That made Aiden's heart tremble violently. In only an instant, the ice had covered his entire body. That freezing power had to be at least an A-rank skill. Then Frostbite Wraith King coldly told him to give up this meaningless struggle. And Abelia, hiding behind the armor, had already panicked to the extreme when he saw the scene. If this kept going, his father really would be taken away by this calamity beast. That left him torn for a moment over whether he should launch a sneak attack right now. But in the instant of his hesitation, a black shadow suddenly burst in from outside the door. And that black shadow was Kale's spirit, death-seeking Black Hound. Baring its fangs, it bit viciously straight at Demon General Frostbite Wraith King. But Frostbite Wraith King merely lifted its eyes slightly. In the next instant, a terrifying force of ice froze death-seeking Black Hound in midair. With a bang, it crashed heavily to the ground. Although it had dealt with this spirit almost effortlessly, a trace of annoyance still flashed through Frostbite Wraith King's mind. What exactly were those two outside doing, to let this kind of trash break in here? Abelia, who had originally been hiding in the dark in fear, became even more terrified now, because even Kale's spirit could not get close to that thing. If he were the one to attack, then there was no way he would stand even the slightest chance of winning. That inevitably made him think of Kale. Was he really going to have to ask Kale for help again? But at that moment, his father's earlier words suddenly echoed in his mind. If he relied on Kale for everything, then sooner or later Kale would be dragged down to death by him. What was more, if Kale still had any spare strength right now, then he would have already come in person instead of sending only his spirit. So at this moment, Abelia made a decision. He was going to save his father with his own strength. That's right, as long as he had that thing, Dragon Slave armor. Maybe then he could at least buy himself a sliver of a chance. That thing should be hidden under his father's bed. Thinking of that, he ran toward his father's room without hesitation. In truth, Frostbite Wraith King had already noticed Abelia hiding in the shadows long ago. It had just never expected that the guy would choose to run away. That made it sneer inwardly. What a cowardly human. Hearing those words, Aiden also immediately understood that the person just now had to be Abelia, but he did not feel disappointed because of it. He only silently prayed in his heart that Abelia would never come back. Then Frostbite Wraith King said calmly, "Now, let me take you to the place where you belong. As for the cleanup afterward, I'll leave that to those two." Meanwhile, on the other side, Kale activated Glacial Body once again and covered his scorched legs with it. That way, he could still keep moving. Looking at the massive fireball sweeping toward him head-on, Kale immediately activated Lightning Heart, trying to dodge the attack. Seeing that, Red Flame Demon King instantly showed a mocking smile. "You still plan to keep dodging with a body that's already half torn apart? How pathetically stubborn. What, can't you keep up that speed from earlier anymore? Let me see how much longer you can keep dodging." As the words fell, it slowly raised both hands. That instantly made Kale's heart sink. From afar, Red Flame Demon King's entire body suddenly erupted with countless streams of blazing fire. And as those flames swept over once again, Kale was left with almost nowhere to run. One stream of fire after another blasted straight toward him. If Kale had been in normal condition, he could have easily dodged attacks like these. But in his current state, that had become almost impossible. As one blast of flame after another struck Kale's body, Omni Insight's analysis progress also began rising like crazy. In the blink of an eye, it had already jumped to 92%. But those flames showed absolutely no sign of stopping. They nearly burned Kale down into a charred black skeleton, and as he endured that searing agony, he remembered his mother from back then. And at this moment, Red Flame Demon King once again gathered another mass of flame in its hand. It had completely run out of patience, and wanted to use this final blow to finish Kale off for good. But it was already too late, because Kale's analysis progress had already reached 100%. Red Flame Demon King's final strike slammed straight into a blue lotus that appeared like a phantom. That sight made it freeze in shock. What exactly was that thing? An Omni Insight developed exactly as Kale had expected. It did not give him a brand new skill, but simply strengthened Glacial Body. After reaching level 3, Glacial Body could now withstand A rank and lower fire element skills when activated. And its passive effect had also changed so that every successful defense against an A rank or lower fire skill would further raise defense by 15%, combined with the attribute boost brought by the Nirvana effect. At this moment, Kale no longer needed to fear the opponent's Red Flame Bullet. Not far away, Red Flame Demon King looked at that blue lotus and said with complete disdain, "That Red Flame Bullet just now didn't even scratch your skin, did it? That kind of defensive ability is kind of interesting. But in your current condition, you probably can't hold on much longer, right?" As the blue lotus slowly bloomed, Red Flame Demon King revealed an expression as if it had expected exactly this. "I knew it. In that case, let's end this little game quickly." But before it could even finish speaking, the sight revealed beneath the lotus instantly drowned it in terror. Because Kale's body, which had originally already been shattered and ruined, had completely recovered at this exact moment. At this time, Kale looked at it and slowly said, "Originally, I was planning to spare you for now and hurry to save Aiden. But your flames reminded me of some very unpleasant things, so I changed my mind. I'm going to grind you into dust." Elsewhere, Daniel was flying backward at terrifying speed. If he had not forcibly blocked that strike with a divine artifact just now, he probably would have already been killed outright by that punch. Even so, he had still been blasted deep into the forest. That made him unable to stop thinking that none of these creatures were ordinary monsters, so he had to get back as fast as possible. With a bang, the monster that had sent him flying just now had actually chased him all the way here too. But when Daniel saw this, he instead let out a slight sigh of relief. If that was the case, then at least the pressure on Kale's side would be reduced a little. But right after that, he thought of Master Aiden and Abelia. So Daniel immediately made up his mind that he had to deal with the thing in front of him as quickly as possible, then return at once to support them. In his heart, he silently prayed, "Master, Abelia, hold on." Inside Aiden's room, Abelia was quietly reaching his hand under his father's bed. After fumbling around in a hurry, he finally touched a box. When he dragged that box out from under the bed, joy instantly appeared on his face. "I finally found you, Dragon Slave Armor." In the next second, Abelia immediately put the entire set of equipment on himself. In his heart, he silently swore that this time, he absolutely would not become anyone's burden again. His father had already warned him long ago that once Dragon Slave Armor stayed on for more than 15 minutes, its devastating side effects would kick in. So no matter what, he had to save his father within those 15 minutes. And Aiden, who was bound by Frostbite Wraith King's ice, asked it, "Are you really fine being this careless? They should be catching up to you soon." To that, Frostbite Wraith King seemed completely unconcerned, because among humans, only special class saviors were qualified to pose any threat to it. But now, those special class saviors were all occupied fighting demon kings. Those words instantly shocked Aiden. Even Demon King level beings had already been mobilized? Then this operation absolutely had a deeper objective. So Aiden immediately asked, "You're going through all this trouble? Can it really be just to capture me?" In response, Frostbite Wraith King said flatly, "Don't think too highly of yourself. You are not our only target. Besides that, several other plans are already moving forward at the same time." Hearing that, Aiden immediately tried to press further. Then what exactly is this operation for? But before he could finish, Frostbite Wraith King muttered in a low voice, "You really are persistent." Right after that, a figure in the distance was silently closing in. That made Aiden's heart sink. He could not help worrying. Was the one coming Daniel? Or Kale? If either of them had chased after it alone, then they would have almost no chance of winning. In the blink of an eye, a crimson figure suddenly launched a fierce sneak attack at Frostbite Wraith King's back. As he thrust out his palm, he shouted for his father to get back. After seeing clearly who had come, Frostbite Wraith King spoke again. "To think I'd be chased all the way here by a human brat. What exactly are those two doing outside?" And at this moment, Red Flame Demon King was staring at Kale in total shock. It simply could not understand how Kale, who had clearly just been burned to ashes, now looked completely restored as if nothing had happened. That instantly filled it with rage, and it roared, "No matter how many times you revive, the result will never change." As soon as those words fell, it directly activated Red Flame Bullet. But this time, Kale did not dodge at all, and instead directly unfolded level 3 Glacial Body. At the instant those fireballs struck Kale, Red Flame Demon King instantly broke into wild delight. "Idiot. You're not even dodging. You want to tank my skill head on? Then I'll burn you to ashes all over again." But what it never expected was that flames at this level had now completely lost their effect on Kale. Not only that, after Glacial Body successfully blocked an A-rank fire skill, Kale's defense rose by another 15%. In the next second, Kale covered his entire body with Glacial Body, then activated Lightning Heart and said with anger he could no longer hold back, "Now the one truly lying on the chopping block is you. Don't worry. I'll tear you apart piece by piece until you're dried out like jerky." In only a single instant, Kale's figure flashed straight in front of Red Flame Demon King. Immediately after, he swung those sharp blade-like claws and drove them straight toward it. With a bang, that strike was once again forcibly blocked by the Crimson Shield. Red Flame Demon King's heart stirred. Had this guy forgotten it still had its shield? But that Crimson Shield did not last even half a second before Kale ripped it apart by force into fragments. And what even Kale himself had not expected was that this strike also triggered Glacial Body's passive effect, increasing his defense by yet another 15%. That sight instantly made cold sweat pour down Red Flame Demon King's body. But Kale's attacks showed absolutely no sign of stopping. At this moment, Red Flame Demon King felt the urge to run for the first time in its life. It had already understood that the moment it was truly caught by the monster in front of it, it would be finished. So it turned around almost desperately and fled frantically toward the rear. But after only 2 steps, it tripped and fell flat on its face, its heart filled with total disbelief. How had a noble being like itself actually been forced into this kind of state by a mere human? So it launched its skill at Kale once again. But this attack was casually dodged by Kale. Just like that, its entire body was swallowed by fear, and it even started trembling as it tried to beg for mercy. But Kale gave it no chance at all, and mercilessly threw another punch. And this blow just so happened to trigger critical heart as well. That made Red Flame Demon King let out a terrified scream, "You monster!" But with a loud bang, its head still exploded on the spot like a watermelon. Looking at that corpse, now completely dead, Kale could not help letting out a soft sigh. Why did it have to quit at a time like this? I originally wanted to torture you a little longer. Still, that feeling just now, had he entered flow state again? It really was exactly the same as last time. That made Kale a little puzzled. Could it be that landing a critical hit was itself one of the conditions for triggering flow state? And at this moment, under the dual enhancement of flow state and passive skills, Kale's total attributes had directly broken past 2,000. Then he saw a green energy slowly rise from the remains of Red Flame Demon King's corpse. That was unmistakably the experience it turned into after death. Since Kale himself could not level up and could not absorb experience, that mass of energy quickly split into 2 streams and flew off in different directions. After seeing this, Kale immediately understood that the stream flying toward the forest was going to Daniel, and the other stream flying toward the house was, without question, meant for death-seeking Black Hound. Thinking of this, Kale immediately rushed toward the house, because he remembered that Calamity Beast from earlier that controlled ice. Compared with Red Flame Demon King, that one was clearly even more terrifying. With a heavy thud, Abelia at this moment smashed a fierce punch into the ice shield in front of Frostbite Wraith King. But even with the enhancement of Dragon Slave armor, his all-out strike still failed to shake that Calamity Beast's defense in the slightest, although Abelia's heart was full of shock. Even so, he still gritted his teeth and told himself that if one punch was not enough, then he would keep hitting until he completely shattered this ice shield. Seeing Abelia overestimate himself so badly, Frostbite Wraith King mocked coldly, "Pathetic insect, do you still not understand the gap between us?" And Aiden, sealed tightly inside the ice, shouted desperately, "You idiot, I don't need you to save me at all. Take off that dragon slave armor right now. Didn't I already tell you? That divine artifact comes with an unbelievably terrifying price. If you don't take it off immediately, I'll sever our father-son relationship." But how could Abelia care about that now? He only gritted his teeth and answered that even if they really had to sever their father-son relationship, he would still save his father no matter what. Abelia thought to himself that if the one standing here right now were Kale, then he would definitely make the same choice. Aiden had still wanted to keep scolding him. But in the next second, even the corner of his mouth was frozen shut once again by Frostbite Wraith King's ice. Then Frostbite Wraith King looked at Abelia and spoke again. "Is this what you humans call family love? Humans truly are disgusting creatures ruled by emotion. However, I no longer have time to keep wasting on you." As soon as the words fell, a powerful force of ice suddenly froze Abelia in place as well. An insect belongs where an insect stands. Aiden, also trapped inside the ice, looked at his son, and only endless regret remained in his heart, because the wearing time of that armor had already reached 3 minutes. At that moment, inside the wooden cabin, the stream of experience rushing over finally raised death-seeking Blackhound's level from 19 to 20. With a loud bang, it actually broke free by force from the ice binding its body. And at that exact moment, Kale also arrived there. Looking at death-seeking Blackhound's figure, Kale could not help thinking to himself that its level really had increased again. It seemed that it truly was because it had absorbed that experience. Then Kale immediately asked it, "Which way did Aiden and that calamity beast go?" And when he followed death-seeking Blackhound's line of sight, he instantly saw a scene cold enough to freeze his blood. Kale simply could not understand how things had gotten this bad. And after sensing the powerful lingering magical aura in the direction of the breach, Kale, without the slightest hesitation, dashed straight out of the house, because he no longer had time to wait for Daniel to arrive. Meanwhile, Daniel had just cut off one of the monster's hands with a single slash. Then he immediately gripped his sword with both hands again and forcibly braced himself against the opponent's next attack. But that terrifying force still drove him back several meters. And the astonishing regenerative ability of this calamity beast let its severed hand recover completely in the blink of an eye. A calamity beast like this was, without question, exactly the kind of opponent Daniel hated dealing with most. At that very moment, a green light flew in front of Daniel. It was experience, and also the result of causality. At once, Daniel understood that Kale had already dealt with the other calamity beast, so the most important thing for him now was to hold the line here no matter what. After crossing blades again and again, Daniel finally noticed that the calamity beast in front of him kept using both arms to protect its head and the back of its neck. Without a doubt, that was its real weak point. And after confirming this, Daniel immediately came up with a way to deal with it. In the next second, he suddenly cut off both of the calamity beast's legs with one strike. Then, without pause, he severed both of its arms as well. That way, the thing would need at least 1 second to regenerate, and that brief single second would leave its weak point completely exposed. Then Daniel gathered all the strength in his body. Holding his sword with both hands, he violently drove it into the calamity beast's open mouth. With a heavy thud, the calamity beast's head was split cleanly in two from the mouth upward by Daniel's blade. To be honest, even now Daniel still found it a little hard to believe that a mindless calamity beast had caused him this much trouble. But now, he had no time to think any further. He had to meet up with Kale as fast as possible, because the calamity beast that controlled ice was the truly most dangerous enemy. Thinking of this, he also immediately rushed off in the same direction at full speed. At this moment, Frostbite Wraith King looked at Aiden, whose face was full of anger, and calmly asked, "You look like you still have a lot to say. Then say it." The instant those words fell, the ice sealing Aiden's mouth silently disappeared. Aiden immediately told it that no matter what conditions it proposed, he was willing to agree, as long as it spared his son. Hearing that, Frostbite Wraith King calmly said, "From this distance, I can no longer keep controlling that patch of ice from before. But it doesn't matter. In any case, you'll soon begin working for me. By the way, that set of equipment just now was forged by you from dragon scales, wasn't it? That kind of material possesses extremely tenacious vitality. Even if the dragon died long ago, it will still remains inside its flesh and scales. And once equipment forged from that flesh and those scales is worn for too long, it will inevitably begin devouring the user's consciousness in return. Afterward, it will seize control of their body, and completely transform them into a real dragon. In fact, as early as the day the prophecy descended, Daniel had once asked Abelia, "You seem to really admire Kale." Abelia had not denied it at all, and only frankly admitted that he also wanted to become as strong as Kale. But that had left Daniel somewhat confused instead. There were clearly no shortage of strong people in this world. For example, Abelia's father Aiden, or the strongest transcender, Tajal. Even Tajal's master, Ignis, was also someone standing at the very peak. And if they were talking only about battle experience and reputation, Daniel believed he was far above Kale as well. So why was it that Abelia, of all people, happened to admire Kale? That question instantly left Abelia speechless. Seeing the hesitation on his face, Daniel patted him on the shoulder and said, "I was just asking casually. I was only curious, so don't take it too seriously." But it was at that exact moment that Abelia suddenly realized that, after really thinking about it, he had actually never seriously asked himself this question before. Why was he so obsessed with becoming someone like Kale? In fact, when he was very young, his mother had once given him a wooden sword. She said it was his 4th birthday gift. Abelia had been overjoyed. The moment he opened his mouth, he named the wooden sword the Invincible Hero King's Sword of Justice. Then he excitedly ran out of the house with the wooden sword raised high, unable to wait to show it off to the other kids he played with. But that seemed instead made his mother inside the house a little worried. At that, Aiden said with a puzzled look, "Abelia actually has friends he can show that to?" When Abelia ran over to those children with the wooden sword, they really did look envious at first. But before long, a trace of bad intent appeared on their faces. Then they reached out and asked him to let them have the wooden sword. That made Abelia hesitate immediately. But those children said his father was a famous craftsman, so he could make as many of those as he wanted. They even patted their chests and promised that they only wanted to play with it for a little while and would return it right away. Those words made Abelia instinctively feel afraid. And at that moment, the boy leading the group suddenly looked at him and said, "Don't tell me you're too scared to even lend it to us?" Those words instantly made Abelia grit his teeth. He forced out a strained smile, then nodded. After getting the wooden sword, the children quickly turned and ran off to play somewhere else, leaving Abelia standing there alone. And as he watched their backs get farther and farther away, an indescribable sense of loss rose in his heart. All he could do was silently pray that they would remember to bring the wooden sword back. After Abelia returned home, his mother gently asked whether he had fun playing. Hearing that, Abelia nodded and said that he had had a lot of fun. But his mother seemed to notice something. She softly asked where the wooden sword he had been holding earlier had gone. When Aiden, standing nearby, heard that, he answered almost without thinking, "Do you even need to ask? Those brats must have taken it." Those words immediately made his mother anxious. If they really took it, then it should be brought back. But Aiden merely waved a hand and said that even if they helped him get it back this time, the same thing would just happen again next time. And if he could not even protect the things he treasured, then what courage would he have to keep living in the future? Aiden certainly did not remember raising such a coward. Perhaps that was the very beginning of why Abelia admired Kale so deeply. After that, several more months passed. The doctor helplessly said that his mother's body had always been weak, and that they had already done everything they could. Aiden flatly refused to accept that. He grabbed the doctor by the collar and frantically demanded that he think of another way. And from the sickbed, his mother, whose time was already running out, looked at her son and softly called, "Abelia." The moment he heard that, Abelia immediately gripped his mother's hand tightly. Looking at him, his mother spoke in a voice so faint it was almost fading away. "Although your father always says you're a coward, I actually know better that you're only like this because you're too kind. But you have to remember this, kindness without strength will eventually become a kind of cruelty. Because if you cannot even protect the people important to you, then that kind of kindness will only end up hurting you in the end. So you must become strong, and then bravely use that strength. Mother believes that one day, you will become a brave and powerful savior. So you must promise Mother that you'll take good care of your father for me." Looking at that hand gradually losing both warmth and strength, Abelia burst into tears on the spot. Through his sobs, he swore that he would definitely become the strongest and bravest person in the world, and that he would definitely become a truly kind savior. So this was probably the deepest desire in his heart. The more a person lacks something, the more desperately they long for it. When he first met Kale, Abelia had actually been deeply afraid of his power. But later, after becoming Kale's teammate and going through so much together, he gradually realized that what Kale possessed had never been just strength. Whether he was facing hundreds of transcenders, or terrifying calamity beasts so dreadful they left people unable to breathe, Kale always had an astonishing will that never backed down. And although Kale seemed cold and harsh, when it came to his companions, he would always show an unexpected kind of gentleness. This was the real reason Abelia wanted to become someone like Kale. Because in his eyes, Kale had a heart that was powerful, brave, and still kind. And that kind of person was exactly the kind of savior Abelia had dreamed of becoming ever since he was little. Hearing that, Daniel could not help smiling and saying that if Kale himself were here right now and heard those words with his own ears, he might actually be deeply moved. But Abelia only scratched the back of his head and said with a bitter smile that he was nothing more than a cowardly person with little talent, so wanting to become a savior like Kale was probably, in the end, only a distant dream forever out of reach. Still, being able to fight side by side with Kale now and become his companion, for Abelia, that was already enough. And at this very moment, when Kale, who had just arrived, finally saw the figure ahead of him clearly, he called out Abelia's name in confusion. Those words made Abelia suddenly turn his head. Then he saw Kale, his clothes in tatters and battle scars still covering his body. But at this point, Abelia had already been completely consumed by the power of the dragon. That made Kale, standing not far away, frown. He could not understand at all why Abelia had put on dragon slave armor again. Aiden had already strictly forbidden him from ever using it again. And besides, Abelia now clearly looked wrong. That sight gradually darkened Kale's expression. Because compared with the state Abelia had been in during the competition earlier, the way he looked now was like a completely different person. And right at that moment, Abelia muttered several words in a low voice that were impossible to make out. Hearing that, Kale immediately asked, "What did you just say? And where did Aiden go?" But Abelia seemed unable to hear anything at all, and only let out an angry roar. In the next second, his figure vanished from where he stood. In only a few breaths, he had already flashed behind Kale, ready to attack. But Kale merely raised one hand and precisely caught the claw Abelia swung at him. Then he called Abelia's name again. That made Abelia abruptly retreat several meters backward. And from his mouth, those strange incantations once again spilled out in a low murmur. As the chant ended, a bizarre current of air appeared around his claw blades. Then, with a flick of his arm, that airflow instantly turned into a sharp wind blade. Seeing this, Kale immediately activated Mana Radar. With Mana Radar's help, he clearly tracked the trajectory of the wind blade Abelia had launched. In the next instant, Kale merely shifted slightly and easily dodged it. Then, while activating Lightning Heart and closing in on Abelia, he said in a deep voice, "I don't know whether this is the side effect of Dragon Slave armor, or whether you've already been completely taken over by some kind of beast. But right now, you have to stop, Abelia." The moment he got close to Abelia, Kale grabbed both of his hands. After a brief moment of sensing, Kale quickly discovered that the mana inside Abelia still belonged to Abelia himself, and had not been forcibly occupied by any outside presence. So in the next second, Kale angrily demanded to know what had happened. But after hearing Kale's words, Abelia only trembled all over and with great difficulty managed to force out a single sentence, "Kill me, Kale." But not long after those words left his mouth, he let out another uncontrollable roar as if he had lost control all over again. Immediately afterward, those sharp dragon claws once again viciously slashed toward Kale's chest. And right at that moment, Daniel arrived. With one horizontal swing of his sword, he directly blocked the attack. Then with his other hand, he followed up with a punch, and forcibly sent Abelia flying several meters away. Just as Kale was about to ask Daniel what exactly had happened here, Daniel spoke first in a low voice, saying that he had already roughly understood the situation. It seemed the worst really had happened. Not far away, Abelia's figure suddenly flickered. Then he began moving around them at extreme speed, clearly looking for the next chance to strike. Watching this, Kale said gravely to Daniel, "Abelia has completely lost control. This should be the side effect of that armor, so we have to get it off him as quickly as possible." But Daniel slowly shook his head beside him. "It's useless. Dragon Slave armor has already completely fused with Abelia's body. I once saw a similar transcender, and after Dragon Slave armor took control of his body, there was no way to bring him back except through death." Daniel's words left Kale unable to believe it for a moment, but Daniel's expression did not waver in the slightest. "Right now, we have no other choice except to kill Abelia. If you can't do it, then leave this place first. I'll end all of this with my own hands." But Kale did not turn and leave. Instead, he calmly told Daniel, "No need, I'll do it myself. Aiden has already been taken by that intelligent calamity beast with ice powers. Seeker will lead you to him." Seeing that Daniel still hesitated a little, Kale continued, saying that he still had a few things he wanted to say to Abelia alone. Hearing that, Daniel could only let out a helpless sigh. "In that case, I'll leave this place to you. But you absolutely cannot let Abelia escape. Once he gets away from here, he'll only grow stronger and more violent. So, end him here." And in the brief opening while they were speaking, Abelia had already charged at them again. After Daniel saw Kale use Glacial Body to block the attack, he stopped hesitating, immediately turned, and left toward the rear with Seeker. However, the mindless Abelia soon let out another roar. Then he used the skill Wind Blade against Kale. But the path of that Wind Blade was clearly not truly aimed to kill. That made Kale think that maybe, deep down, Abelia still truly did not want to hurt him. But in the very next moment, Abelia let out another shrill howl. Then he directly used 1,000 wind blades. Countless wind blades swept toward Kale like a storm that covered the sky. But Kale still had no intention of dodging at all. Even as those wind blades carved one wound after another across his body, he never took a single step back. And that sight caused Abelia, trapped inside dragon slave armor, to begin crying uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, the man knelt on the ground as he reported to the figure before him, "Lord Linga, we have successfully captured Aiden. However, Red Flame Demon King and White Oni are already dead." Hearing that, Linga did not care in the slightest, because there were many beings on the level of Red Flame Demon King and White Oni. By comparison, capturing Aiden was the truly crucial part. Immediately afterward, the man continued, "In addition, a very difficult battle is currently taking place on Lord Enshokuma's side." But Linga still remained unmoved. "That is irrelevant. From the very beginning, I never expected Ape Eater to kill Ignis. Its real task was only to pin down most of the special class saviors." But the man added in a trembling voice, "However, Lord Linga, it is said that Enshokuma's opponent is a special class savior, and now, it seems that he has already suppressed it." Those words finally brought a trace of interest to Linga's eyes. Interesting. Other than Tajil, there is actually another human capable of suppressing Ape Eater alone? What is his name? Faced with Linga's question, the man respectfully answered, "According to the intelligence brought back by the mole, the special class savior capable of suppressing Lord Enshokuma possesses extremely powerful physical strength. His name is Fred." And at this very moment, Fred was swinging his fist and smashing it heavily into the enormous body before him. The shockwaves from that battle had nearly already reached Ignis's position, and Kirijima, who had only just awakened, was completely confused. Why? The battle had clearly started yesterday afternoon, so why had it still not ended yet? Even the injuries he had suffered earlier were already more than half healed. But facing a battle of this level, he knew very well that he would only be a burden. In the next second, Ape Eater Enshokuma, one of the 8 demon kings, once again increased the force in its fist and palm. That made Betty's heart fill with fear. She had never imagined that just the shockwaves from this calamity beast's attacks would be enough to split and shatter the ground. She knew very clearly that if even Fred were to fall, then no one would be left to stop this calamity beast invasion. So instinctively she wanted to rush forward and do something. But before she could even take a few steps, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. It was her father. He told her not to worry, because Fred was not the kind of person who would be crushed so easily by an attack on that level. What was more, one must never underestimate the combat power of a special class savior. The strength possessed by every one of them was the true peak of humanity. And right at that moment, Kirojima suddenly let out a cry of shock. That seemingly tiny figure, which had looked so insignificant before, was actually slowly forcing itself back upright beneath that enormous fist. That sight shocked even Enshokuma. Because that punch, carrying terrifying force, had actually been stopped by the tiny human before it with nothing but one hand. And immediately afterward, Ignis slowly said, "It has been a long time since I last saw Fred's second form, hasn't it?" But the word second form instantly made Betty show a look of surprise. She hurriedly looked toward Fred and only then realized that he looked almost like a completely different person from before. In response, her father explained, "In that state, Fred's power undergoes an explosive increase. But as the price, he also becomes extremely battle-hungry, even cruel. Because of that, he was given a title in this state, Heavenly Tyrant. The Heavenly Tyrant, carrying the force of a raging tiger. In only a single instant, tore the enormous monster before him apart through sheer brute force. That terrifying strength directly pierced through the chest of Ape Eater, one of the 8 demon kings. But even after defeating the enemy in front of him, his movement still did not stop. Instead, he slowly began walking in another direction. Seeing this, Betty could not help asking in confusion, "Where is he going?" Her father replied, "Probably, to destroy the stone monument." Those words were completely beyond Betty's expectations. She had never imagined that after entering this state, Fred could still keep his reason. To this, her father calmly said, if he could not control even that much power, then he would not deserve to be called a true special class savior. With a loud bang, Fred violently smashed the stone monument in front of him with a single punch. And at the exact moment the monument shattered, the crimson in his eyes finally cleared. After regaining awareness, Fred was clearly stunned for a moment, as if he did not quite understand why he was standing there. Had the enemy already been dealt with? So, had that guy cleaned up after him again? Still as nosy as ever. As the stone monument crumbled, the red barrier around them also began to slowly dissipate. Watching the scene, Betty finally let out a sigh of relief. Is it finally over? Hearing that, her father suddenly asked, "Were you planning just now to use your own life as the price to heal Fred? That doesn't sound like your usual style." Given your personality, you normally wouldn't risk your life just to win. It seems you're becoming more and more like Kale." Those words instantly made Betty's face turn red. That's not it. Come to think of it, I wonder how Kale is doing now. But since he has a first-rank transcender like Daniel by his side, he should be fine, right? And at this moment, in the forest, Abelia, trapped inside Dragon's slave armor, was already in tears. He simply could not understand why Kale was not dodging his attacks at all. But by now, Kale had already grown nearly numb to this damage. After he walked forward step by step until he stood right in front of Abelia. He slowly raised both hands and gently touched Abelia's neck. Then, an utterly black sphere of energy quietly gathered at Kale's fingertips. Without even a trace of hesitation, the instant that black energy took shape, it directly pierced through Abelia's chest. In the next second, Abelia, still wearing that heavy, rigid armor, slowly collapsed into Kale's arms. As the dragon's remnant soul scattered, the hard faceplate that had been tightly covering his face also slowly slipped away bit by bit. And Abelia, lying in Kale's arms, spoke in a choked voice with great difficulty. "I'm sorry. I messed everything up again. But I really didn't want to become your burden." Hearing that, Kale only told him in a low voice, "I never once thought of you as a burden. It's just that the things we're good at were never the same." After hearing that, Abelia seemed to finally find peace. Looking at Kale, he said in broken fragments that he had already learned from that calamity beast before that it would not kill his father, but only control him. "If it's you, you'll definitely be able to save him, right?" Seeing Abelia in this state, Kale gave a heavy nod and promised him that he would definitely bring his father back, and that he would personally tear the calamity beast that took his father into pieces. Kale's words made Abelia choke up completely. He endured the severe pain of his body being pierced through, and also endured the instinctive fear of death. Yet he still forced himself to smile. "I'm glad that in this life I got to become your friend." After saying those words, Abelia completely lost all signs of life. At 3:33 a.m. on the second day of the prophecy, Abelia died. And at this moment in the demon realm, after seeing this through Kale's eye, Linga actually showed a pleased smile and murmured softly, "This is only the beginning. Brat, I will cruelly erase everything you cherish, one by one, from your side." Meanwhile, Ignis was hurrying toward the forest with two others. Kirijima had thought that once they dealt with that powerful calamity beast, everything would be over. But who could have guessed that in the end, they still had to escort Ignis deeper into the mountains. That had originally been Fred's job, but after the brutal fight just now, that guy couldn't even stand anymore. Suddenly, Betty's spirit jade butterfly seemed to pick up an unusual emotional fluctuation, and the source of that fluctuation was right in front of them. The moment he saw that, Kirijima immediately drew his sword and stepped in front of the other two, shouting sharply, "Who's there?" But Betty walked right past him, because the figure ahead was simply too familiar to her, so she softly called out Kale's name. Hearing that, Kale slowly turned his head, but the emptiness in his eyes made Betty freeze instantly. She couldn't understand what Kale had gone through, why he had become like this, or why his body was covered in so many wounds. And just then, a voice came from the other side. "I'll explain." That voice made Kirijima flinch slightly. There was actually someone else here? But Ignis had already slowly spoken the other party's name. "First-rank savior, Daniel. But you're clearly Aiden's guard, so why are you here?" Hearing that, Daniel said in a low voice, "Master Ignis, we lost this battle." On the second day of the prophecy, the aftermath of this battle destroyed half the territory of District 7 on the northern continent, and in the end, the legendary craftsman Aiden was kidnapped, while his only son, Abelia, died in battle. It turned out that after his master was taken away, Daniel immediately tried to use Seeker to track the leftover magical trace from that calamity beast. But when he finally found the target, what appeared in front of him was only a clone it had left behind. That terrifying calamity beast that controlled the power of ice was simply far too cunning. It had not only predicted their pursuit, but had also deliberately left behind a huge number of clones, making it impossible for them to pinpoint its real location. After hearing all of that, Ignis asked, "Then how is Kale doing now?" Betty answered with concern, "Most of the wounds on his body are only surface injuries, and the bleeding has already stopped. But he absolutely refuses to let me heal him. And I can feel that the fire of anger in his heart is burning even more violently than before. If this keeps going, sooner or later his heart will be completely consumed by hatred." And at this moment, Kale was sitting alone in Abelia's room, lowering his head to look at the family photo on the table. The three people in the photo were smiling so happily. That made Kale remember how Abelia had asked for his name when they first met. He also remembered how Abelia had collapsed to the ground after the competition ended, and all the scattered but real memories they had made along the way. Thinking of that, Kale's expression darkened even more. Then he summoned the Reaper once again. At this point, its level had already long since reached 20. Kale quietly told it that next, he was going to find that calamity beast. and then crush it completely. But before Kale could even walk out of the room, his master had already stepped through the doorway. Looking at Kale's haggard face, and the wounds on his body that had yet to fully fade, even Kirijima, who had entered together with Ignis, couldn't help feeling shocked inside. It was said that the guy in front of him had single-handedly destroyed a green barrier and had even killed an intelligent calamity beast above level 30. But what he found hardest to understand was that Kale had actually killed his own friend with his own hands. That kind of coldness was simply too ruthless. Then Ignis asked Kale where he planned to go now. Kale answered without hesitation that he was going to track down that intelligent calamity beast and rescue Aiden. But before he could even finish the sentence, Ignis flatly refused. Kale's eyes instantly darkened. He couldn't understand why. And Ignis calmly told him, "You are still not an official savior, and the Salvation Alliance has already classified this incident as special class. So if you want to take part in the rescue operation, then at the very least you must hold the qualifications of a second-rank savior. But clearly, right now, you do not have those qualifications." Those words instantly lit up all the anger Kale had been suppressing for so long, and he nearly shouted, "Master, are you joking? Just because I'm not a savior, you're going to take away my right to save people? I promised Abelia that I would bring his father back no matter what, so don't think you can stop me." The moment those words came out, all three people beside them showed shocked expressions, especially Kirijima. He simply couldn't understand how someone like Kale dared speak to Master Ignis in that tone. But Ignis remained completely calm and only asked one question. "Then can you accept someone dying because of you?" Those words made Kale's expression suddenly freeze. Seeing that he had finally started to waver, Ignis continued, "I understand how you feel right now, because in the end, all of this was also my mistake. I always thought the target of those calamity beasts was only me, and that's why I neglected Aiden's side. But since they were willing to go that far to kidnap Aiden, then that means they absolutely will not kill him so easily. And with your current strength, if you rush in and challenge that calamity beast, it will be no different from throwing your life away. You must remember that with your potential, surpassing a special class savior in the future is by no means just empty talk. Once you truly have enough strength, I will personally submit a request to the Salvation Alliance for you to carry out Aiden's rescue." These words finally calmed Kale's previously uncontrollable emotions little by little. Then he raised his head, looked at Ignis, and asked in a low voice, "Then what do I need to do now to surpass a special class savior?" Ignis answered him, "Go to the Apex camp." Those few words made Kale frown slightly. And Ignis continued, "Any transcender who ranks in the top 10 of the Salvation Alliance National Championship preliminaries will receive an invitation to the Central Continent to take part in the Apex camp organized by the Salvation Alliance. Whether it's Tajel, Fred, or even those who now stand at the very peak of humanity, almost all of them came out of the Apex camp. As long as you can survive the trials there, then achieving a high ranking in the championship will naturally follow. So you can treat it as a shortcut before becoming a special class savior." After hearing all that, Kale slowly nodded and said that he understood, and no matter what, he would definitely go to the Apex camp. Then Ignis said, "In that case, let's deal with these injuries on you first." Next, Betty summoned Spirit Jade Butterfly to treat the wounds on Kale's body. And during the treatment, Kale suddenly asked her whether she knew anything about the Apex camp. Betty froze for a moment, then said with some surprise, "I actually went there before. But why are you suddenly asking about it? Don't tell me you're really planning to go there." Hearing that, Kale asked in return, "Why? Is there a problem with it? Didn't Master say it could make me stronger?" Seeing this, Betty's expression gradually darkened too. Only the very top geniuses are qualified to enter the Apex camp. And precisely because of that, those people who've been called geniuses since childhood, who grew up surrounded by praise and attention, the moment they enter that place, realize for the first time that they're actually worth almost nothing. And a lot of them, under that kind of blow, break down completely. That place may be a training ground for geniuses, but at the same time, it's also a graveyard that buries them. What's more, the most important thing is that the training there is cruel to the extreme. Every single year, people die there. But before she could even finish, Kale calmly said, "Then it sounds perfect for me." Those words made Betty freeze slightly. In fact, Kale had been worried before that his opponents were always half-baked calamity beasts and transcenders, because in that case, his omni-insight was almost impossible to truly trigger. But now it seemed he no longer needed to worry about not finding worthy opponents. Facing truly powerful calamity beasts head-on had always been the most important duty of a transcender, and standing at death's door, fighting life and death battles against those monsters, was the only way for Kale to grow stronger. After hearing Kale murmur those words in a low voice, Betty's cheeks suddenly flushed red. Seeing that, Kale couldn't help asking in confusion, "Betty, why is your face red? Did you overuse your healing?" That immediately made Betty wave her hands in panic. "No, that's not it. Not like that at all. It's just that using skills for too long makes my body feel a little hot, that's all. Don't tell me you don't even know that? But the truth was, the reason she panicked was because just now, it was the first time she had heard her own heartbeat so clearly. She couldn't even explain to herself why she had suddenly become like this. And just then, Kale had already put his clothes back on and seriously thanked her. Betty casually asked where he was planning to go next. Kale replied that he was going to say one final goodbye. After that, Kale came with Daniel to stand before Abelia's gravestone, looking at the silent, motionless tombstone in front of them. Daniel said to Kale, full of guilt, "I'm sorry. In the end, something this cruel was left to you." Kale replied calmly, "It's fine. This was the path I chose myself." Right after that, Daniel asked him, "So, are you preparing to leave now?" Kale nodded. "That's right. I'm going to the Apex camp to sharpen my abilities. That's the only way I can grow stronger fast enough and personally destroy that calamity beast." "What about you, Daniel? What do you plan to do next?" Hearing that, Daniel said in a low voice, "If I hadn't met Master, I probably never would have awakened in this lifetime, and I would have died in the jaws of calamity beasts long ago. This armor I'm wearing now, this weapon in my hand, even this life of mine was given to me by Master. So no matter the cost, I will definitely rescue Master from the hands of the calamity beasts." Hearing that, Kale slowly raised his fist. That made Daniel freeze for a moment. Looking at his puzzled expression, Kale then said, "I will definitely become a special class savior, and when that day comes, I'll rescue Aiden together with you. So before then, make sure you don't die." Those words left Daniel speechless for a moment. But after a brief pause, he still firmly raised his fist and answered, "All right, if that's the case, then I'll wait for you." In the next second, the two of them lightly bumped fists. At this moment, watching the scene, Betty couldn't help saying to her father beside her, "As expected, this is who Kale really is. Just a few hours ago, both his body and heart suffered such a heavy blow, but now, he's already able to stand back up again." Yet Igna slowly said, "He hasn't recovered. He's only buried all his negative emotions deep inside himself, for the sake of releasing them completely one day. However, there are far too many suspicious points in this attack, so I must gather the supreme leaders of each continent and hold a meeting. During this time, Betty, you are to take good care of Kale." The moment she heard the words "take good care," Betty's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed happily. "Leave it to me, father." Seeing Betty suddenly become so happy, Kale couldn't help feeling a little confused and asked, "What is it? Where is Master going this time?" Betty cleared her throat and tried hard to put on a serious face as she said, "That's classified, so I can't tell you. But since father told me to take good care of you, then from now on, I'm Kale's guardian. Got it?" Kale did say that he understood, but inwardly, he couldn't help thinking that he wasn't a child, so why would he need some kind of guardian? Then Kale asked her, "So what are we doing next?" Raising her hand and pointing into the distance, she answered without hesitation, "Isn't it obvious? Next, we're heading straight to the central continent for the Apex camp." At this time, in a certain corner of North District 4, the man's mind kept replaying a terrifying figure. In that memory, that figure had not only torn his pride to pieces, but had also crushed the last of his dignity under one merciless step. Those horrifying memories made him jolt awake from the nightmare in agony. Seeing him like that, the woman beside him gently patted his chest and comforted him, saying, "Don't be afraid, Mother is here." "Son, did you dream about the person who hurt you again?" Hearing that, Leslie said through gritted teeth, "Damn it, I'm going to make that bastard pay back the pain he gave me 100-fold, 1,000-fold. I'll make him taste hell for himself." At that very moment, a low voice came over. "You don't need to trouble yourself with something like that. I'll avenge this grudge for you." Hearing that sentence, Leslie immediately looked toward the direction the voice came from. It was a tall, imposing figure radiating overwhelming pressure. The moment he saw that towering figure clearly, the hatred in his eyes instantly deepened, and he stared fixedly at him as he said, "Please, you have to make that bastard pay." The burly man did not refuse Leslie's request. "That bastard's name is Kale, right?" The moment Leslie heard that name again, his emotions instantly became even more agitated. "That's right, it's that guy. Just a helpless orphan with no one to rely on. I heard he even took first place in this preliminary round, but his level has been stuck at 0 the whole time. Trash like that isn't even worthy of carrying Big Brother's shoes." Hearing that, his burly older brother muttered in a low voice, "First place in the preliminaries? Then he'll definitely go to the Apex camp. In that case, I'll crush him completely in that place." Not long after, Kale and Betty arrived at the central continent. However, what Kale never expected was that everything in front of him was completely different from what he had imagined. The buildings here were simply too magnificent, and every person who came here had unmistakable pride written all over their face. At that moment, Betty told Kale that she was not qualified to enter this place. In other words, from this point on, Kale could only rely on himself. Then she took out a wristband and handed it to Kale, telling him that this was the most important item for the competition. After taking the wristband from her hand, Kale headed alone toward the Apex camp. Watching Kale's back gradually fade into the distance, Betty's heart was full of worry. She was afraid Kale would stand out too much and become someone else's target because of it. Before long, Kale arrived at the gate of the training camp. Kale told the guard at the entrance that he had come to register for the competition. But before he could finish speaking, the guard directly told him to show the wristband first. After taking the wristband from Kale's hand, the guard placed it onto a special machine and then activated his own power. And from the aura spreading from the other man's body, Kale immediately sensed that this guard was actually a transcender above level 40. It seemed this place really was no ordinary place. When the guard used the machine to view Kale's talent and level, his heart instantly filled with confusion. How could a level 0 guy possibly be qualified to come here? In his eyes, this guy had probably gotten past the first screening through connections. However, in this place, connections meant nothing. Without real strength to back you up, it was only a matter of time before you broke down. Thinking that, he coldly told Kale to choose a room and pay the lodging fee while he was at it. The moment the words lodging fee came out, Kale froze. What, you have to pay to stay here? As soon as those words fell, the guard glared at him fiercely. Of course you do. Did you think this place was some kind of charity? That sentence instantly made Kale fall silent, because Betty had never told him that staying here would actually cost money, and he didn't have any cash on him at all. Seeing Kale's expression, the guard then asked him that since he had made it through the preliminaries, he should at least have some points. Here, wealth was determined by the points earned in the preliminary competition. For example, if a trainee earned 1,000 points in the preliminaries, then the moment they entered this place, those 1,000 points would automatically be deposited into their personal account. Of course, people here could also earn more points by completing tasks, and points were the only currency in circulation here. Whether buying food, daily necessities, or paying lodging fees, everything depended on points. After hearing that explanation, Kale finally understood. So the points earned in the preliminaries had actually been that important. But before Kale could think any further, the guard impatiently urged him again to hurry up and choose a room. So Kale directly asked, how many points does the most luxurious room here cost? After the other party told him the prices of all the rooms, Kale chose a luxury room without the slightest hesitation. In truth, if it were only for himself, an ordinary room would have been more than enough. But people had to remember that Kale had a reaper by his side that could keep growing. If the room was too small, then it obviously wouldn't be enough. When the guard heard that Kale had directly asked for a luxury room, his face instantly filled with shock. Logically speaking, even if a level 0 guy had really snuck in through connections, the points in his hands absolutely shouldn't have been enough for that. And even if he did have them, every last point should have been spent on the essentials. But watching Kale still urge him to hurry up with it, he couldn't help sneering inwardly. Ignorant idiot. When you regret this later, don't come crying to me. A moment later, the guard returned the wristband he had taken earlier back to Kale. And according to procedure, he also informed him of one rule. Once you enter the camp, everyone's information will automatically be set to confidential. In other words, no one will be able to know anyone else's name or level. After Kale's figure gradually disappeared into the distance, the guard couldn't help muttering to himself, this guy actually picked a villa. Looks like the points he got in the preliminaries were probably pretty insane. As he thought that, his finger unconsciously clicked the mouse. But in the next second, what appeared on the screen instantly left him stunned. What the hell was going on? He simply couldn't understand why Kale's account actually had more than 100,000 points in it. After all, even he himself only had 1,600 points right now. Compared to that, he felt embarrassed on the spot. This year's newcomers were seriously ridiculous. Meanwhile, Kale, who had already entered the inner area of the training camp, wore an annoyed expression, because he had actually forgotten to ask where exactly the villa the guard mentioned was. Looks like he would have to go back and ask one more time. Just as Kale was about to turn around and head back the way he came, two figures suddenly stepped in front of him. Kale coldly asked what they wanted. Seeing Kale's guarded expression, the two men in front of him immediately smiled and explained that they were transcenders from the south. Just now, seeing Kale's expression, it looked like he was lost, so they wanted to help him out. Hearing that, Kale directly told them that he wanted to go to the Villa District and asked whether they knew where it was. The two of them paused for a second, then immediately answered, of course we know. But when they truly realized that the place Kale had just mentioned was the Villa District, the two of them froze on the spot. What, the Villa District? Seeing Kale ask in confusion what was wrong, the two quickly changed their tone and said they just needed a moment to remember the exact location. After saying that, they walked off to the side and began whispering to each other. That made Kale frown, wondering what exactly these two were plotting. And just then, Crimson, who had ranked 5th in the Northern Continent preliminaries, suddenly noticed the commotion over here. Looking at the two men's backs, she muttered in a low voice, Those two guys, are they planning to scam a newcomer's points again by pretending to give directions? I just wonder who the unlucky idiot is this time. However, when her gaze landed on Kale standing nearby, the expression on her face instantly changed. It was him, the monster who had scored over 100,000 points in the preliminaries. Looks like things were really about to get interesting this time. The two people standing not far from Kale were also quietly doing their math. They felt that even if someone had taken first place in the preliminaries, there was no way anyone would directly spend 2,000 points just on lodging, not to mention the 4,000 point cost of a villa. So they had already basically concluded that Kale was most likely some spoiled young master who simply didn't understand how valuable points really were. And spoiled rich boys like that usually had the least backbone. Precisely because of that, in their eyes, Kale was basically the perfect target. Thinking that, the two of them had already started planning how to squeeze every last point out of Kale. Very soon, they turned back toward Kale and warmly told him that they had remembered the exact location of the villa district and could take him there right away. At this time, the sun at the horizon was slowly sinking. Some nearby transcenders, after seeing the two men, began whispering among themselves, "Aren't those one Tai and Fat Tiger from the southern continent? Looks like they're scamming newcomers again. Wonder what kind of bad luck that newcomer had." And while Kale quietly followed them forward, someone else in the distance also noticed him. He muttered under his breath, "Isn't that the kid who asked that weird question before the preliminaries?" He actually got mixed up with those two. However, he quickly withdrew his gaze, because in his view, it had nothing to do with him. After all, he had only come here for one goal. Before long, they arrived at the villa district. Looking at the absurdly luxurious buildings in front of them, the two men standing behind Kale gradually revealed strange smiles. The blonde-haired man even cracked his fingers and said, "All right, now it's time to pay the guide fee." Hearing that, Kale turned around and calmly said, "That's fair. You brought me all the way here, so some compensation makes sense." Seeing that Kale agreed without even hesitating, the two men both froze on the spot. Then Kale asked exactly how many points they wanted. The two of them nearly shouted over each other, one saying 500 and the other 1,000. At that, Kale raised his left hand and lightly tapped the wristband on his right wrist. A little expensive, but still acceptable. But how exactly am I supposed to transfer the points to you? In truth, even those two hadn't expected Kale to be this straightforward, or that he would even be willing to pay 1,000 points just like that. It seemed this guy really was a soft target with no backbone at all. Since that was the case, they naturally got even greedier. So after exchanging glances, the two of them simply bared their fangs and decided to demand another 5,000 points from Kale. They said, "We spent quite a while bringing you here just now. So naturally, that extra time has to be counted too. And if you can't come up with enough points to pay the full amount." But before they could even finish, Kale directly cut them off. "I see. So you're trying to extort me." The sudden shift left the two of them completely stunned for a moment. They simply couldn't understand why Kale's aura had changed in an instant, as if he had become a completely different person. But greed ultimately overpowered reason. They were still determined to force Kale to hand over his points. In response, Kale only spoke slowly and clearly, "You two are getting more and more ridiculous. I just hope you won't regret provoking me in a moment." Those words instantly ignited the blonde-haired man's rage. Violent lightning power suddenly burst from his entire body. At the same time, he threw a punch and roared, "You trash who got in here through connections. Let me smash you to pieces with lightning punch." Faced with that fierce incoming blow, Kale didn't even bother dodging. At that moment, a system prompt popped up, B-rank skill lightning punch absorbed. Lightning heart passive activated. Agility increased by 10%. And when the blonde man realized his attack had done absolutely nothing, his expression changed instantly. But before he could react, with a dull bang, Kale's palm had already slammed hard across his face, and the terrifying force sent him flying backward on the spot. That kind of speed, that kind of strength, made even the burly man nearby feel a chill run through his heart. So without the slightest hesitation, he directly activated his strongest skill, physical enhancement, right arm amplification. In almost an instant, that right arm, swollen to several times its normal size, came crashing violently toward Kale. But when he saw that Kale had actually blocked the blow head-on, he immediately activated another skill as well, strengthening even his left arm, trying to completely overpower Kale through brute force. However, no matter how great his strength was, or how fierce his punches looked, in Kale's eyes, they were still laughably slow. With several dull thuds, every single punch he threw was cleanly and decisively blocked head-on by Kale. Not only that, even all 10 of his fingers were shattered by the terrifying recoil from those direct collisions. His face filled with disbelief. After all, both his attack and defense had clearly already broken past 300, so how could he possibly lose to some so-called connected weakling? But Kale's steadily advancing figure made his eyes nearly bulge in terror. After stumbling backward several meters in panic, he finally couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "With strength like this, there's no way you're just some ordinary trainee. Which continent are you from?" And the exact moment the words Northern Continent left Kale's mouth, his fist shot out like thunder. System prompt, damaged critical heart triggered. The terrifying pressure surging straight at him almost made him suffocate on the spot. At that very instant, he had even thought he was definitely going to die today. Yet just as that punch was about to land, it stopped cold. And the reason Kale stopped was because he knew very clearly that if that punch really landed, the other man's head would probably explode on the spot. And if something like that happened right after entering the training camp, the consequences would be impossible to clean up. Thinking that, Kale only coldly told them to get lost. The moment those words came out, the two men who had tried to extort him immediately scrambled away in panic. That left the cat-eared girl in the distance, who had originally come to enjoy the show, looking disappointed. She had thought Kale would at least suffer a little. After all, those two were the 5th and 6th ranked contestants from the Southern Continent preliminaries. But what ended up happening was a complete one-sided beatdown. Even she couldn't help sighing inwardly that Kale really was a dangerous and frightening man. At that moment, the camp broadcast suddenly rang out. "All participants of the training camp, please proceed immediately to Apex Plaza. The Apex aptitude test is about to begin." Hearing the announcement from above, Kale couldn't help thinking to himself, was this the screening Betty had mentioned, the one that would eliminate half the participants right away? If so, then he had to go all out. The Apex camp. This place had gathered the top elites from every major region, and every single one of them had the potential to become a savior who would one day fight against the Calamity Beasts. Just as Kale was still thinking, a slender hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. That made him almost instinctively prepare to strike back. But when he saw clearly who it was, a trace of surprise instantly appeared on his face. It was Yuna. Yuna asked somewhat puzzledly, "Kale, what were you just trying to do?" "I was only saying hi, so why did you react so strongly?" Beside her, Timu also took the chance to tease him. "Not bad, Kale. You've really got guts now, even Yuna isn't safe from you anymore." Hearing that, Kale also said a little apologetically, "Sorry, I thought it was an enemy." Seeing that, not only was Yuna not angry, she actually looked vaguely worried instead. She couldn't understand why Kale had become so tense. And just then, Timo suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, "Right, weren't you and Abelia in the same group? Why haven't I seen him here?" That question once again brought the image of Abelia's miserable death back into Kale's mind. Seeing Kale's expression suddenly change, Yuna immediately asked uneasily, "Could it be Abelia was hurt in that battle before?" To that, Kale only answered with a heavy expression, "Abelia stayed home." Hearing that, Timo threw an arm around Kale's shoulder, trying to lighten the mood as he comforted him. "Don't look so down. If he's only injured, a little rest and he'll recover sooner or later. And let me tell you, ever since that attack, Yuna's practically been worrying about you every second. Even during training she kept getting distracted." Before he could even finish speaking, a fist had already smacked a visible lump onto the back of his head. And just then, Kale said in a low voice, "Only now do I truly realize how weak I am. So during this camp, I'm going to do everything I can to strengthen my skills." The word weak left Timu staring in shock. But Yuna beside him immediately signaled for him to stay quiet, because the test was about to begin. A moment later, a sharp silence suddenly cut through the surrounding noise. "All of you, listen carefully. Before you officially begin your life at the Apex camp, there are a few things I need to make clear. Here, all of your information will be kept completely confidential, no matter what kind of glory you had in the past, or what kind of achievements you once earned. From this moment on, the only thing you keep is your name. That also means you must start over from here." As soon as those words were spoken, Timu immediately showed a puzzled expression. Then, almost instinctively, he tried to verify the speaker's information, and the result was exactly as the man had said. None of it could be checked. At this moment, the man standing on the platform spoke again. "The entrance examination is about to begin. All of you, enter the area in an orderly manner." After saying that, a meaningful smile even rose at the corner of his mouth. Before long, Kale and the others had already entered the testing area. Seeing this, the two people standing beside Kale couldn't help exclaiming, "This place is way too huge. It's even crazier than the preliminaries arena." But just then, a hostile voice suddenly came from behind Kale. "So it's you, the bastard who made our southern continent lose face." Hearing that, Kale slowly turned his head. He saw a white-haired man walking toward them together with the two people he had taught a lesson to earlier. And the white-haired man in the middle was none other than Kagan Imamachi, the first-place winner of the Southern Continent preliminaries. As he listened to the two beside him tearfully adding fuel to the fire and accusing Kale of deliberately humiliating the Southern Continent's transcendience, Kagan then turned to Kale and coldly asked, "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Seeing this, Timu and Yuna immediately stepped in front of Kale together and defended him. Kale doesn't look like that kind of person at all. There's definitely some misunderstanding. Those two were obviously trying to extort Kale's points, and then got taught a lesson instead. Strictly speaking, we helped discipline your underlings for you. It's one thing if you don't thank us, but you actually came here to accuse us? But before the words had even fully landed, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Kagan's body. That pressure directly knocked Timu's outstretched right hand to the side. Only after doing that did Kagan speak with obvious disgust. "Keep your filthy hand away from me." And right at that moment, Kale suddenly reached out and pressed down on Timu's shoulder, where anger had already begun to rise. Then he walked straight up to Kagan and coldly said, "Originally, I had no interest in dealing with something this trivial, but what you just did has already pissed me off. If you dare touch my friend again, I'll kill you." Just as the atmosphere between the two of them was about to explode completely, the people around them hurriedly began trying to stop them. "Kale, the test is about to start, so just let it go for now. Yeah, Kagan, if you really fight here, you'll be punished." Hearing that, Kagan Imamachi suddenly made Kale a proposal. "There's a place in the camp where fighting won't be punished. After the test ends, I'll be waiting for you there." To that, Kale didn't back down in the slightest, and only responded calmly, "I'll be there." And in the very next second, a figure suddenly appeared between them and said with a smile, "Seeing all of you this fired up truly makes me happy from the bottom of my heart. However, I do hope that after the test is over, you'll still be able to keep that same energy. So next, let me explain the content of this examination. Actually, there's not much to explain. Because the rule of this exam is, there are no rules." Those words instantly caused an uproar among the trainees around them. "What, did you just say, no rules?" And the examiner quickly gave his answer. "That's right. These 4 rooms behind me are the 4 tests you'll be taking. You may freely decide the order in which you enter them. At the same time, whether it's equipment or skills, there are absolutely no restrictions here. You only need to do one thing, and that is clear as much as you possibly can. Afterward, we'll score you based on your overall performance." After the examiner finished saying that, many people around them immediately began organizing their equipment, and some even drank enhancement potions on the spot. That made Timu look full of regret. "If I'd known it'd be like this, we should have brought more equipment from our teacher. We really did a ridiculous amount of training before this. By the way, Kale, which test do you think we should do first?" Hearing that, Kale only said calmly, "It doesn't matter. In the end, we have to do all 4 anyway. Since that's the case, let's start with the one closest to us." Timu hadn't expected Kale to be this confident, but when he clearly saw the test stage in front of them, a look full of confidence immediately appeared on his face too. Because the test in front of them was the defense test, and Timu just happened to be a metal-type transcender, so in this event, he naturally had an absolute advantage. After that, the 3 of them walked together into the center of the testing area. In the spacious room, an instructor was already standing there. Seeing him, Timo raised his hand and pointed at him, saying, "So that's the instructor? He looks pretty tough." After seeing them enter, the level 40 Earth Elementalist instructor calmly welcomed them. "From this moment on, I will use 5 different kinds of rock attacks. They correspond to 5 different difficulty levels. What you need to do is block as many of them as possible." The burly examiner slowly spoke and told the person whose name was called to step forward, and the first one called was Timu. But he didn't think much of it and instead walked up with a confident look. Because for him, a metal-type transcender, taking a few rocks was hardly a big deal at all. But even if it was only a few rocks, he still intended to go all out from the start, so he directly activated his strongest power, the C-rank skill Adamantine Body. The 50% boost took effect instantly, raising his defense to 258 in one shot. And seeing this, the examiner only reminded him flatly. First, difficulty level 1. The moment the words fell, that tiny pebble suddenly shot toward Timu. But this attack was basically like a stone hitting steel, and he didn't even feel a thing. So he looked at the examiner somewhat bored and directly told him to raise the difficulty to 2. The examiner naturally didn't refuse, and instantly condensed a stone sphere in his palm the size of a human head. Before Timo could fully react, that stone sphere had already blasted straight at him. That made Timo hurriedly raise both hands, trying to catch it head-on, but the heavy impact still forced him back several meters. Only after quite a while did he finally barely manage to withstand the strike. This scene made Yuna, standing beside Kale, unable to help asking worriedly whether he was alright. He raised a hand and gestured that he wasn't seriously hurt. But Kale, who possessed mana radar, could see very clearly that those stones were not ordinary rocks at all, but magic rocks condensed from the examiner's own energy. Not only was their hardness far beyond normal stone, but the damage they carried was just as terrifying. So Timu was nowhere near as relaxed as he looked on the surface. And the truth was indeed exactly as Kyle had guessed. Even with Adamantine Body's enhancement, Timo's arms had already gone numb from the impact. But when the examiner asked whether he still wanted to continue, he still answered without the slightest hesitation that he had no problem. He firmly believed that even if the intensity rose one more level, he would still be able to endure it. And at that moment, the rock in the examiner's palm instantly swelled to half the size of a person. That made Timu immediately assume a defensive stance while loudly shouting, "Don't think I'll get scared just because it got a little bigger." With a loud boom, the rock shattered apart in an instant. But Timu also paid a heavy price for it, as his whole body was blasted backward and collapsed onto the ground. This scene made Yuna in the distance instinctively cover her mouth. Looking at Timu, who seemed almost unconscious, Kale and Yuna hurriedly ran over to check on him. But he barely raised a hand and shakily signaled that he could still hold on. "Honestly, this is really embarrassing, but I never thought level 3 would be this strong. It's at least more than 3 times level 2. Hearing him say that, the examiner slowly said, almost as if comforting him, "You already made quite an impression. After all, most people pass out immediately after taking a level 3 attack. At the very least, you managed to stay conscious." After saying that, the examiner called Kale's name and told him to get ready. At this moment, Kale reached out and helped Timu up from where he collapsed on the floor. And Timo kindly reminded him that the power of the rocks increased by multiples with each difficulty level, telling Kale to know when to stop and never force himself too hard. After Kale stood in place, the examiner asked him which difficulty he wanted to start with. Hearing that, Kale's mind immediately began calculating the earlier situation. Even with his skill enhancement, Timu's defense had not reached 300. But Kale was different. His own stat was as high as 627. But Kale's brief pause in that instant made the examiner mistakenly think he had been frightened. Yet while the examiner was thinking that, Kale calmly spoke and said he wanted to challenge level 5. The moment those words came out, the examiner froze completely. What did you just say?" Then Kale slowly raised 5 fingers. "I said I want to try difficulty level 5. That instantly made Timu, who had just been badly injured on the ground, panic. He shouted, "Didn't I already tell you not to show off? No matter how strong you are, you can't pick level 5 right from the start. That's basically suicide." Even the other people watching nearby all began discussing in shock, starting with level 5? What rank did this guy get in the preliminaries? Could he just be all talk? Wait, I think I just heard his name was Kale. Isn't that the first place winner of the Northern Continent preliminaries? Faced with Kale's choice, the examiner did not refuse. He only sneered unhurriedly. Every year, there are 1 or 2 arrogant fools like this. For the sake of showing off, they don't even care about their own lives. But their final outcome is usually severe injury and unconsciousness. They don't even get the chance to take the later tests before being carried straight out of camp. Still, since you're asking for it yourself, I can only oblige. No one had expected the level 5 rock to be this enormous. If someone got hit head-on by that thing, it would be no different from asking to die. At this moment, standing beneath that gigantic rock, the examiner reminded Kale that he could use his skills now. But Kale merely said calmly that he had no skills he needed to use, and that this was enough. Kale's words completely enraged the examiner on the spot. Without the slightest hesitation, he violently hurled that massive rock from his hand, and it came crashing down heavily toward Kale's position. The terrifying impact instantly kicked up a sky full of dust and violent wind. Even the other transcenders nearby instinctively raised their arms to shield their eyes and were forced to take several steps back. Looking at the slowly dispersing dust, everyone's expressions turned incomparably serious. Could that guy already be dead? Faced with a scene like this, the examiner could only pull out a communicator and prepare to call the medics for immediate support. But in the very next second, someone suddenly cried out in shock, "Look, there's still a shadow there." Those words made the examiner's heart jolt violently just after he had called for support. That guy was actually still standing. At that moment, the communicator in the examiner's hand transmitted a voice. "This is the medical support team. Please report the injured person's location." But the examiner, already too stunned to speak, didn't respond at all. Because at this moment, Kale was not only standing there completely unharmed in front of him, he even calmly asked, "That just now was level 5, right?" This scene left the examiner, who had served as an evaluator for 3 years and tested hundreds of transgenders, completely unable to accept reality. Someone had actually shattered a level 5 magic rock head-on without using any skills at all, and had remained entirely unscathed. Watching Kale turn and walk away, only one thought remained in the examiner's mind. Among all the trainees in this year's the Apex camp, this guy was absolutely one of the top monsters. And the others around them also sensed the oppressive shift in Kale's aura and involuntarily moved aside to make a path for him. Afterward, Timo complained with an expression that looked ready to cry. "I thought I'd at least be able to beat you in defense for once, but in the end I still lost." Hearing that, Kale only calmly told him, "No one is perfect. You definitely have areas where you can surpass me." The moment Timu heard that, He instantly lit up with anticipation and asked with a grin, "Really? Like what?" But in the next second, he silently crouched down and gave up on that unrealistic fantasy all by himself. And next, it was finally Yuna's turn to step up. The examiner again told her to use her skills as much as she liked. Yuna didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly cast the B-rank skill water wall. After all the preparations were complete, she calmly told the examiner that she chose to challenge level 3. In an instant, that giant rock blasted fiercely toward her. But this time, the attack seemed to be forcibly slowed by some kind of power. Under the defense Yuna was maintaining with all her strength. More and more streams of water wrapped around it, gradually stripping away the rock's forward momentum. Only when the impact had finally been completely exhausted did Yuna let out a long breath. This scene even made the examiner, whose expression had been stern until now, reveal a rare trace of a smile and praise her for being very smart. Because instead of choosing to take the rock head-on, she had used the inertia of the water current to continuously drain away the rock's impact force. Being able to make that kind of rapid judgment and adjustment in battle was precisely one of the important qualities needed to become a savior. The examiner's praise made Kale beside her unable to help praising Yuna as well. But Yuna's casual teasing in return made Kale blush a little for a moment. Afterward, they arrived at the next stage, the attack test. And this testing ground was completely different from the defense test from before. Here, pitch-black figures were standing everywhere. At this moment, standing at the very front of the crowd was an examiner sitting with one leg crossed over the other and a cup of coffee still in his hand. Only after the people in front of him had more or less gathered did he slowly stand up. "All you little brats, listen up. This attack power test will be scored according to the strength of the power you unleash. So what you need to do is attack my spirit with everything you've got." After saying that, he directly summoned his B-rank spirit, Nendoroid Tama. That spirit, which looked like it had been clumsily stitched together from all kinds of random junk, instantly made the two people beside Kale feel deeply uncomfortable. But unlike them, Kale actually thought the thing was kind of cute. The examiner paid absolutely no attention to everyone else's reactions and only continued reminding them, bare hands or weapons, doesn't matter. Just beat the hell out of it. Seeing this, someone nearby immediately laughed and shouted, "So it's just a spirit? Examiner, what if we flatten it?" Hearing that, the examiner said with complete confidence, "You don't need to worry about that, because even a level 50 transcender might not be able to break it, so just relax and let it score you, like this." As soon as those words fell, the examiner casually punched his own spirit. The powerful force directly dented part of its body inward, and then the spirit opened its mouth and gave a score of 50 points. Then the examiner verbally reminded everyone that the passing line for this test was 50 points, while the full score was 100. But inwardly he was sneering, because in theory, to score full marks, someone had to possess strength on the same level as him. So no matter how these level teen little brats struggled, they simply couldn't possibly reach that level. Thinking that, he sat back down again and lazily said, "The test begins." The first to step forward was Yuichiro from the Eastern continent. With a confident look, he declared that if he went all out, getting 100 points would be effortless. Even Timu, standing beside Kale, couldn't help growing suspicious. He felt that spirit looked all soft and floppy and didn't seem strong at all. Hearing that, Kale immediately warned him not to underestimate it. "Don't be fooled by that examiner's lazy attitude. That guy's level is above 40. Even a casual punch from him is on a completely different level from us." At that moment, the examiner slowly lifted his coffee again. "If you're ready, then go attack my spirit Tanma directly. Don't make me repeat myself." Seeing that, Yuichiro no longer hesitated and directly released his skill. Tough green vines rapidly wrapped around his fist and arm. He roared, "Trash like this can go back to playing in the dirt." Before the words had even fully fallen, the heavy punch smashed viciously into Spirit Tanma's body. But Tanma's body didn't even dent in the slightest, and it only expressionlessly spat out the number 37. Just as Yuichiro stood there full of confusion, wondering why his full-force strike had only scored 37. The examiner had already calmly called the next person's name. The next two participants scored 28 and 49 respectively. Only when the fourth trainee stepped up did the first passing score finally appear, 77. But even so, it still failed to stir much interest in the examiner. While casually flipping open Ika Ika Paradise, he lazily called the next tester's name, David. The moment David stepped up, he rudely mocked the others, saying they couldn't even score 80. Although he knew very well that the spirit before him was absurdly tough. When it came to pure power, however, he had absolute confidence in himself. In the next second, that heavy warhammer smashed fiercely into the spirit's body. The strike even sent the spirit's head flying clean off. That scene finally made the examiner, who had looked bored until now, offer a brief comment, "Not bad." Right after that, Tanma announced a score of 91. Hearing that score, even David felt that it was already pretty impressive. He even thought to himself that there should be no one here who could surpass him in pure power. But the instant that thought crossed his mind, he saw Kale's figure, and couldn't help becoming curious about what score Kale would get. And at that very moment, the examiner suddenly called Kale's name. That made David, who had just been about to turn and leave, immediately stop in place. He sharply turned back around. He wanted to see with his own eyes just how strong Kale, the first-place winner of the preliminaries, really was. At this moment, after hearing his name, Kale also slowly walked toward the testing area. That scene made David unconsciously tighten his grip on the hammer handle. He always felt that with the enhancement of the marked hammer, no one could possibly surpass him in pure strength. He didn't care who was first or second. The only thing he cared about was absolute power. At that moment, Kale had already walked up in front of Spirit Thama, but he didn't strike immediately, because he was still seriously hesitating over whether going all out would be a little too cruel to the little guy. This scene made the examiner beside him subconsciously assume that Kale was just another weakling who couldn't even score 50. But in the very next moment, a surge of black energy suddenly gathered in Kale's palm. Even in his eyes, a faint red glow appeared, suppressing murderous intent. The instant his fist swung out, Spirit Thama's body was blasted into fragments across the sky on the spot. Immediately afterward, behind the examiner, who had already completely let down his guard and was fully absorbed in Ika paradise, there suddenly came a thunderous explosion. He looked up blankly in confusion, only to discover that his spirit had actually been punched into scraps by a newcomer. Yet at this moment, Kale was silently thinking to himself that it seemed the critical hit he had failed to land a few days ago really had been waiting until now. After the red glow completely faded, Kale finally lowered his head toward Tanma beside him and softly asked, "Are you still alive?" At this moment, Tanma was left with only a head, bouncing over with an expression that looked like it was on the verge of tears. That made Kale feel a little embarrassed for a moment, so he could only gently pat its forehead and ask what his score was. And the instant the words 100 points came out of Tanma's mouth, the entire place was completely stunned. Who exactly was this guy? He had actually scored full marks with his bare hands alone. Even David, who had only wanted to witness Kale's strength, now had nothing left on his face but obvious fear, because he understood very clearly that the gap between himself and Kale was definitely not just 9 points. After all, Kale's seemingly casual strike had accomplished what David had failed to achieve even with his full power. At this moment, David could only bitterly laugh inwardly. He really had been a complete idiot to think that when it came to strength, he was already unmatched. And at this time, the examiner, who had always acted so carefree, finally looked at his spirit Tanma with a grave expression. Then he slowly turned to look at Kale. That sharp gaze was practically a silent accusation that Kale had just bullied his precious spirit. Sensing that things were turning bad, Kale quickly turned around and decisively chose to leave first. Only after a long silence did the examiner finally announce to everyone that the test was temporarily suspended. After returning to the group, Yuna kept praising Kale nonstop. In response, Kale could only say that there had been some luck involved just now, and that he couldn't bring out that kind of power every time. But Timu absolutely did not believe that explanation, and instead began loudly bragging to everyone around them about just how strong Kale was. Yuna tried to stop him from doing something so dumb, but it had absolutely no effect. At that moment, Kale said to Yuna that if they wanted to continue this test now, they would probably have to wait a while longer. Hearing that, Yuna suggested that Kale go do the other tests first while they stayed there and waited for him. Seeing that, Kale no longer hesitated, and only told Yuna that after everyone finished their tests, they should meet back at the plaza. Then Kale headed toward the mana test stage. And the number of people at the mana test site was equally astonishing, with everyone gathered around a circular arena. Standing at the center of it was a female examiner. Only after enough people had gathered in front of her did she begin preparing to explain this test. But the tone and posture she used when she spoke instantly made quite a few people nearby blush, and even their eyes lit up. At this, the cat girl beside them merely let out a disdainful snort, typical men. But before the words had fully fallen, she noticed another figure. It was Kale, who had just arrived. And the look Kale cast over only made the cat girl even more certain of one thing: men really were all the same. At that very moment, the beautiful female examiner suddenly said to everyone, "Next, I will use this device to test the amount of your mana." After saying that, she raised her hand and pulled away the red cloth covering the device. Of course, the method is also very simple. You only need to place your palm above this crystal ball. As more and more mana is poured into it, the reaction it displays will become correspondingly stronger. Hearing this, one trainee couldn't help asking in confusion, "Examiner, if we pour all our mana into this crystal ball, then what about the other tests afterward?" Hearing that, the beautiful examiner raised one finger and lightly placed it against her lips as she said charmingly, "Don't worry. Although this crystal ball will drain your mana completely, after the test is over, it can also return all of your mana intact." That trainee immediately flushed red and hurriedly said that he understood. Seeing that, the female examiner slowly said, "If there are no more questions, then let's begin the test." The moment those words fell, the blushing trainee from before immediately raised his hand and eagerly declared that he wanted to go first. To this, the female examiner merely softly signaled to him that if he was ready, he could begin at any time. He didn't hesitate any longer and directly placed his hand on the crystal ball, although he knew very well that his own level wasn't especially high. In order not to embarrass himself in front of this beautiful female examiner, he still decided to go all out and pour all the mana in his body into it. Yet in the next second, the crystal ball in front of him barely showed any obvious reaction at all. It didn't even reach halfway. Faced with his bewilderment, the female examiner then seemed to suddenly remember something and added an explanation. "Sorry, I forgot to tell everyone just now. This mana storage crystal once completely drained the mana of a level 40 transcender." The moment those words came out, everyone around them immediately changed expression. What? Even a level 40 transcender's mana couldn't fill that crystal ball? Then at our level, wouldn't we not even make it halfway? Faced with everyone's shock, the female examiner did not continue explaining. She only leaned slightly forward and softly told the red-faced trainee, "Please don't move around. I'm helping you restore your mana right now. Actually, just by sensing the mana you left inside the crystal ball, I can already tell that you must be quite an interesting person." Hearing that, the trainee's face turned even redder. After he stepped back down, the female examiner asked once more who wanted to go next. But this time, everyone around them lost their nerve, and not a single person dared step forward voluntarily. Seeing the dramatic difference in attitude before and after, even Kale couldn't help muttering in a low voice, "That changed fast. Weren't they all excited just now?" Just as Kale was raising his hand to take part in the test, the female examiner suddenly said, "It seems our second challenger is already prepared, so please come up quickly." Those words made Kale stop in place just as he was about to raise his hand. A girl with a pure and graceful temperament had raised her hand ahead of Kale. She was the second-place finisher of the Northern Continent preliminaries. This immediately caused those who had participated in the Northern Continent preliminaries to cry out in surprise. "Look, it's Flory, the runner-up from the preliminaries." Seeing this, the Catgirl Crimson also grew interested. "So both the top two from the Northern Continent preliminaries are here? Now this is getting interesting." After Flory walked up in front of the examiner, the female examiner softly reminded her, "You should already understand the rules. If you're ready, you may begin at any time." The moment those words fell, Flory's palm had already directly touched the crystal ball. In an instant, a powerful surge of green mana rapidly gathered around his body. In only a short while, 1/3 of the mana inside the crystal ball had already been filled. That scene left the trainees from the other continents all staring in shock. Who is he? He actually filled 1/3 of it that quickly. Could it be that this test isn't actually as difficult as we imagined? Just as they were starting to suspect that, Flory suddenly raised his hand and gripped the hilt of the sword on his back. The instant the sword was drawn, an even more violent surge of green mana burst out. Then a cold glint flashed through his eyes. In the next second, the green mana around him surged violently once more and instantly swelled to several times its previous level. This made Kale, standing in the crowd, immediately understand that the sword was exactly the key source of Flory's mana eruption. The moment Flory drew the sword, the blade itself released a massive amount of mana. And at that very moment, another wave of shocked cries rose from the crowd. "Look, that crystal ball looks like it's almost full." Even the female examiner standing right in front of Flory couldn't help exclaiming in admiration, "Close to 80%? At this level, taking first place in the preliminaries should hardly have been difficult at all." But before long, Flory was clearly beginning to run out of strength. Seeing him like this, the female examiner leaned in front of him with a smile all over her face. "To reach 80%, it's been a long time since I've seen a girl as strong and cute as you." But before she could even finish speaking, Flory calmly stated that he was a man. Those words instantly shocked everyone in the crowd, including Kale. After all, not only did he look like a girl, even his name sounded like one. Yet that voice completely didn't match that face. Even the female examiner herself couldn't help showing a slightly regretful expression. "But no matter what, I need to return your mana to you first." When that 80% of mana was returned to Flory, even the female examiner herself faintly felt a trace of fatigue. Even so, she did not stop the test, and instead turned to call the next person. Hearing this, Kale in the crowd raised his hand almost without hesitation, indicating that he was ready. And when the female examiner got a clear look at Kale's face, she immediately felt that he was remarkably handsome. so she even specifically asked him to introduce himself first. In response, Kale didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly stated his name. The moment the name Kale left his lips, countless gazes were immediately drawn over from all around. And Flory, who had originally been preparing to leave, suddenly said in a low voice as he passed by Kale, "Let me see just how capable you really are." Seeing that Kale didn't have even a single piece of armor on him, and wasn't even carrying a weapon, the other trainees around him immediately couldn't help whispering among themselves. At this moment, while listening to the female examiner's reminder, Kale was also rapidly calculating in his head that his base mana really was only 380, not even enough to fill half of this crystal ball. But fortunately, he still had Mana Radar as his hidden trump card. At present, level 1 Mana Radar had an active effect of consuming mana to sense mana flow within a radius of 1,200 meters, while its passive effect restored 10% of his total mana every time it detected one enemy unit. That was basically another way of saying this. As long as Kale sensed the presence of one person, his own mana would recover by 10%. As long as he detected the people around him one after another, then his mana could practically become infinite. Because at this moment, every single person around him had become a source of mana for Kale. Looking at the scene before them, no one understood why Kale could be this strong. Could it be that he was some kind of magic-type class? Even the beautiful female examiner beside him showed obvious shock, because the mana inside the crystal ball had already been completely filled. But even so, Kale's movement still didn't stop, because with all these people around him, Kale's mana was now almost equal to being endless. So he also wanted to see with his own eyes exactly how much this crystal ball could endure. Seeing that Kale was still continuing to pour mana into it, the female examiner immediately panicked and hurriedly shouted, "That's enough, if this keeps going." Hearing that, Kale also turned to glance at her. But in the very next second, countless cracks suddenly spread across the surface of the storage crystal. With a muffled bang, fragments instantly exploded in every direction. And the female examiner, who had just been trying to stop Kale, also hurriedly raised both hands, attempting to block the shockwave rushing straight at her. Only after the aftershock finally subsided did everyone around stare toward the center of the field in total shock. They simply couldn't understand what kind of monster Kale was, to actually force the crystal ball to burst apart through mana alone. At this moment, Kale slowly withdrew his hand. He apologized a little awkwardly to the female examiner. "Sorry, I was actually just about to add a little more mana, and then it suddenly shattered. You're not going to make me pay for it, right?" But the female examiner didn't respond to him right away at all, because she was still immersed in the shock of what had just happened. After all, the last person who had been able to do something like this was Tejal 10 years ago. But she had never expected that 10 years later, another outrageous anomaly like that person would appear again. Thinking of that, she finally looked at Kale again and slowly said, "Don't worry, we still have a spare. It's just that right now, you should have completely exhausted your mana, shouldn't you? Will you still be able to hold on in the remaining tests?" Kale let out a long breath. "You don't need to worry about that, because I still have some mana left." After saying that, Kale directly turned and left the place. Only the female examiner was left standing there with a face full of confusion. After using that much mana, he still has some left? With that thought, the female examiner slowly stretched out her hand, intending to use the shattered crystal fragments to sense what kind of person Kale really was. But the instant her fingertips touched that trace of residual mana, her whole body seemed to freeze completely in place. Then she actually staggered backwards several steps uncontrollably, because she simply couldn't comprehend what exactly she had just seen. Surging rage, deep and bitter regret, and killing intent so cold it felt absolute. It was practically like a vortex made of piled up negative emotions. Such a violent yet suppressed flood of emotion was simply not something an ordinary person could endure. And Kale, meanwhile, was still silently reflecting on what he had just done. Using Mana Radar in a place with so many people around probably did count as a little bit of cheating. But since using the skill itself didn't violate the rules anyway, then all that remained next was the agility test. But just as he was thinking that, a voice suddenly called out for him to stop. "Kale, wait for me." The one who spoke was Yuna. After she quickly came up in front of Kale, she immediately asked, "Has your manner test already ended?" In response, Kale didn't deny it, and directly told her that he was now preparing to go take the agility test. But why does Timu look so dejected? Did something happen? Hearing that, Yuna quietly leaned closer to Kale and whispered, "Because his attack score was even lower than mine, so his self-esteem took a bit of a hit." The moment those words came out, Timu immediately objected and stepped forward. "Hey, stop whispering over there, you two. I heard all of that. If things keep going like this, there's no way we'll get an honors evaluation. We can only pray that our total score doesn't fall below 60. Hearing that, Kale reached out and patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. "Don't be so discouraged. I believe you'll definitely pass. But Timo grabbed Kale by the collar in one motion and said anxiously with a face full of urgency, Kale, that's easy for you to say, because you not only withstood a level 5 rock, you also one-shot the spirit with a single punch. Of course you have the right to say things like that, but what about us? Even if we do get selected in the end, we'll probably only be assigned to the observation group. Before Timo could fully vent the resentment in his heart, Yuna had already pulled him away and told him not to talk to Kale like that while carrying around so much frustration. Then Una turned back toward Kale and seriously said, don't mind him. Just focus on dealing with the final test first. We'll also give it everything we've got. After the assessment is over, you absolutely need to get some proper rest. Right now, you really do look exhausted all over your face. Those words instead made Kale feel a little hurt, and he turned his head away. After that, Kale slowly walked toward the agility checkpoint, while raising a hand to wave goodbye to them. As for Kale's departure, Yuna first waved with a smile and said goodbye. But in the very next second, her face instantly darkened. Then she punched Timo on the head. You idiot, why would you say something like that to Kale just now? Hearing that, Timo still looked somewhat unconcerned. Anyway, Kale wouldn't care. But Yuna suddenly showed a worried expression. Didn't you notice? Because of what you just said, Kale might actually deliberately hold back just so he can be assigned to the observation group with us. That immediately made Timo feel a bit awkward too. But his scores on the earlier tests were all so high. Even if he deliberately held back on the last one, it shouldn't drop below 80, right? And Kale shouldn't be that stupid either. He wouldn't give up such a great opportunity just for the sake of getting into the observation group. But what they didn't know was that Kale really was seriously thinking about how to keep his final total score below 80. Because for Kale, he didn't need the little bonus that came with an honors evaluation at all. As long as he could enter the observation group, he would still be able to keep acting together with Yuna and the others. And even more importantly, after entering the observation group, he would also get extra training opportunities. But in the previous tests, he had barely held back much of his strength at all. So in this agility test, he had to suppress his score as much as possible. The ideal outcome, of course, would be to get 0 points outright. But just as Kale was about to push the door open and enter the agility test checkpoint, a voice suddenly interrupted him from the side. Hey, you bastard from the northern continent, have you been hiding from us this whole time or what? Hearing that, Kale turned to look at the other party. What, do you want to fight me again? But that guy, who had still been incomparably arrogant just a moment ago, immediately shrank behind Kagan Amamichi. Looking at Kale's face, Kagan Amamichi suddenly spoke. Good. You haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? But don't be in such a hurry. After the assessment is over, I'll give you that chance. After saying that, he walked into the agility test checkpoint first. But Kale, left standing there, couldn't help feeling puzzled. Had that guy hit his head during the exam or something? He was obviously the one who started this in the first place, so why was he now talking like Kale was the one challenging him? Forget it, better not waste time thinking about this anymore. The most important thing right now was still getting through the exam first. After entering the agility test grounds, Kale discovered that the people around were densely gathered outside a red circle. Standing on the other side of the red circle was the examiner in charge of the agility test this time. With a smile all over his face, he said to everyone, this agility test is actually just a game of cat and mouse. What the mouse has to do is very simple. Just don't get caught by the cat. That's right, I'm sure many of you have already guessed it. I am the cat, and all of you are the mice in this game. And you may only move within this red circle. The only thing you need to do is keep running, keep dodging, drag out the time as long as possible, and avoid being caught by me. As long as any mouse can avoid being caught for 1 minute, it can directly receive a perfect score. Hearing this, everyone even thought for a moment that the examiner was deliberately looking down on them. Just 1 minute? Isn't that basically free points? But the examiner completely ignored their doubts and directly announced, alright then, the first mouse in this test is Nanshu from the southern continent. Hearing that, Kagan Amamichi raised a hand and patted Nanshu on the shoulder, telling him not to go up there and embarrass the southern continent. Although he was somewhat nervous, Nanshu still patted his chest and said not to worry, because speed had always been his strong point. Watching him walk forward, the examiner added another smiling reminder. Oh right, I almost forgot to tell everyone. As long as I touch you, the mouse is immediately eliminated. So, are you ready? Hearing this, Nanshu instead revealed a confident expression. Of course, but examiner, you'd better make sure you don't get run into the ground by a mouse. But before he had even fully finished speaking, the examiner suddenly rolled his wrist loose. In the next second, his figure vanished straight from where he stood. By the time Nanshu suddenly snapped back to his senses, the examiner had already silently appeared behind him, and gently placed one hand on top of his head. A noisy and slow mouse like you really is the perfect prey.